Son, rest assured, your daddy here has figured it out. I truly lack the ability to do business, so after I'm released, I won't force you to hand over the company to me to manage anymore. You just need to give your old man a little pocket money every month. I don't need much. $1 million or $2 million would be enough. Dad is getting old and wants to retire and enjoy life, giving you a chance to show filial piety. Let me tell you, this is a great merit. As the saying goes, the house of the filial will have blessings, but the house of the unfilial will have disasters. To be filial to your old man is a great merit. You will definitely have great blessings in the future, and you will even go to heaven after death. Of course, if you still hold a grudge against me for the little mistakes I made, harbor resentment even after I'm released, then your daddy will travel the world after being released, not bothering you anymore. As long as you provide enough for my retirement, your old man is willing to bear the grievances caused by your unfilial behavior. But rest assured, as a father, I will never shirk my responsibilities equals. No matter how unfilial you are still the son I exhausted myself to give birth to. We will always be a loving family. We are family, a loving family. Xiao Shuan, this is the story I'm starting. I must shoulder this responsibility. I will occasionally give you a touch of fatherly love, let you feel the greatness of fatherly love like a mountain, and let you continue to be a child loved by his father. Lin Jianjun leaned on the iron bars, endlessly talking to his elder son, recounting in a loud voice the deep father-son bond between them. Damn, has this old geezer not woken up yet? What's he going on about? Lin Zhuan was completely speechless. He never expected that Lin Jianjun, who had spent so long in prison, would still maintain his arrogant personality, oozing with an authentic fatherly attitude. Indeed, changing habits is difficult. A dog, no matter what, cannot stop eating shit. The only thing that puzzled him was how Lin Jianjun, a powerless man, managed to thrive so well in prison. This poor and frustrated middle-aged man. Typically, in prison, he would be at the bottom, the kind that no one would even consider buying. So how could he prosper so abundantly? On the other side, seeing Lin Zhuan standing there dumbfounded, Lin Jianjun thought his elder son suddenly encountered him and got overly excited, lost in the memories of their deep father-son bond. In order to awaken the filial affection in his elder son's heart and conveniently regain control of him, Lin Jianjun even used a wave of memorial kills. Thinking back to when Lin Zhuan was a child, he used to love sitting on his lap, fascinated, listening to his moving voice. Lin Jianjun planned to use the same old tricks to awaken the scarce tenderness in his elder son's heart. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, immediately clearing his throat and singing. Dad is the best in the world. A child with a dad is like a treasure thrown into dad's arms, can't enjoy happiness, the most distressed without a dad. A child without a dad is like a blade of grass, leaves dad's embrace where to find happiness. Chapter 539. My son is Lin Zhuan. Do you dare to mess with me? Inside the prison yard, the sudden eerie cry of Lin Jianjun immediately attracted the attention of many sinister inmates. Looking at Lin Zhuan outside the iron fence, the expressions of the prisoners varied. Some were ecstatic, some seemed pensive, some showed fear. That little pretty boy is the head of the billion-dollar group, right? It seems Lin Jianjun gambled correctly. Is he not able to let go of his own father and planning to take him back? Damn it! The old man really has good luck to have a son who is so impressive. Luckily, I haven't bullied him during this time. Otherwise, who knows how he would have retaliated against me. Lin Jianjun is clearly a useless old man, yet he relies on his son's reputation. He rules the prison, commanding respect from everyone, even recruiting a group of lackeys. Disgusting! Who lets him have such an impressive son? And he even promised many benefits to the leaders of the major gangs. That's why he can live so carefreely. I'm envious. Finished. I offended Lin Jianjun before. Will he sue me with his son and send someone to deal with me? Haha, it's a good thing I've been trying to please Lin Jianjun recently. It might be reasonable to let his son help me get out of prison early. Darn it! Who said they severed their father-son relationship? It clearly seems quite deep. Indeed, the bond of father and son is unbreakable. From now on, no one in the prison dares to provoke Lin Jianjun for no reason anymore. Listening to the boasting of his fellow inmates, Lin Jianjun felt full of pride. recalling the time when he first entered the prison cell, standing like a nobody, relegated to the lowest ranks. Just when he was about to be in a precarious situation, he had a moment of inspiration, saying, "My son Lin Juan, with the potential of a top billionaire." Immediately, he subdued many unruly characters. From that moment on, he realized that to survive in the dog-eat-dog world of hell, he needed his impressive son's reputation to intimidate. Thus, "My son is Lin Juan. Do you dare to mess with me?" became Lin Jianjun's catchphrase. Whenever someone wanted to harm him, Lin Jianjun would bring out his impressive son to protect himself. Over time, Lin Jianjun's reputation also spread among the inmates, and nobody dared to provoke him. Even though some prisoners had heard of the rift between Lin and his son, following a better safe than sorry mentality, they didn't want to provoke Lin Jianjun. After all, blood ties are hard to sever. Who knows if that prince might suddenly have a change of heart and reconcile with his trash father. Such incidents among wealthy families are not uncommon, and anticipating retaliation, they could likely become targets for Lin Juan's reprisal. Considering this, Lin Jianjun not only avoided torture from the inmates, but also gathered a group of flatterers around him, flourishing. "Damn it! This old man's mind is truly cunning, actually using my name to wield power in prison." Since obtaining the power of the wine sword immortal cultivation, Lin Juan's senses had become extremely keen. Through the inmates' discussions, he finally learned about Lin Jianjun's reliance. So, his backing turned out to be himself. Thinking of this, Lin Juan lifted his eyebrows, coldly interrupting his father's eerie cries. "Enough! Lin Jianjun, don't be too self-important. Today, I mainly came to accompany the old man to see Auntie. As for you, we've cut ties long ago. Stop pretending to have such a deep father-son relationship. I only feel disgust towards you. Be grateful that I'm not sending people to deal with you. How could you think I'd help you get out? But seeing the way you look, seems like you're thriving inside. HMPH. I'm not pleased. Once I go back, I'll investigate who's closest to you inside. I'll deal with them." Seeing Lin Juan's resolute departure, Lin Jianjun, who had lost all hope, couldn't contain his emotions and burst into various curses and screams. Unfortunately, until Lin Juan's back completely disappeared, he never turned around. Witnessing this, Lin Jianjun was utterly hopeless. He knew that his life was ruined. Even if he wasn't shot, he could only remain trapped forever in this prison and grow old in loneliness. Nu Wu. As he thought about his tragic future, Lin Jianjun was full of frustration, involuntarily raising his hands, dropping to his knees, and howling at the sky. At the same time, it seemed like even the heavens sympathized with him, sending down a tear-jerking BGM. Snowflakes flutter wind whispers the heaven and earth. A vast expanse. Just as Lin Jianjun looked utterly dejected, several voices came ominously from behind, making him tremble in fear. "Lin Jianjun, you said your son still cared for you, right? You said if I helped you be a bodyguard, your son would help me connect with people and get me out of here. But according to what I see, your son seems to hate you deeply. So, have you been fooling me all this time?" Next, Lin Jianjun was dumbfounded. Damn! Why isn't the plot unfolding as I expected? Shouldn't the usual procedure be that my amazing son, under my influence, would weep and rush over to hug me, reconciling our past grievances while tears flow? Why isn't it following the script? And what did his words mean? Even if he doesn't want to help me get out, it shouldn't lead him to tear up face to face. Doesn't he know this might kill him? Bastard! You get back here! Rebel son! You rebel! I'm your father! Your real father! Your blood carries mine! How can you treat me like this? Are you honoring the ancestors of my Lin family? Watching Lin Juan's determined departure, Lin Jianjun, completely losing all hope, on the spot broke down into all sorts of curses and howls. Unfortunately, until Lin Juan's back completely disappeared, he never turned around. Witnessing this, Lin Jianjun was completely hopeless. He understood that his life was ruined. Even if he wasn't executed, he could only remain trapped forever in this prison and grow old in loneliness. The end. Chapter 540. The Strange Women's Prison. Human skin smiling mask pain. It hurts so much. Lin Jianjun collapsed on the ground, hands clutching his head, curled up into a ball, feeling countless punches and kicks raining down on him. He choked on his pleas for mercy, howled in pain continuously, begging his fellow prisoners to spare him. Unfortunately, with the crowd's anger unresolved plus Lin Juan's intimidating departure plus the law not blaming the masses, how could the group easily let Lin Jianjun off the hook? They all attacked mercilessly. What's more, in the chaos, someone managed to remove Lin Jianjun's pants, attempting to X-rated assault on him. And oh, just as Lin Jianjun felt despair to the core, thinking he was about to be violated, a voice rang out, "Quick, run. The guards are coming. =3 =3 3. The prisoners suddenly startled, dispersing like birds and beasts, leaving behind Lin Jianjun lying on the ground, bruised and swollen. "Are you okay?" Lin Jianjun struggled to open his eyes, only to see a man in striped prison attire with a gentle and delicate face standing before him, extending a hand. With the assistance of the man, Lin Jianjun barely managed to stand up, his striped prison uniform covered in dirt and bloodstains. "Kid, thank you for calling the guards for me. But you should stay away from me. I don't want to drag you into this." A remnant of conscience compelled Lin Jianjun to warn the man subconsciously. He knew that if the man got too close to him, he might also become a target. Hearing this, the man named Songzi shook his head and introduced himself. "I'm Songzi. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. But lacking connections, I can only gamble on you, big brother. Although your son seems to hold a deep grudge against you. What if he has a change of heart and accepts you again? Anyway, you are still his dad. If that day really comes, I hope you can put in a good word for me." Songzi was sincere. Previously, at the rap party, he attempted to drug Tang Jia Sanshao with a cocktail to blackmail him into a duel. Unexpectedly, before achieving his goal, he died prematurely. The Tang Guoan couple somehow got wind of his plan, arrived in time, exposed his plot, and reported him to the police, leading to his arrest on charges of attempted rape, sentencing him to 5 years in prison. Thus, Songzi was imprisoned. His thoughts incessantly dwelled on Tang Chuan, love so deep he couldn't extricate himself. How could he accept not seeing his beloved for 5 years? Additionally, he planned to undergo sex reassignment surgery in Thailand and then plastic surgery in Korea. He envisioned appearing by Tang Chuan's side with a new face, raising children together. How could he afford to waste time in prison? In order to get out as soon as possible, Songzi had no choice but to pin his hopes on Lin Jianjun. "I must get out soon to warn Achuan to be careful around his sister and that woman Wu Mengmeng to prevent them from harming Achuan." In the prison, Songzi thought as Tang Ru's true identity was being exposed and Wu Mengmeng was being held in the adjacent block, worrying endlessly for his beloved. At this moment, a faint, indistinct singing voice drifted over, catching the attention of Songzi and others. Strange. Why has there been singing coming from the Western Zone every day recently? Could there be an event in the Women's Zone? Lin Jianjun was puzzled, but without dwelling on it, he turned and patted Songzi's shoulder, deciding to accept this affectionate little brother. Outside the prison gates, Lin Juan settled the old man and was about to get into the car. Suddenly, he heard a faint singing from behind. Where was the singing coming from? How could there be someone singing in the prison? Although finding it odd, Lin Juan only glanced back in surprise before quickly climbing into the Maybach and driving away. This trip to the prison reminded him of a military officer under Su Fan who should have recently left this prison. According to the original plot development, he would soon be recruited by Su Fan, becoming a formidable lieutenant like Ma Yingsh. "Sorry, uncle, since I've already dug a pit for you once, gives_gives I don't think digging one more will make a difference." Thinking this, Lin Juan smiled, planning to send the old man back to the hospital and then quickly head to his destination to meet his bodyguard No. 1. This trip to capture Zhongtown sparked Lin Juan's idea of forming a team of warriors as bodyguards. He couldn't handle every petty situation personally, could he? With powerful guards, not only could they handle tasks beyond routine bodyguard duties, but when he was away, they could also protect the old man, Kinj, and other close individuals on his behalf. Western Women's Prison. In the Grand Hall, a strange and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the place. Hundreds of female prisoners gathered, their figures appearing blurry under the dim light. On the stage, Suyin held a guitar, singing emotionally. Her fingers gently plucked the strings, and the melodious tune flowed like water. Once I wandered aimlessly on the dark nights. The breeze pierces the soul, unable to find the right direction. Life's journey like this, how many tears will complete it? Can I expect the distant horizon to fly together newly created beings? At first listen, the melodic song was touching and soul-stirring, the vocals ethereal and sacred, as if from a distant celestial realm. But in this enclosed space, it echoed with a chilling sensation. Every female prisoner wore a smile on their faces, stiff and eerie, as if controlled by invisible threads. Their eyes vacant and lost, as if devoid of a soul, only the mechanical smile remained. And Su Yan leading the song on the stage, her current appearance was chilling. Her face adorned with a bloody human skin smiling mask, a single glance was spine-chilling. Especially the human skin mask, appearing as if freshly peeled from a living person's smiling face, blood slowly dripping down, forming dark red flowers on the floor. It was unimaginable what circumstances would lead a person to maintain a smiling expression, even when their face skin was peeled off. And at this moment, if Tang Chuan were to appear here, he would surely be horrified to discover that the human skin smiling mask was none other than his former goddess, Wu Mengmeng, now intact, being worn on someone's face. Look, its white wings radiant and flawless, our ordinary souls follow closely without much thought. Life's journey like this, I crave your smile to make me whole. Can you open the door of freedom for me? Hold hands, new creations. Within the hall, the flickering lights cast an eerie image. The combined singing voices of the female prisoners intertwined in the air. Each person wore a happy smile, body swaying gently to the music, movements uniform, as if hypnotized puppets. At this moment, the entire grand hall was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, akin to a cursed space, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 541, Fated One. Blood Ghost Su Kinj, Facing Destiny. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Above the vast and boundless sea, a deserted island stood alone like a speck in the ocean. The waves constantly crashed against the rocky shore, emitting a thunderous sound. Along the coastline of the island, a large expanse of shocking blood-red seawater seemed like a canvas soaked in fresh blood. The crimson color, under the sunlight's reflection, exuded a strange and intense aura. It's hard to imagine how many lives had perished here. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the sky. Su Kinj, covered in scars, stood like a blood-stained Valkyrie on the shore. Her eyes were hollow and indifferent, tightly gripping the neck of a dried corpse. The contorted and grotesque face of the corpse seemed to be expressing past grievances and resentment. Snap! Su Kinj, expressionless, casually tossed the dried corpse into the sea, and it floated gently, like a fallen leaf, disappearing into the depths of the sea in an instant. Finally, it's over. Watching the body sink to the seabed, Su Kinj's heart remained calm. By now, her body was covered in wounds, fresh blood continuously flowing, dripping on the ground and merging with the dried bloodstains. Her long hair fluttered in the sea breeze like black flames. Her figure was lonely and resolute, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura. Whistling, after an unknown period, facing the vast sea, Su Kinj coldly spoke. "Give it back to me. Give me back the jade pendant." Turning around, she gazed at the dim path leading deeper into the forest behind her. Tap, 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 a leisurely pace echoed from the end of the path. Soon, the figure of a woman wearing a skull mask quietly appeared in Su Kinj's sight. "To be able to sense my presence? Not bad. It seems I underestimated your growth. However, is it appropriate to speak to your master with such a commanding tone? After all, I have put in a lot of effort to mentor you. You should show me respect, shouldn't you?" Compared to before, there was a hint of relaxed approval in the tone of Yan, seeming quite satisfied with Su Kinj's current state. "Give it back to me. I told you to give me the jade pendant." Su Kinj's eyes turned even colder, repeating herself, her gaze towards Yan, filled with killing intent. In the previous battle, this woman suddenly appeared and, using some means, snatched the jade pendant that Lin Juan had given her. Although she didn't understand why the other party took the jade pendant, it didn't deter Su Kinj's determination to retrieve it. Lin Juan had mentioned that the jade pendant was left by his mother before her death, a symbol of the Lin family's daughter-in-law. Based on this alone, Su Kinj would not allow the pendant to slip from her hands. "Oh, you mean this thing? Don't worry. I have no interest in it, but to avoid affecting the plan, I had to seal it into an ordinary jade pendant. Otherwise, if you encounter danger, what's inside of it would sense. Now is not the time." Yan opened her palm, revealing a dark green jade pendant lying quietly in her hand. Before she could finish her words, Su Qing's body surged with intense murderous intent, unhesitatingly launching an attack. At this moment, she was powerful enough. If possible, she wanted to try and eliminate this so-called master right here. Blood Ghost Technique. Blood Scythe Blade. Attack Posture Reference Image. Precision is key. Su Qing's eyes instantly turned crimson, exuding a rich scarlet blood aura as she swung her hands in a slashing motion. Dozens of thin blade-like blood slashes surged towards Yan in anger. With the deepening of her practice in the blood demon scripture, Su Qing could now manipulate her blood to create various bizarre attacks. For example, transforming her blood into razor-like thin blades and shooting them out, with each blade carrying a deadly poison that would kill an ordinary person upon contact. Su Qing thought that even if she couldn't defeat Yan with this move, at least she could force her to retreat. Previously, Su Qing had felt powerless in front of the other party. Now, she finally had the qualification to contend with Yan. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. The dozens of blood slashes, potent enough to split mountains, were blocked by an invisible barrier as soon as they approached Yan, unable to push her back, even a step. How could this be? Su Qing's pupils suddenly contracted, evidently shocked by what she saw, her face turning dark in an instant. She knew there was a gap between herself and Yan, but who could have thought that the difference was like a chasm, making her feel extremely small and powerless in front of the other. Right, at the level of an advanced grandmother. However, judging by the power of your recent slashing technique, you're already comparable to the pinnacle of a grandmother. Even in the face of a grandmother at the peak, you have the power to defend yourself and retreat safely. Compared to that failed product Zhang Yangping, your potential and malleability are much stronger in all aspects. But if you want to kill me, that is far from enough. I'm waiting for the day when you grow strong enough to kill me. Yan tossed the jade pendant to Su Qing, who quickly caught it. After confirming its integrity, she treated it as a treasure, carefully returning it to her neck. Then, she coldly stared at her master nearby, asking all the questions that had long puzzled her. Who are you exactly? Why did you choose me specifically? Is the one who killed my parents really from that family? And why did they harm my family? Faced with Su Qing's bombardment, Yan remained silent, gazing at the sky before whispering two words, destiny. All I can say now is that everything is related to destiny. Whether it's your misfortune or the imminent turmoil in this world, it will never end until the final fated ones are chosen. Su Qing furrowed her brows, looking puzzled. Instead of unraveling her doubts, the answer from Yan only deepened her confusion. Don't be perplexed. When you return, what you need to do is to kill the other 6 fated ones apart from you, absorb their destiny within them, and become a true fated one. At that point, you will understand everything. Of course, I know you don't trust me, but that's not important. Once you become the ultimate winner of this blood poison trial, you will represent the blood ghost as the fated one. Even if you do nothing, the other 6 fated ones, Laughing Demon, Plague Giver, Eternal Youth, they will come for you to fight for that one destiny. At that time, the danger will not be yours alone. Now, you have no choice. The only thing you can do is to face destiny. Chapter 542, Digging the Protagonist's Corner. Special Forces Soldier Li Ye. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Facing destiny. Su Qing furrowed her brow, repeating softly, still sounding confused. But she did not have the opportunity to ask further questions as she looked towards the sky where a small black dot was approaching steadily. Your helicopter is almost here. Upon hearing this, Su Qing instantly suppressed all her doubts and couldn't help but smile. Finally going back. I wonder how Lin Zhuan is doing now. And Grandpa, is he safe? Currently, nothing would make her go back home to see that person she misses in her heart, making Su Qing feel excited and joyful. Immersed in the joy, she even forgot to continue asking about the matter of destiny, her beautiful eyes fixed on the direction where the helicopter was flying towards. Almost forgot. Before you return to the Imperial City, I need to install the Trojan virus first. The things inside him are too conspicuous and have completely disrupted the balance he should have. This will attract the attention of the proxy. I hope that when I wake up from the slumber, you would have become the only chosen one in this world. Upon hearing these inexplicable words, Su Qing's mind was pulled back. She intended to ask about the meaning behind them, but her gaze met a pair of deep black eyes that seemed to have emanated from the deepest void of the universe, representing pure and ultimate darkness. Black without any impurities, the eye socket showed no hint of white, like the entrance to an endless abyss devouring all the light and color in the world. In that brief moment of eye contact, Su Kinj felt an unprecedented shock and oppression. It was a force that struck the soul, as if an invisible hand tightly held onto her soul, unable to break free. Her gaze, at that moment, lost focus and became hollow and bewildered. All thoughts and consciousness were drawn by an inexplicable force into a strange space that was neither dream nor reality. Imperial City, Ziheng Studio. On a high building, a jumping off a building scene was taking place. Action! With the director's command, Li Ya, a stand-in for the star, jumped from the building amidst the exclamations of the crew below. 2.5 seconds later, he landed steadily on the mat, completing his stunt. Just as he was about to step off the mat, someone behind him called out to him and revealed his true identity in one sentence. Captain of the Special Forces plus bombing expert. A talent like you serving as a stand-in for a star. Don't you think it's a waste of talent? Who are you? Li Ya turned around in an instant, staring intently at the handsome, tall young man not far away, his heart filled with shock and confusion. While Li Ya observed him, Lin Juan also evaluated him. Tall and straight, neither tall nor short, like a pine standing among rocks, displaying both firmness and flexibility. Short hair, slightly messy, but unable to hide the aura of heroism underneath, as if every strand of hair contained an unyielding will. Between the eyebrows, to slanting eyebrows fly into the temples. The eyes deep and bright, sometimes shining with cleverness, sometimes revealing a hint of imperceptible melancholy. A straight nose bridge adding a touch of ruggedness to the face. His skin slightly rough from years of wandering outside, but adding a touch of ruggedness and boldness to his masculinity. His appearance seemed to step out of an ancient martial arts painting, yet exuding a modern urban free and easy vibe. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, I know where the terrorist you're looking for is. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. I have no idea what you're talking about. Li Ya shook his head out of caution and turned to leave. At this moment, Lin Juan calmly said, a person must rely on themselves. Hearing this familiar mantra, Li Ya immediately stopped in his tracks, turning around to stare at Lin Juan. Where is the person who said that? No rush, let's find a quiet place first before we talk. Watching Li Ya take the bait, Lin Juan smiled to himself and walked away. Seeing this, Li Ya gritted his teeth and, driven by a thirst for revenge, he resolutely followed. 2.5 minutes later, a cafe. Just as they sat down at a booth near the French windows, Li Ya couldn't wait and asked, please, tell me, where's the person who said that? Lin Juan remained calm, took a sip of his coffee, and said, let me introduce myself first. I am Lin Juan, currently, the chairman of the Su Group. I approached you mainly to recruit you to work for me. You are talented, at the peak of internal strength as a martial artist and a top special forces soldier. You should have a promising future. But 5 years ago, a group of terrorists led by a doctor stormed a prestigious school, kidnapping dozens of teachers and students, aiming to extort ransom from wealthy parents. And your wife was a teacher at the school, and your daughter was a student. Both became hostages. The terrorists were extremely insane. After getting 15 million in ransom, to ensure their escape, they herded all the hostages into a bus and installed a very complex timed bomb underneath. Upon hearing the news of your wife and daughter's danger, without a second thought, you rushed to the scene with your team. To save your wife, daughter, and all the hostages in the bus, you immediately began defusing the bomb. Through your and your comrades' efforts, the bomb defusing process reached the most dangerous stage. With a red and blue wire, you had to choose which one to cut, in a dilemma. At that moment, the terrorist leader, the doctor, called. It was the first time you made contact. You begged him to tell you which wire to cut. But how could he tell you? Instead, he sneered and mockingly said, a person must rely on themselves, then abruptly hung up. With no other choice, you cut the red wire just before the bomb exploded. However, the bomb still went off. The children on the bus, including your wife and daughter, all tragically perished. This incident was a huge blow to you. You even left the special forces, searching across the country for the doctor's whereabouts, wanting to make those thugs pay with their blood. Lin Juan's calm narration awakened the deepest pain in Li Ji's heart. Recalling the tragedy, the despairing wails of his wife and daughter that day, he was already in tears, trembling all over. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival! Wishing for more power for love. 500 to 135th gifts left. For additional updates, please enjoy the Moon Chapter 543 digs into the wall of Big Uncle again and recruits brother money. Jung Heo Nan. Chapter 543 digs into the wall of Big Uncle again and recruits brother money. Jung Heo Nan. Inside the coffee shop, Li Ya tightly covered his face with both hands, tears continuously streaming down from between his fingers. His body trembled violently, completely immersed in immense pain, unable to extricate himself. I have always been thinking, if that day I cut the blue wire, would the outcome be different? It's all my fault, all my fault. If I had been more decisive at that time, if I had cut the blue wire, perhaps they could have all survived. It's all my fault. Li Ji's voice was filled with self-blame and regret. The painful whisper seemed to be accusing the cruelty of fate. Lin Juan quietly watched all of this, a hint of complexity flashing in his pupils. He knew Li Ya well, growing up in the army since he was a child, with a strong sense of responsibility. These years have been tormented by guilt, living as if dead. The reason he didn't choose to end his own life was entirely because of the burning fire of revenge in his heart. In the original plot, the protagonist Su Fan was the one who got rid of the doctor for him, earning Li Ji's wholehearted loyalty. 2.5 minutes later, when Li Ji's emotions had calmed down a bit, Lin Juan finally revealed the truth. Li Ya, you don't need to blame yourself so much. No matter which wire you chose to cut at that time, the bomb would still explode. At these words, Li Ya suddenly lifted his head, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. What are you saying? How is that possible? Lin Juan sighed softly, explaining, nothing is impossible. Those terrorists are extremely vicious. From the beginning, they never intended for the hostages to survive and get off the vehicle alive. The bomb they set up was simply insoluble. No matter which wire you chose to cut, the result would not have changed. It would have been the same with anyone. Dumbfounded, Li Ya sat still, as if crushed by this sudden truth. His gaze was empty, filled with despair. But he still endured the pain and inquired about the location of the doctor. Regardless, that person must pay with blood for their debts. After thinking for a moment, Lin Juan said, the doctor and his gang are currently in beautiful country. I'm not sure about the specific location, but I received information that they have targeted a batch of priceless jewels domestically. If all goes as planned, they will return to the country during this period. Li Ya, I understand your pain, and I know you want to avenge your wife and daughter. Now I give you a chance to work for me. I will help you find the doctor and his gang of terrorists to make them pay for their blood debts. The deadline is 3 years. After 3 years, I will grant you your freedom. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope gradually returned to Li Ji's eyes. The obsession for revenge expanded recklessly in his heart. Instead of agreeing immediately, he asked tentatively, why are you helping me? This was the most confusing point for Li Ya at the moment. He had never met Lin Juan before. So why did this person have such profound knowledge about him? Because you're a horse that gallops 1,000 miles. And I am your Bolea horse manager who finds and trains good horses. Rest assured, as long as you work for me, I will fulfill my promise. Of course, if you disagree, I won't force you. You can leave now. Lin Juan smiled slightly and handsomely, giving Li Ya the freedom to choose. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ya gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, I agree. I'm willing to do anything as long as I can avenge my wife and daughter. However, I have one condition. That is, I cannot do anything that goes against morals, no illegal activities. That's my principle. Li Ji's words were resolute and powerful, uncompromising on matters of right and wrong. As a former soldier who had vowed solemnly under the national flag when enlisting, it was impossible for him to go against his vow. Of course, I am a law-abiding citizen with good morals. What I like the most is to help the weak and uphold justice. Seeing Li Ya submit, Lin Juan nodded in satisfaction, promising with a smile. Li Ji's sincerity and principles actually pleased him, and there was a look of admiration in his eyes. Then he changed the subject, I plan to open a security company and need a large number of personnel. Can you contact your retired comrades from the army? Although formed as a question, Lin Zhuan knew the answer would be yes. In the plot, after recruiting Li Ya, the protagonist considered the shortage of manpower, so he had Li Ya assemble a team of retired soldiers to handle some minor matters. Lin Zhuan planned to fully explore this opportunity and take over the entire ready-made team. After all, he had the money to support it. The number of people doesn't have to be many. 300 to 500 will do, with the requirement of good skills and strong physique. The compensation. Each person's base salary is tentatively set at 10,000, bonuses and other benefits separate, avoiding the 996 work culture with full social security benefits. I don't lack money. As long as the brothers you bring have the ability and loyalty, we can discuss the salary. In this peaceful era, many soldiers do not have an easy life after retiring. Unless they have connections to help pave the way for good jobs, most retired soldiers can only work as deliverymen, security guards, or in electronic factories. Therefore, the salary and benefits offered by Lin Zhuan were quite appealing to many retired soldiers. Even Li Ya was taken aback. A base salary of 10,000 for one person for 300 to 500 people would amount to at least 3 to 5 million a month. Wealthy people can be extravagant. He worked as a star's body double, earning a hard-working monthly salary of just 5,000, and this new boss was guaranteeing a base salary of 10,000 from the start. Even he was slightly tempted. After all, without money, how can one even handle daily expenses, let alone have time and energy for revenge? Understood, boss. Your terms will definitely appeal to my comrades. By the way, boss, I made a new friend these days. His strength is slightly inferior to mine, but he dares to fight. If you need more manpower, I can introduce him to work for you. Hearing Li Ji's change in address, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but marvel at the power of money. At the same time, he made a guess. The person you're talking about. Is it Zheng Heionan? Lin Zhuan rubbed his chin, speculating. He remembered that in the plot, Li Ya did have a friend whose strength was slightly inferior, but had high martial arts skills. These two individuals couldn't become acquainted without a clash. Zheng Heionan took the money and went to the crew to fight, while the righteous Li Ya wouldn't just stand by, and thus, the two became good friends. Boss, you know about that too. Li Ji's pupils widened, unconsciously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He felt that his new boss was truly dreadful and mysterious. In his presence, he had absolutely no privacy. To this, Lin Zhuan just shrugged with a smile, not offering too much explanation. Not only did he know about this, he also knew that in the underworld, Zheng Heionan had a famous nickname, Brother Money. Chapter 544. Brother Money. I recognize money, not people. Give money, and I'll help you with tasks, even risk my life. Boss, my friend Zheng Heionan from Hong Kong. He's good at everything, except he loves money like his life depends on it. I recognize money, not people. Give money, and I'll help you with tasks, even risk my life. But if you don't offer enough money, well, his attitude might not be so great. After sending a text to his friend, Li Ya hesitated and gave a warning to Lin Zhuan. Implicitly, he implied, a salary of 10,000 probably won't impress him. Lin Zhuan smiled knowingly, a G. When did I say that Zheng Heionan's salary is 10,000? Your capability determines how much you earn. I won't be stingy with talents like you. For example, if your salary is 100,000 and you perform well, I'll increase it next month. 100,000. I didn't hear wrong, did I? My salary is actually 100,000 per month. Li Ya took a sharp breath, his face full of disbelief. He was already satisfied with a salary of 10,000, but the new boss's generosity exceeded his wildest expectations. A bit too much, isn't it, boss? I'm not worth that price. Li Ya scratched his head, looking humble. No, Aji, have confidence. You are absolutely worth it. Work well with me. Bread will come, milk will come, everything will come. From now on, trust your safety to me. Smiling, Lin Zhuan stood up, patted Li Ji's shoulder, and began brainwashing him in a PUA style. However, there was a hint of sincerity in his words. Given Li Ji's abilities and value, being able to recruit him with a monthly salary of a mere 100,000 was a big success. If it wasn't for his overly honest and naive nature, not knowing how to exploit his strengths for profits, Why would Lin Juan even need to recruit him? Don't worry, boss. If anyone wants to harm you in the future, they will have to step over my dead body. On the other side, facing the boss's unwavering trust, Li Ya felt a sudden warmth in his heart, deeply moved. Since his wife and daughter's passing, he couldn't remember the last time he had felt this kind of care from a stranger. He immediately promised earnestly. System notification. Li Ji's loyalty +5, rewarding 1,000 points. System notifications continued to suggest different loyalty levels and how they influence behavior and choices. As Lin Juan listened to the prompt sounds in his mind, he was pleasantly surprised by Li Ji's loyalty score of 75. Considering that they had met for less than an hour, Lin Juan had not expected a loyalty score that high. Military training indeed instilled a higher sense of professionalism. At that moment, a cold and imposing man entered the cafe. Clad in a well-fitted black coat, contrasting with a pristine white shirt, he exuded an irresistible and mysterious aura. Quickly noticing Zhang Heionan's entrance, Lin Juan curiously observed the man walking towards their table. Tall and commanding, exuding an aura of rebelliousness and power, Zhang Heionan's appearance demanded attention, as if every bone in his body harbored an indomitable force. His meticulously groomed short black hair shone like polished ink, silently announcing his resolute and decisive nature. Despite the ruggedness and refinement etched on his face, it bore the traces of time's trials and wisdom. But his most captivating feature was his eyes, deep, sharp, seemingly penetrating the depths of one's soul, akin to distant stars in a cold, wintry night, forbidding and chilling. Chapter 545. Brother Money's Money-Adding Service. Gifts added in general, I have heard Li Ya mention. Let's not waste time. You want me to be your bodyguard? Sure. But let me be clear, I acknowledge money, not people. You give me money, I do the job for you. The more money you give, the more I'll do. Let's highlight fairness, justice, equity. So, how much are you planning to pay me to hire me? Zhang Heionan arrived at the table, casually sitting in front of Lin Juan, getting straight to the point. Straightforward. Work with me for 3 years, base salary 100,000, with benefits, number 996. Lin Juan smirked, summarizing the conditions mentioned to Li Ya once again. Hearing this, Zhang Heionan sneered, 100,000. Ha ha ha. You kidding me? I'm not that stupid like Li Ya. With my skills, I could work as a bodyguard for any top tycoon. The price they offer me is way more than this. HMPH. Wasting my time. If it weren't for Li Ji's sake, I'd demand additional payment to compensate for my expenses coming here. Parking, fuel, loss of work. Li Ya, from now on, if you introduce me to such stingy capitalists, don't blame me for turning my back on them. After saying that, Zhang Heionan, with a stern face, stood up, intending to leave. But the next moment, he froze in place as Lin Juan presented him with an offer he couldn't refuse. I can help you solve the trouble with Zhang Tiansheng. How do you? How do you know I'm in trouble? Did Li Ya tell you? Wait, he doesn't know either. Furrowing his brows, Zhang Heionan sat back down, looking serious. Can you really help me deal with Hong Crossing? What do you mean? Zhang, explain clearly, and don't drag the boss into this. Li Ya, with a perplexed expression, worried about Lin Juan getting involved inadvertently. He knew how much trouble this friend could attract. It's nothing. Lin Juan waved his hand, signaling Li Ya not to worry, then turned to Zhang Heionan with a smile. You accepted a $1 million payment from the East Dragonhead Camel to assassinate Hongxing's Dragonhead, Zhang Tiansheng. Unfortunately, the bodyguards around him were no less skilled than you, and you ultimately failed. Zhang Tiansheng, humiliated, issued a dark flower task, offering $10 million for your head. It's said that many warriors have taken up the task this time, even rumored to have grandmasters targeting you. You must be feeling uneasy now, right? Be it male or female, yin or yang, light or darkness. In this world, everything has dual natures. Beneath the vibrant facade of every city lies some hidden darkness, known as the underworld. Hong Crossing and East Star are two prominent forces in this dark society, engaging in friction due to territorial disputes, leading to the events of hiring killers. In exchange for $1 million, Zhang Heionan took on the task of assassinating Hongxing's Dragonhead, Zhang Tiansheng. Now, with the mission's failure, Not only is he being targeted by dark flowers, but also facing the collective pursuit by Hong Crossing. Who are you, to know so much about me? Shocked by Lin Zhuan's acute understanding of himself, Zheng Heionan widened his eyes, displaying a level of surprise akin to what Li Ya had shown earlier. Me. I'm your future boss. As for the rest, you don't need to know too much. Just remember one thing. Currently, I'm the only one who can help you. So, what's your choice? Lin Zhuan smirked, appearing to ask, but in fact, certain Brother Money would undoubtedly agree to his invitation. Because Zheng Heionan had no other choice. As expected, after just pondering for 2.5 seconds, Zheng Heionan nodded in silence. Life matters. What's money without life? First, let's get through this Hong Crossing obstacle before anything. Seeing Zheng Heionan agreeing to work for him, Lin Zhuan's smirk widened even more. Discovering the underworld of the Magic City and encountering various characters straight out of the movies he watched in his past life, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but feel excited. After all, he was a big fan of Chen Heionan back then. Asterisk ding dong asterisk. Just then, a phone notification interrupted Lin Zhuan's thoughts. Checking the screen, he found a message from Tang Chuan, asking about their whereabouts and informing them about the upcoming land auction. Lin Zhuan realized that the sun had set inadvertently, and it was getting late. Let's go. Starting today, both of you are officially on duty. Accompany me to an auction first. Lin Zhuan settled the bill, leading his newly recruited bodyguards out of the cafe. On the way to the underground garage, he casually glanced at Zheng Heionan's loyalty value, 55. Lin Zhuan. Very well, this basic loyalty value hints at your potential to be a loyal henchman, W. Arriving at the luxury car, Lin Zhuan stopped Li Ya, who was eager to drive, and instead tossed the keys to Zheng Heionan. Anan, you drive. Ding. Zheng Heionan's loyalty -5. Lin Zhuan. Damn. What? -5. Just like that. At this rate, won't he become a mere henchman in no time? In that moment, Lin Zhuan began to question whether accepting Zheng Heionan's decision was the right choice. Boss, I'm only responsible for your protection. Any other services will not involve me. Accepting the keys reluctantly, Zheng Heionan made it clear. Unless you add money. Add as you please. From now on, any additional services, just add. Your boss has plenty of money. Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, saying without much enthusiasm, but what you have to do is focus wholeheartedly on serving your boss. Hearing this, Zheng Heionan's eyes lit up as he took out a mini notebook from his pocket, jotting down. Driving plus $100. I give up. Lin Zhuan was completely speechless. Brother Money's reputation is well deserved. He couldn't be bothered and walked towards the car. But as he approached, Zheng Heionan eagerly moved closer, opening the rear door for Lin Zhuan. Thinking he finally understood, Lin Zhuan sat in the back seat, only to hear, "Boss, opening the car door costs $10, and I've added it for you. Don't worry. My services come with clear pricing, remember it all, and I won't let you down." Watching Zheng Heionan meticulously jot down every service fee in his notebook, Lin Zhuan was at a loss for words. Rolling his eyes, he sighed, Fine. Add all you want. Being a caring boss willing to reward loyal staff, that's me. The boss is generous. In the future, if you ask me to go east, I won't go west. Tell me to chase the dog, I won't catch a chicken." Upon hearing Lin Zhuan's approval to add more money, Zheng Heionan was overjoyed. His service attitude did a complete 180 turn, becoming notably obsequious. He bowed respectfully, noting down in his notebook, closing the car door plus $10, bowing and selling out dignity plus $50. This rapid change in attitude left the other to dumbfounded. Lin Zhuan was about to comment further, but then a series of system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Zheng Heionan's loyalty plus 5. Reward sticker points 1,000. Ding! Zheng Heionan's loyalty plus 5. Reward sticker points 1,000. Ding! Zheng Heionan's loyalty plus 5. Reward sticker points 1,000. Ding! Zheng Heionan's loyalty plus 5. Reward sticker points 1,000. Oh, what the? Adding money increases loyalty. Seriously. Just where did Brother Money grow up to hold such a strong fixation on money? No wonder in the original storyline, he kept shouting "add money" even on the verge of death. Nevertheless, Lin Juan wasn't short of money at the moment, and he didn't lose in this deal. Not to mention the rewards of those sticker points were priceless. So, you like adding money, huh? Fine, add. WW being wealthy means being willful. Make me add until I'm broke. Today is my birthday. Can I get a congratulations on your birthday sticker with pride and joy now? Chapter 546. The auction officially begins. Lin Juan and Huo Qixin's final confrontation. It's 8 o'clock at night. In the Magic City Hall, the official land auction hosted by the government is about to take place. This large-scale auction covers over 20 undeveloped prime locations in the city, attracting a large number of real estate businessmen. At the entrance, luxury cars have long been parked. Wuling Hongwang Miniv, BYD F3, Baojin 310, Toyota Corolla, Haval H6, Nissan X-Trail, Chang'an CS75 Plus, Chang'an Benben E-Star, Cherry QQ Ice Cream, Geely Coolray X3, and many others. Countless elegantly dressed celebrities and wealthy individuals gather, chatting and laughing as they enter the city hall. Click, click. There are also many paparazzi and reporters carrying cameras around to capture videos with flashlights flashing constantly. Roar! At that moment, more than a dozen colorful Tesla Model 3 vehicles burst onto the scene, attracting the attention of everyone present. What's going on? Who is that? Such a grand entrance? Isn't that the Huo family's convoy? Didn't they offend some big shots and have been under siege by major forces, making life difficult lately? Are the top members of the Huo family all here together? Wow, is that Huo Qixin? How did he end up looking so twisted and devious? Talent is envied by the heavens. I once interviewed him, and I still remember his arrogant demeanor. To take advantage of the gathering of high society figures, to showcase the current strength of the Huo family, and to intimidate the lurking hostile forces. Today, apart from Huo Qixin, more than 10 senior members of the Huo family, including Huo Tingfeng, all dressed in neat suits, arrived together. When they appeared confidently in public view, many real estate colleagues couldn't help but show respect, setting aside their initial disdain. Rumors about the decline of the Huo family are now debunked. The reporters, like cats smelling blood, quickly realized this was a great news story. They surrounded the Huo family members with cameras, firing away with various sharp questions. Chairman Huo, there are rumors that the Huo family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Is this true? Is everyone in the Huo family healthy? Why does only Huo Deshao exhibit throwback characteristics? Is it karma for his overbearing behavior? Will Huo Qixin never be cured? Will he forever be stuck with that twisted and devious appearance? With the future inheritor of the Huo family having this strange condition, does the Huo family have no plans to change the heir? The Huo family members, initially joyful and enjoying the limelight, gradually turned dark-faced under the sharp questioning from the journalists. Especially Huo Qixin, who was confined to a wheelchair, had a twisted and helpless expression. He could sense the scrutinizing gazes around him, even from his own Huo family members, whose eyes showed a hint of disdain, as if they felt his appearance was tarnishing the family's reputation. Damn bastards! Letting others go is one thing, but how dare you look at me with such eyes as fellow members of the Huo family? If not for my painstaking efforts, how could the Huo family have had such a miraculous opportunity? I am the hero of the entire Huo family. A man of great ancestors. Ha! After this auction is over, once everything settles, I must reorganize the entire Huo family, establishing my sole authority. I, Huo Qixin, am the master of the Huo family, the uncrowned king of the Magic City, the god of the entire world. As Chairman Huo delved into his own fantasies, Huo Tingfeng had already prepared his words and stood up as a representative, smiling elegantly towards the cameras and microphones. My son, Qixin, possesses the wealth of a billionaire. He is the sole inheritor of our Huo family, and that will never change. As for his illness, modern medicine is so advanced that he will surely recover and heal soon. As the saying goes, heaven has bestowed a great task upon this person, first tormenting his heart and mind, tiring his muscles and bones, starving his skin and body. I believe this is a small trial given to my son by the heavens. It won't defeat him, but will only make him stronger. As for the minor troubles encountered by the Huo family recently, I just want to say, let the storm come even stronger. Nearby, the rest of the Huo family members nodded in agreement, showing support for their chairman. No matter what they truly felt deep down, they needed to appear united outwardly. Because they all shared the Huo surname, having a symbiotic relationship where one success meant everyone's success and vice versa. The united front displayed by the Huo family group indeed made those present subconsciously reluctant to provoke them. Achieving their goal, Huo Tingfeng smiled in satisfaction, ready to continue showing off when, not far away, a low-key black Maybach arrived. As the back door opened, a strikingly handsome young man got out of the car, immediately catching the admiring gazes of all the women present. Wow, who is this person? So damn good-looking. His looks rival those of Takeshi Kaneshiro. Isn't this the lucky son-in-law of the Su family? Why is he here? The Su family primarily deals in the pharmaceutical industry, so what's the connection to real estate? Could the Su group be planning something big? Are they entering the real estate industry? Let's go. Hurry and interview him. The Su family, with products like Beauty Pill, is now thriving and has a bright future. If the Su group intends to venture into real estate, they will surely be a formidable force in the industry. With curiosity and gossip driving them, the reporters quickly moved away from Huo Tingfeng and headed towards Linjuan. The Huo family members were left dumbfounded, watching as the crowd's attention shifted from them to Linjuan. They were left with their once proud smiles frozen on their faces. Damn it! Beasts! In his wheelchair, Huo Qichen was furious, his face contorting with anger, swearing internally. He despised Linjuan to the core. The moment he appeared, all the attention shifted to him, a crime unforgivable. Especially with Huo Qichen's current half-dead appearance contrasting with Linjuan's radiance, his feelings of inferiority grew uncontrollably. Realizing this, his hatred towards Linjuan escalated to unprecedented levels. He loathed him so much that he desired to tear him apart, to drink his blood, to crush his bones to ashes. Chapter 547 started with a bang, capturing the potential plot of land labeled as a right at the entrance of the city hall. Once Linjuan got out of the car, he immediately spotted Huo Qichen and others not far away. A mischievous smile unconsciously curved his lips. The show was about to begin. And at this moment, a swarm of reporters also gathered around, carrying cameras and equipment. They started chattering and conducting interviews with flashing lights non-stop. Click, click. Mr. Lin, why did you come to this auction? Is it true that the Su group is planning to enter the real estate market? I heard that your father, Lin Jianjun, was sent to prison by you. Is that true? Why are you so unfilial? As a son-in-law, what kind of life are you leading in the Su family? Is it true that you are just a puppet they put up? Mr. Lin, why isn't Miss Su accompanying you? Are you just a superficial couple? Or is it true that Miss Su has really gone missing? Why did you go on a sightseeing trip and come back alone? Are you trying to seize the assets of the Su group by using foul means? Mr. Lin, rumors say that you and the song god L, who acquired the Lin group, are good friends. Can you reveal some information about L? Listening to the rapid-fire questions from the reporters, Linjuan always maintained a smile, upholding the principle of no comment. He knew the power of journalism very well. No matter how he answered, these reporters would twist his words and take things out of context for sensationalism. Therefore, Linjuan couldn't be bothered to engage with these journalists. However, basic etiquette still needed to be maintained. He smiled apologetically at the reporters in front of him and said, "Sorry, the auction is about to start. I'm in a hurry. Please make way. If you have any questions, you can directly contact our group's public relations department for detailed answers." Upon hearing this, the reporters looked unwilling, still trying to approach and interrogate. But the quick-witted Li Ya and another person swiftly isolated the reporters and escorted Linjuan towards the city hall entrance. Passing by Bazong's side, Linjuan wore a mocking expression and exaggeratedly said, "Wow, isn't this my brother Chen? I envy you for being able to sit openly in a wheelchair unlike me, having to healthy a body to walk only with both legs, so tiring. Ah." Linjuan looked regretful, casting an envious glance at Bazong. However, anyone with normal intelligence could see that he was intentionally mocking him. So bold Huo Qichen's face turned grim, his eyes staring fiercely at Linjuan. On the side, The rest of the Huo family also glared angrily at Lin Juan, scolding him to show some respect to their young master. "Mr. Lin, speak carefully. Beware of causing trouble with your words." "Humph! The Huo family is not to be trifled with. Apologize immediately to my son Qichen, or bear the consequences. Anyone who insults my Huo family will be punished, no matter how far away. A wise man knows the times. It's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy, right? If Mr. Lin is a smart person, I suggest you kneel down and apologize immediately." In the face of threats and intimidation from the Huo family, Lin Juan subconsciously clicked his tongue, silently sneering. Then, he scratched his ear, completely ignoring them as he walked into the city hall. This blatant act of defiance instantly infuriated Huo Tingfeng and the others, their faces turning livid. One Mediterranean man couldn't contain his anger and even spat a thick green spit in Lin Juan's direction. "Disgusting! Just a freeloading son-in-law. Once out of the Su family, he's nothing. What's with the arrogance? Uncle, don't let this kind of person ruin your health. Not worth it." Although Huo Qichen was also furious, he maintained a calm appearance. The first thing to do is to secure that land. When our Huo family is on the right track and successful, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. My son is right. Spare the rod and spoil the child. He's just a son-in-law. We have many ways to deal with him. Indeed, if Su Laoto is not senile, he wouldn't oppose my Huo family for an outsider. That's true. Once our Huo family rises, we'll soar to great heights. The Su family is just a blink of an eye to be extinguished. Let's go in. The auction is about to begin. Soon, the self-satisfied Huo clan members regained their arrogant and triumphant demeanor. With heads held high, they confidently strode into the city hall with an air of superiority. In the auction venue, many business elites were whispering to each other, creating a buzzing atmosphere. Lin Juan had just entered when his gaze immediately swept towards Ma Yingsh, who was representing the Lin group. Their eyes briefly met and quickly parted, a seemingly natural interaction that would have misled anyone into thinking they had a superior-subordinate relationship. And that was Lin Juan's intention. He planned to push Ma Yingsh into the spotlight as a puppet figurehead, leading the Lin group to acquire the plot of land for joint development. 2.5 minutes later, the auction officially began. A gracefully dressed woman in a red cheongsam walked up to the platform with a warm smile. "Dear investors, real estate developers, thank you all for coming from afar. This auction is organized by the city officials. Adhering to the principles of fairness, justice, and equity, the lands being auctioned today have been detailed in the promotional brochures. Now, let's formally begin the first auction of the day. This is a plot of land located in the northwest suburbs of the Magic City, evaluated as having a potential with an area of up to 20,000 mu. It sits right on the city's golden axis of development, making it well-positioned to inherit the profound background and cultural heritage of the old city area, while seamlessly connecting to the vibrancy of the emerging commercial district. The transportation network is well-connected, interweaving subways, buses, and highways into a web that tightly links every corner of the city, blurring the boundaries of time and distance. Here, the convergence of people, goods, and information forms a sea, laying a solid foundation for future business prosperity. With the gradual advancement of urban planning, this plot of land is likely to be developed into a comprehensive area integrating commercial, residential, cultural, and entertainment facilities. At that time, it will not only lead the way in the city's development, but also become the new business card of the city, attracting the attention of investors from home and abroad. I boldly predict, within 3 years at most, skyscrapers will rise here, bright and lively, with commercial activities day and night. It will also reserve a peaceful place, allowing people moments of tranquility in their fast-paced lives. In short, the future of this plot of land is like a magnificent scroll unfolding slowly, with each stroke containing infinite potential and every step taken at the pulse of the times. It is the city's dream and the beginning of a new vision, waiting for discerning individuals to work together to create brilliance and paint a beautiful future blueprint for the city. All right, enough talking. Please bid enthusiastically. Don't miss this rare opportunity. Starting price 3 billion. Begin. It must be said that as an auctioneer, the woman on the platform was vastly competent, her words flowing smoothly as she hyped up the audience. Nevertheless, most of the people present were seasoned professionals. They had heard similar sales pitches countless times before, so their expressions varied. Some were uninterested, some were enthusiastic, and some were cautiously observing. Only Lin Juan had a smile on his lips, sitting up unconsciously. He never expected that the opening bid would be a king bomb. The first item up for auction was the future site of the University City, a must-have. Chapter 548. Dust Settles, Acquiring Billions Worth of Land. Wife Abused for Losing Weight. Chapter 548. Dust Settles, Acquiring Billions Worth of Land. Wife Abused for Losing Weight, starting bid at 3 billion. Let's begin. The Cheongsam-clad female auctioneer's voice had just fallen, and various bidding voices began to sound below the platform. 3 billion, 10 million. 3.2 billion. 3.3 billion. Among the audience, interested developers began to make offers, the competition intensifying. Everyone present was astute businesspeople, with 99% of them having consulted professional real estate appraisers before attending the auction. They had conducted in-depth investigations and research analyses on the land up for auction today, making the most professional evaluations. After all, investments of tens or hundreds of billions were no joke. If they made a loss, the company would undoubtedly suffer, and if the funding chain were to break, major problems would arise. Therefore, they all knew which land had potential, which was useless, and which was suitable for commercial areas or holiday estates. The capitalists present had already made up their minds and had a psychological price point. For example, the first piece of land being auctioned today was considered very promising by many developers, with professional evaluations ranging around 50 billion. This is the land that boss instructed must be acquired. On the high platform, Ma Ying squinted his eyes, a look of determination flashing in his pupils. However, he did not immediately make an offer but planned to wait until the other bidders finished before making a final decision. Meanwhile, about a dozen seats to his right and behind, members of the Huo family were leisurely observing the fierce competition in the auction house. 4 billion. Suddenly, Huo Tingfeng hesitated for a moment, raised his paddle, and called out the bid, instantly drawing curious gazes from his kinsman. Based on the investigation results from the intelligence department, the future prospects of this land are very good. I have high hopes for it. If we can acquire it, we will definitely not lose money. Besides, apart from us, no one knows the true value of the potential landee. When that land is finally sold, the price could be 95% lower than a new high. We can entirely use the remaining money to make some new value investments, ensuring profits without losses. Huo Tingfeng's explanation seemed reasonable to the rest of the family members, and they all nodded in agreement. They were all elite figures in the real estate industry and could naturally discern the value of this land. In all honesty, the Huo family had initially conducted comprehensive research and analysis from various aspects. After pinpointing the location for the University City project, the land currently being auctioned was deemed the most probable, viable, and suitable for development. Had it not been for their young master's strategic acumen and acquiring confidential information, discovering an alternative site for the University City project, the Huo family would surely have mobilized their entire clan to bid for the potential land and seize the soaring opportunity. However, at present, they could take it or leave it. Holding a mindset of not losing money, they would bid if they could acquire it, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. The current attitude of the Huo family members was one akin to the world is asleep while I am awake, observing their peers bidding fervently, as if watching fools. 4.5 billion. 4.6 billion. 4.61 billion. As the bidding prices continued to rise, there were fewer and fewer developers participating in the bidding. Eventually, only a few sporadic individuals remained calling out bids. Seeing this, Huo Tingfeng smiled confidently, raised his paddle, and shouted, 5 billion. The 5 billion bid had surpassed the psychological price point of most people present. The few remaining competitors subconsciously furrowed their brows, pondered for a moment, and eventually chose to give up on bidding. It's settled. Huo Qichen, slumped in the wheelchair, declared with authority. The rest of the Huo family members also looked arrogant, believing that no one dared to offend their family at this moment. Just when everyone thought that the great land would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Huo family. 6 billion. Following the boss's instructions, Ma Yingzhe decisively raised his paddle, his tone calm. Originally intending to gradually increase the bid by the lowest 10 million, thus saving money for his boss, Ma Yingzhe unexpectedly faced criticism. This is too narrow-minded. The Lin Group has just risen. They must create a strong presence to make other forces wary of us. Under Lin Zhuan's covert command, Ma Yingzhe then announced the sky-high bid of 6 billion. The effect was remarkable, instantly attracting the attention of the entire room, sparking a wave of discussions. Damn! Who's that? So powerful, raising the price by 10 billion all at once. Isn't this amount already beyond the limit of this land's value? They don't treat money as money. Isn't that Ma from the Lin Group? It seems like the Lin Group is planning to enter the real estate industry. The ultimate power behind the Lin Group is that mysterious god of songs L, right? Chapter 549. Brother Jia Qian shows loyalty. Boss, you are the best in my eye. Chapter 549. Brother Jia Qian shows loyalty. Boss, you are the best in my eyes. 60 billion. Lin Group bid 60 billion. Are there any higher bids? 60 billion for the first time. 60 billion for the second time. 60 billion for the third time. Sold. Let's congratulate Mr. Ma from Lin Group for winning an invaluable piece of land. Let's hear the applause. With the final hammer strike, the beautiful Qipao auctioneer excitedly cheered and clapped vigorously. That's a whopping 60 billion, right? She could earn a decent commission from this. How could she not be excited? Clap, clap, clap. In the auction hall, applause thundered, lasting for a long time. Regardless of what people were really thinking, at least they were giving face to Lin Group on the surface. After all, businessmen prioritize profits. A little flattery now could potentially lead to more lucrative deals in the future. Why not do it? Congratulations, Mr. Ma. You're amazing. Impressive, Mr. Ma. How about we have a drink together after the auction? There's a chance to collaborate and get rich together, Mr. Ma. Facing the praises of many wealthy individuals, Ma Yingzhe, who was full of emotional intelligence, smiled and stood up, politely responding. Nearby, as the land had been successfully auctioned off, Lin Zhuan felt relieved, and when he looked towards the direction of the Huo family, his eyes were filled with a mischievous glint. On the other hand, Li Ya and the others were shocked by this multi-billion-dollar deal. They had never seen this much money before. Especially Zhang Heionan, he was drooling with greed, hoping to make the 60 billion his own. Oh my god! The 60 billion was just bid like that. Lin Group is really loaded with cash. Bidding starting at tens of billions. And these people here are just bidding for a piece of land. Damn capitalists. If I could get my hands on the owner behind Lin Group, I'd tie him up and demand a ransom of 100 billion directly. At worst, once I get the money, I'll immediately flee abroad, retire, marry 10 or 8 foreign girls, find an uninhabited island, and live out the rest of my life elegantly. Zhang Heionan exuded a strong air of recklessness, his face full of dreams. He was almost ready to start making wishes. Look at you. What a pathetic appearance. Lin Zhuan had black lines on his forehead. He chuckled and scolded Brother Jia Qian. Zhang Heionan then realized that he seemed to have unintentionally scolded the new boss just now, so he quickly tried to please and apologize. Boss, I wasn't scolding you. You are different from those damn capitalists. You let me earn more, with full benefits. You are undoubtedly an exceptional boss that one rarely comes across. I pledge to be loyal to you for the rest of my life. During Brother Jia Qian's outburst of loyalty on the high platform, the Qipao female auctioneer had already consecutively auctioned off several pieces of promising land. During this time, Lin Zhuan did not let old Ma bid again. On one hand, 60 billion was not a small amount. He did not want to tie up too much cash flow, leading to difficulties in the company's turnover. On the other hand, the return on investment for the other plots of land was not high enough, and Lin Zhuan did not see the small profits as worth it. Moreover, cutting off other people's financial paths was like killing their parents. Lin Group was already high-profile enough. When you eat meat, you have to leave some soup for others. There was no need to show a displeasing appearance and invite others' dissatisfaction and jealousy. In contrast, Huo Tingfeng bid on several good pieces of land. 2.5 minutes later, the Huo family collectively sat up straight, excited expressions on their faces, because the target they had been waiting for had finally appeared. As night fell and the lights came on, in a magnificent auction hall, the crowd was buzzing, the atmosphere tense and lively. On the high platform, a woman dressed in an exquisite kippah, like a beauty stepping out of old times, graceful and charming. She wore a deep dark green kippah embroidered with delicate golden cloud patterns. As she gently opened her lips, her voice sounded like heavenly music resonating in the hall. Respected guests, I will now present to you the final and most precious piece of land. The kippah female auctioneer slightly turned sideways, elegantly pointing to the enormous screen behind her. On the screen, the magnificent scenery of that piece of land was instantly displayed. Please take a look. Although this piece of land is located in a remote area, it has convenient transportation connections in all directions. The surrounding facilities are all complete, whether it's high-end shopping malls, star-rated hotels, quality schools, or large hospitals, they are all within easy reach. This place will be the future commercial center, where wealth gathers. As the kippah female auctioneer explained, the big screen started playing a meticulously crafted promotional video. Every frame was so beautiful that it took people's breath away, as if it had already revealed the future's prosperous scenes to everyone. This piece of land is vast in size, with irregular terrain. Whether for building high-end office buildings, luxury residences, or large commercial complexes, it has unlimited possibilities. Imagine, here you can create a landmark building for the city, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, the area where this land is located has enormous development potential. The government strongly supports it, with continuous preferential policies. In the future, this place will be the new growth pole of the economy. The return on investment is immeasurable. The kippah female auctioneer's voice was passionate and infectious, as if she wanted to show everyone the brilliance of the future. Following that, the auction hammer in her hand was raised high, as if striking the door of wealth. Now, I declare, this precious piece of land, with a starting price of 10 billion, is officially up for auction. Unfortunately, as the hammer fell heavily, an extremely embarrassing situation occurred for the auctioneer. Despite her enthusiastic description and the imagined scene of the auction hall erupting with competition and rising bids, the reality was that the audience below fell silent, the many developers looking at her as if she were a fool. Damn it! These auctioneers nowadays lack morality. They are even more shameless than us capitalists. Exactly. How dare they bring out this grady trash land to sell? And they actually have the audacity to boast about it and spout nonsense so seriously. Do they think we're all fools? Is this land really so amazing that it can start at only 10 billion? At least 50 billion is the minimum. Damn it! I'm tired of the same rhetoric, just to deceive some naive fools who don't know anything. Wait! Every year there will be brainless fools getting hooked, stupidly bidding for it, and then losing everything, going bankrupt and jumping off buildings. Chapter 550 Lin Zhuan makes a move, participates in bidding. Huo family bankruptcy plan. In the luxurious auction hall, the atmosphere was not as enthusiastic as the Changsam beauty auctioneer had hoped. The developers looked at each other, with a hint of mockery and disdain in their eyes. They had long investigated and knew that this grady wasteland was nothing but a pit, devoid of any value. The so-called prime location and complete facilities were just empty boasts in their eyes. In the VIP seat, an elderly man in a suit shook his head slightly, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Hey, this auctioneer is really bold. We all know very well the situation of this land. It's not as good as she claims. A wealthy businessman next to him nodded in agreement. Exactly. Does she think we are fools? This land is a swamp field, impossible to build on, absolutely worthless. Starting bid of 10 billion? It's simply a fairy tale. The businessmen started discussing, their voices not loud but filled with contempt for the auctioneer. The Changsam beauty auctioneer on the platform felt a slight freeze in her smile, but quickly regained her composure. She cleared her throat, trying to once again pique the interest of the real estate developers. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your concerns, she began. But please, think carefully. The potential of this land is immense. Although it may not look ideal now, anyone with vision and courage can see its future value. However, her persuasive words failed to sway anyone present. The developers remained unmoved, and no one raised their paddles to bid. The auction hall fell into an awkward silence. Business people don't act without profit. Knowing full well that this was a lost cause like throwing a meat bun to a dog, never to see it again, did she really think she could fool them into parting with their money? Ridiculous! Seeing this, the Cheongsam-clad auctioneer began to panic inwardly. She realized this auction was highly likely to end without a sale. Yet, unwilling to give up, she bit her lip and decided to make one last attempt, ramping up her sales pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, the planning for the surrounding area is already underway. According to insider information, the province is considering investing in a massive billion-dollar project here. In the near future, this area could become the city's core. Investing in this land now is like securing the key to future wealth. Unfortunately for her, no matter how passionately she spoke, the audience's response remained lukewarm. Just as she sighed in resignation, ready to declare the auction over, 10 billion and 100 million. A voice, clear as a bell, rang out. It was music to her ears, and her joy was beyond words. Not just her, everyone present was stunned by the bid. Heads turned to see who the fool was that made such an offer. To their surprise, it was none other than Huo family's patriarch Nicholas TSE. Whoa, what's going on? Of all people, Nicholas TSE. The Huo family specializes in real estate. Don't they know this plot is essentially a swamp, useless for development? Something's off. TSE is no fool. He's a shrewd old fox who wouldn't engage in a losing deal. Could there be some hidden value in this land we're unaware of? Maybe we've underestimated it. Could this plot actually hold potential? No way. I'm 95% sure it's worthless. I sent professional appraisers to inspect it. This Grady plot is unsuitable for construction. 10 billion is already an inflated price. Looks like TSE miscalculated. It's amusing to see a veteran real estate tycoon fall for a dud. Ha ha. Shh, keep it down. If the Huo family hears this, we'll be in trouble. The wealthy attendees each had their own thoughts about the Huo family's unusual behavior. Some said something was off, but most believed Nicholas TSE had made a mistake. They cast mocking glances his way, including Lin Zhuan, whose smirk deepened with amusement. As for the Huo family, they were well aware of the murmurs and mocking gazes around them. But they didn't care. In fact, they felt secretly pleased, adopting a "they mock me for being foolish. I laugh because they don't understand mindset. Laugh all you want. The harder you laugh now, the more you'll regret it later. They thought smugly. Once the University Town project kicks off, you'll all be crawling to curry favor with us. Very well, Mr. TSE has bid 10 billion and 100 million. Any higher offers? The Cheongsam auctioneer, now relieved that the auction wouldn't end in failure, became visibly excited. She tried to stir up the crowd, hoping to drive the price even higher. Unfortunately, the shrewd business people in the room weren't about to risk their money. Even those who suspected there might be more to this plot than meets the eye wouldn't gamble billions on mere speculation. Seeing this, the auctioneer, though slightly disappointed, accepted that no one else would bid. At least the auction didn't fail outright, and she felt content. Preparing to wrap things up, she announced, "All right, it seems other bidders lack the confidence. 10 billion and 100 million, going once, going twice, 20 billion. A calm, indifferent voice suddenly broke the silence, shocking everyone into stunned silence before the room erupted in chaos. Chapter 551. Lin Zhuan vs. Zi Tingfeng, the escalating price war. 20 billion. This voice was like thunder on a flat ground, booming in the luxurious auction hall. In an instant, the whole place fell into a deathly silence, as if even the air had frozen in that moment. Everyone was stunned by this sudden bid, eyes all turning to the source of the voice on the elevated platform. The kipao-clad beautiful auctioneer's mouth hung open wide, as if it could fit an egg. The auction hammer, already prepared to be brought down, was frozen in mid-air, her eyes filled with astonishment. 20 billion? Is there a bidder offering 20 billion and is there an even higher bid? The beautiful auctioneer struggled to repeat the number, her voice trembling with disbelief. This wasn't just a doubling of the price, but a subversive twist in the entire situation, enough to become a hot topic in the real estate industry after dinner conversations. Spending 20 billion for a recognized wasteland. This was unheard of. In the VIP seats, the wealthy elites who were just gossiping and enjoying the show moments ago. They all widened their eyes, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They looked at each other, seemingly asking if they had misheard. How is this possible? Shooting up to 20 billion in an instant? Who is so bold? dare to bid so wildly after the Huo family's bid? A wealthy lady in a gorgeous evening gown muttered to herself. Beside her, a middle-aged tycoon suddenly stood up, staring fiercely in the direction of the bid, trying to identify this mysterious bidder. Who? Who made the bid? How? How is this possible? How could that piece of land be worth 20 billion? Could there be some unknown twists in this? Madness! This is insane! Absolutely insane! 20 billion for a piece of wasteland. Who could have such deep pockets? Developers, once they came to their senses, all wore expressions of shock and astonishment on their faces. At the same time, whispers and discussions filled the air. As for the members of the Huo family, at this moment, the triumphant expressions on their faces had vanished without a trace. Instead, there was 3 parts of shock, 3 parts of anger, and 4 parts of bewildered confusion. Who dares to go against my Huo family? Are they out of their minds? Especially Huo Tingfeng, who had just made a bid, his face darkened as if water could drip from it, his eyes flashing with raging anger. The other party didn't bid until after he did. Isn't this intentionally targeting them? And something that could have been acquired for 10 billion for no reason has now doubled in value. Who wouldn't be furious? This is no small amount. In the blink of an eye, shouting out 10 billion, it's gone. Who wouldn't feel heartbroken? That bastard! In a wheelchair, Huo Qichen, with his face twisted in anger, teeth gritted, his face fierce, completely losing his usual refined demeanor in front of strangers, just because he saw the nuisance who dared to thwart the good plans of the Huo family. To him, a thorn in his eye and a thorn in his flesh. Lin Juan. The hatred of obstructing money and stealing his wife. His face full of grimness. He hated the thought of slicing Lin Juan to pieces, not giving him a chance to live or die. In this suffocating silence, Lin Juan sat calmly in his seat, a faint smile on his face, as if what he just called out wasn't an astronomical number, but an insignificant small figure. Lin Kid, what do you mean by disregarding ethics in martial arts? Is it because of me personally, or against the Huo family? Deliberately targeting us, I advise you to take that back. Seeing the culprit's carefree look, Huo Tingfeng couldn't hold back his anger and slammed the table, standing up and furious at Lin Juan. Beside him, the anger of the Huo family members was ignited in an instant. They stared fiercely at Lin Juan, their eyes filled with anger and hostility. But Lin Juan was unmoved. He raised his eyes slightly, looked calmly at Huo Tingfeng, and slowly said, "In an auction, the highest bidder wins." Where does the intentional targeting come in? The reason I participated in the bidding was purely because I believed this piece of land was worth the price. If Director Huo feels the price is not right, he can give up bidding. After all, it's just a grady piece of land, isn't it? The main reason Lin Juan appeared here tonight was to squeeze dry the Huo family. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to be here at all, leaving everything to Ma Ying's to handle. But he didn't want the Huo family to achieve their goals too easily. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to drain the other party's cash flow and crush the Huo group when the land boomed. Facing Lin Juan's deliberate provocations, Huo Tingfeng clenched his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. But how could he reveal the true value of the land? In order not to arouse the suspicion of other developers and invite unnecessary trouble, he pretended to be stubborn, laughing arrogantly. "Humph! Don't get too cocky. My Huo family may not have much else, but we have money. If we set our sights on something, we won't allow others to touch it. Therefore, this piece of land, my Huo family has secured it." As Huo Tingfeng's voice fell, the atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became tense. At this moment, the Qipao-clad beautiful auctioneer, also recovering from shock, felt a surge of excitement. She never thought that this auction would bring unexpected surprises. She knew that tonight she might witness an unprecedented fierce competition. 20 billion once. 20 billion twice. Any higher bids? The Qipao-clad beautiful auctioneer's voice trembled slightly as she raised the auction hammer, deliberately delaying its descent. Her gaze swept back and forth between Huo Tingfeng and Lin Juan, anticipating the next round of bidding between the two. 21 billion. As expected, the restrained Huo Tingfeng couldn't hold back and made a bid. In any case, the Huo family couldn't let go of this piece of land. They had to secure it. Well. Director Huo bid 21 billion. 21 billion for the first time. 21 billion for the second time. Any higher? Before the auctioneer on the stage could finish, Lin Zhuan calmly raised his paddle. 22 billion. You. 23 billion. 25 billion. 26 billion. 30 billion. 30 billion and 10 million. Chapter 552. Emptying the family treasury. The domineering families all in gamble. What the heck? Are these two crazy? Just for a moment of impulse, they actually threw away billions for nothing? How is that possible? We are all adults. Would we really act impulsively just because of a moment of anger? I suspect there's some insider information that we are not aware of. That Grady land may have some hidden secrets. Should we also participate in the bidding? It feels unreliable to make decisions based on speculation. One wrong move and we could end up losing everything. That shouldn't be. I remember there's a swamp under that piece of land. It's not suitable for construction at all. It seems like the Su family group has been making a fortune lately with products like the beauty pills. That kid from the Su family was bidding without batting an eye, raising the price by 4 or 5 billion each time. I suspect we might see a record-breaking price today. If only this was a piece of worthless land. Spending so much money on a piece of land without value might leave a lasting stain in the real estate industry. Let's bid. I love this kind of impulsive bidding. It feels oddly satisfying. Heh. In the auction hall, many developers listened to the competitive bidding with a strange expression, each with their own thoughts. Most of them, enjoying the spectacle, eagerly anticipated a more intense price war. Who would come out on top, the powerful Huo family or the seemingly audacious Su family? A small group of clever individuals silently speculated on Lin Zhuan's true intentions. They couldn't understand why he suddenly raised the prices intentionally and triggered a bidding war with the Huo family. Did this land truly hold some unknown potential value, or was there some other hidden agenda at play? Surely it couldn't be just because of an impulsive decision or a personal grudge, right? Are we dealing with toddlers here? On the other side, the members of the Huo family remained poker-faced, silently cursing Lin Zhuan for his audacity. Some high-ranking Huo family members started feeling a bit anxious as well. They had already investigated the fact that Grady land with swamps underneath was unsuitable for construction. When they found out that the location of the University City project was here, they had whispered among themselves privately. However, considering Grady land was considered useless by many developers, they thought they could easily acquire it with a few targeted bids. Even if problems arose along the way, the Huo family's resources could handle it. But now, with Lin Zhuan's interference, the price to acquire this land had skyrocketed, potentially draining the Huo family's liquid funds in one go. If Huo Qixin's information had even the slightest error, the Huo family would plunge into an irredeemable abyss and become a laughingstock and a cautionary tale in the real estate industry. 50 billion. Huo Tingfeng's face turned red as he roared. As the bidding escalated, the pressure on him increased exponentially. He understood the worries of his family members, but now the die had been cast. He had to continue. It was a dilemma, and he silently prayed that Lin Zhuan would be scared off soon. Unfortunately, a light and airy 55 billion shattered his hopes completely, almost making him grind his teeth to pieces. Gayara LW. Sitting in his wheelchair, Huo Qixin's breathing quickened, his forehead bulging with veins as he cursed Lin Zhuan, wishing to tear him apart. He couldn't fathom why the man was willing to spend billions to acquire a worthless piece of land just to challenge the Huo family. Was he not afraid of losing all his investments? Or did he somehow know the true value of the Grady land? With these thoughts, Huo Qixin suddenly realized the real reason behind Lin Zhuan's actions, to retaliate against the Huo family and potentially uncover the secrets of the Grady land. Considering Lin Zhuan's recent closeness to the Tang family, whom he had previously clashed with, it all started to make sense. Father, let me explain. When Huo Qixin earnestly revealed his conclusions, the entire Huo family was shaken, but then suddenly enlightened. At that moment, the Huo clan collectively understood everything. Indeed, this explanation was flawless and reasonable. I knew there was something fishy here. This explains the motives behind the young brat's actions. To use the trust of family members to steal information for personal gain, he's lower than a despicable swine. Fortunately, the young patriarch is wise and instantly understood the whole situation. Nevertheless, this just confirms the accuracy of the information. We must secure this invaluable Grady land, and not let that scoundrel reap the benefits. Darn it! If only we hadn't bid on other properties earlier, we wouldn't be in a financial pinch now. I fear I may not be able to outbid that youngster in the price war. There's no way out. Huo siblings, for the prosperity of our family, passed down through generations. I propose each person contributes individually, and together we gather the funds. We must win this piece of land. It's crucial for the Huo family. In times of trouble, every individual has a responsibility. Correct. Obtaining this precious land will surely bring back returns many times over in the future. This is just an investment in advance. A stitch in time saves 9. To raise enough funds for bidding, Huo Tingfeng made a commitment on the spot, presenting a bold plan. The Huo clan, blessed or burdened, shared the same fate. Soon, all the Huo clan members present generously offered their help. From personal savings, retirement funds, and available accounts, everything that could be contributed was pooled together. With the combined effort of the entire Huo family, they gathered 15 billion. Add that to the company's remaining 55 billion in liquid assets, as long as it didn't exceed 70 billion. They believed they could handle it. They simply couldn't believe that the Su family, a newly risen group, had resources deeper than the Huo family. 60 billion. With the injection of new funds, Huo Tingfeng felt a surge of confidence. Standing up, he roared to the heavens, preparing to go head-to-head with Lin Zhuan. Kid, if you have the guts, keep up. We Huo family have a century-old heritage, our depth is unfathomable, and we have never feared anyone. Chapter 553 Lin Zhuan pressing step by step, borrowing from the Huo family, who offered a bid of 60 billion using high-interest loans, echoed in the auction house. Inside the city hall, the atmosphere suddenly froze, as if even the air had become heavy. Everyone subconsciously widened their eyes, focusing on the big screen, where the piece of land that they originally considered worthless and of no value, a Class E land. At this moment, it seemed to have been coated with a layer of golden halo, becoming a hot topic in the eyes of many. 60 billion. The Cheongsam-clad female auctioneer swallowed hard, her voice slightly trembling. Even someone as experienced in auctions as her couldn't help but be shaken by this sudden sky-high bid. She looked around the audience, seeing the expressions of shock, excitement, or confusion on the faces of the wealthy elite, creating a complex and indescribable scene. This is unbelievable. Oh. A senior developer muttered to himself, his eyes full of disbelief. He knew that even in prime locations, such frenzied bidding was rare. The fact that this Class E piece of land, considered wasteland by many, could trigger such intense competition suggested that there must be something fishy going on. Could it be that this land is really hiding some secret that we don't know about? Such thoughts flashed through many people's minds. They began to re-examine this Class E land, trying to find clues from seemingly insignificant details. Meanwhile, facing the aggressive posturing of Huo Tingfeng, Lin Zhuan, seated in the VIP area, just smiled disdainfully. Through the other party's grand gestures, Lin Zhuan had probably guessed the limits of the Huo family. This was Lin Zhuan's initial purpose, to bankrupt the Huo family. However, what came next was his real killer move. Thinking of this, a faint smile crept up on Lin Zhuan's lips. He casually raised his hand and once again announced a price that left the entire audience in shock: 65 billion. This bidding announcement was like a giant stone cast into a lake, instantly creating waves upon waves. Well, the whole venue erupted in astonishment, with discussions intensifying, almost flipping the roof over. They're crazy. Both of them are crazy. A wealthy businessman couldn't help but exclaim loudly, showing his disbelief in this price war. However, more astute individuals began to fall into contemplation. They gradually realized that behind this seemingly absurd bidding war, there might actually be some huge benefits, imperceptible to them. This thought spread through the crowd like wildfire, quickly igniting everyone's curiosity and greed. Unfortunately, the astronomical auction amount made them collectively hesitate. They couldn't possibly risk everything based on unfounded speculations, could they? On the other side, the expression on Huo Tingfeng's face had darkened to the point where water almost seemed to drip out. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails embedding deeply in his palms. 70 billion. Huo Tingfeng practically roared out this number, his voice carrying a hint of determination and insanity. He knew that this was the Huo family's limit. If they continued to bid, the entire family would likely end up in a no-recovery situation. However, Lin Juan seemed to pay no attention to this, maintaining his indifferent smile and pressing relentlessly. He casually raised his hand again and declared a price, 75 billion. Oh my! At this moment, the entire auction house erupted. All the guests were deeply drawn into this unprecedented price war. They even forgot about time and status, only wanting to witness the culmination of this extraordinary event. Meanwhile, the members of the Huo family had pale faces, as they hadn't expected Lin Juan to be this ruthless, choosing to confront them head-on. 75 billion once. 75 billion twice. Any higher bids? The Cheongsam-clad beautiful auctioneer's voice trembled as she spoke. All eyes in the venue were focused on the Huo family, waiting for their response in this tense situation. The auction house had turned into a battlefield without gun smoke, with everyone's heartbeats accelerating as they anticipated the final outcome of this price war. Damn it! Huo Tingfeng clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, cursing internally while figuring out his next move. He knew that if they continued bidding, the Huo family might face significant risks. But if they gave up now, all their efforts would have been wasted. After a fierce internal struggle, Huo Tingfeng decided to bid again, 76 billion. His voice was hoarse, clearly under immense pressure. Seeing this, Lin Juan smiled faintly and called out without hesitation, 77 billion. When this bidding price was announced, a complete silence fell over the venue again. The shock felt by everyone present was indescribable. It seemed like both sides were determined not to give in. The members of the Huo family had extremely grim expressions, feeling helpless yet unable to turn back. They looked at each other, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, sitting in a wheelchair, Huo Kishin's gaze was firm, and he spoke resolutely, "Father, uncles, we absolutely cannot give up. This piece of land is crucial for our Huo family. If we give up now, it's like handing over the chance to rule over Magic City in the future to someone else. We must continue to bid. As for the issue of shortage in funds, we can only figure out a way to borrow some emergency funds for now. With our Huo family's prestige, borrowing tens of billions from the bank and a few billion from our allies shouldn't be a problem." Huo Tingfeng looked at his eldest son, his eyebrows almost forming the character for River. He knew his son was right. This land indeed held great significance for the Huo family's bright future. But he also worried that if they continued bidding, the Huo family might not be able to bear the consequences. After all, the real estate return cycle wasn't short, and even if they acquired this billion-dollar land, the Huo family might struggle for a while. Ultimately, with the mindset of he who dares, wins, and nothing ventured, nothing gained, Huo Tingfeng, gritting his teeth, decided to bid once more, 78 billion. At the same time, all members of the Huo family began frantically making calls and leveraging their connections to borrow money. Hey, finally taking the bait. Lin Juan, noticing the movement within the Huo family, the curve of his lips became more intriguing. Excellent, everything is within his control. 80 billion. Lin Juan continued to raise the paddle without hesitation, pushing the Huo family into a corner, forcing them to borrow as much as possible. 80 billion and 10 million. 81 billion. 81 billion and 10 million. 82 billion. Nonsense. The auctioneer, I seriously doubt that kid is here to cause trouble. How could the Su group come up with that money? Seeing the bid climbing higher and higher, an exasperated Huo Tingfeng suddenly thought of something and raised a question on the spot. However, the auctioneer quickly responded, informing the Huo family that Lin had the ability to pay the auction fee, hoping they wouldn't make baseless accusations. At this moment, Lin Juan couldn't help but chuckle and provocatively said, "Chairman Huo, are you losing your mind? Don't you remember that before entering the venue, the auction house would assess the beer's payment capability through measures like requesting a deposit, credit checks, and so on? If you don't have the money, it's better to give up early. Using these lowly tactics to slander me is quite a disgrace." Lin Juan had the Su group and the Lin group behind him, combining the liquid funds of the two large groups, even if they had risen recently. The capital of around 100 billion, he could still come up with it easily, haha. Lin is right. Chairman Huo seems to be acting irrationally. I didn't expect this. The mighty Huo family actually needs to resort to such despicable tactics to set traps for their opponent. A big laugh. Everyone, General Huo, keep bidding. Don't let a junior look down on you. That's right, General Huo, show some strength. A group of people, with the mentality of watching the excitement without worrying about the consequences, continued to mock and laugh. They were unwilling to let the auction end and hoped the two sides would continue to battle it out. After all, it wasn't their loss. Faced with the disdainful and scornful glances around them, the members of the Huo family blushed, nearly collectively fainting from anger. In the past, the Huo family was always in the limelight wherever they went. When had they ever encountered such an embarrassing situation? Truly, one could endure taunts from strangers, but not from one's own kin. Huo Tingfeng's expression turned icy, his eyes bloodshot, as he roared, "Who said the Huo family can't afford the price? 90 billion! Cough. The next auction scene will come to a satisfactory conclusion. This chapter was a bit lengthy in the billions range, but no problem. In the upcoming chapters, the female lead will officially return, and the storyline will transition into a couple-focused one. It seems like everyone might enjoy that more. The month is coming to an end, and I'm hoping for some energy for my love story. The National Day holiday is approaching. Does anyone have any movie recommendations? I heard 749 Bureau is quite popular, as well as Volunteers too. I might choose one of them to watch. Maybe also Big Head Son and Small Head Father. Brothers, what are your plans for National Day? Chapter 554. Lin Zhuan's plan succeeded. Lavishing billions of dollars, the Huo family is now bankrupt. Inside the brilliantly lit auction venue, the frenzied price war between the Huo family and Lin Zhuan swept through the entire space like a storm. Everyone present dared not even breathe, staring dumbfounded at the unfolding situation. 90 billion, 91 billion, 92 billion, 93 billion, 94 billion. Facing the Huo family's refusal to back down, Lin Zhuan continued to raise the bid. With a calm demeanor, amidst the back and forth, the price kept skyrocketing. The entire auction hall seemed like a battlefield without gunpowder, the tense atmosphere making it hard to catch one's breath. This bastard! Huo Tingfeng's face turned iron blue, his expression sculpted by the projection light, showing a mix of determination and barely discernible madness. To secure the future worth billions, he staked everything the Huo family had on this high-stakes gamble. The phone calls requesting loans rang incessantly through the quiet night, borrowing money from every possible source. Whether it was old friends, bank loans, nods in the business world, or even high-interest lenders they usually avoided, they became his saviors at this moment. Scraping together funds from every possible source the Huo family could muster, all for the sake of winning that seemingly golden, yet secretly risky piece of land in this battle. This reckless gambling behavior made some high-level Huo executives uneasy, hesitant to voice their concerns. Relying on the Huo family's years of commercial credit, they did manage to borrow billions. But a significant portion was borrowed opportunistically, and the interest they would have to repay was terrifyingly high. If they couldn't repay on time, the accumulating interest would make anyone break out in a cold sweat. Some executives furrowed their brows unintentionally, expressing their doubts and advising the family head to be more cautious and rational. This all-or-nothing approach seemed too risky. If a problem arose at any point during the process, the entire Huo family would instantly spiral into an irreparable abyss. Just as Huo Tingfeng started to waver. On the wheelchair, Huo Qichen spoke up, a confident smirk playing on his lips, his voice dominating and chilling. Uncles and elders, worrying not. As long as we secure this piece of land, no price is too high. Trust me. I, Huo Qichen, a self-proclaimed business genius, never make mistakes in judgment. And I believe you've also noticed that Scoundrel's bidding speed is getting slower. Clearly, he's hesitating and reaching his limit. If we persist a little longer, the Huo family might become the top family in China. This crucial moment requires steadfast perseverance. Abandoning the goal midway is not an option. Facing Huo Qichen's sincere and trustworthy gaze, Huo Tingfeng and the others regained their confidence. Each one was invigorated by the pep talk, now envisioning the Huo group soaring to the pinnacle of success. Little did they know, this was all an illusion deliberately created by Lin Zhuan. To lure the Huo family further into the trap, he pretended to be running out of funds and on the brink of giving up, a ploy to provoke them. After all, Lin Juan was also concerned about going too far and failing miserably, potentially being laughed at by everyone. However, he realized that the Huo family was nearing their limits, and it was time to end this grand show. 95 billion, 96 billion, 96 billion and 10 million, 97 billion. With each strike of the auctioneer's gavel, the bidding numbers skyrocketed like wild horses, lifting the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As Huo Tingfeng, in a hoarse voice, bellowed out 100 billion, the crowd fell into a deathly silence, the air seemingly solidifying. The subsequent flood of shock and astonishment was akin to an overwhelming tsunami. Gasps reverberated through the venue. The exclamation of surprise almost depleted the oxygen within the municipal hall, creating a vacuum in the space. 100 billion! Am I dreaming? This is a whopping 100 billion! I feel like I've witnessed history today. This event will surely shake the real estate sector and be talked about for generations. Did I go crazy, or is the world insane? Stop it! At this point, how can you still believe that the land is worthless? The Huo and Lin families obviously know some insider information, which is why they are fighting tooth and nail. Only fools would think there's nothing fishy here. Could there be a priceless treasure buried beneath that piece of land? I'm curious. The Huo family has bid 100 billion. Does Lin Juan have the guts to continue this battle? The astonishing bid of 100 billion set off a frenzy in the auction venue. The developers whispered to each other, speculating about the potential earth-shattering secret hidden behind the E-grade land. At this moment, no one knew that Lin Juan had anticipated everything in advance, deliberately setting a trap for the Huo family to fall into. Everyone was inside the chessboard, except for Lin Juan, the chess player who remained calm on his fishing platform. Since things have heated up enough, it's time to start reeling it in. Otherwise, there's a real risk of capsizing in the gutter. When Huo Tingfeng shouted 100 billion, Lin Juan knew it was time to fold. Continuing would mean losing control. Lin Juan, don't be a coward. Keep fighting against him. Don't let the Huo family think you're afraid of them. We believe in you, CEO Lin. How could the Huo family possibly outmatch you? We suggest you continue bidding. We're here to support you emotionally. Mr. Lin, show Huo Tingfeng that us young folks have some backbone. Lin Juan rolled his eyes dramatically, ignoring the enthusiastic onlookers goading him to continue the showdown with the Huo family. Then he casually dropped the bid paddle, stood up leisurely, and gazed at the wary faces of the Huo family before bowing slightly. Mr. Chairman Huo, indeed your deep pockets are admirable. Let the land go to the Huo family. Upon hearing Lin Juan's voluntary surrender, Huo Tingfeng and the others felt a wave of relief, their tense nerves relaxing as the showdown with the youngster finally ended. Except for Huo Qichen, sitting on his wheelchair, his expression still uneasy, with a hint of doubt creeping in. He noticed that Lin Juan didn't seem as defeated as they had imagined. Rather, there was a strange glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Chapter 555, Sukinj returns. The auction ended successfully, and the members of the Huo family were full of satisfaction. What's wrong with Sean? That bastard's reaction seems a bit off, right? Why is this kid still able to laugh knowing that my Huo family has acquired a priceless piece of land and is on the path to great success? Could it be that there's a problem with that piece of land? It shouldn't be, right? I've taken so many precautions, there shouldn't be any issues, right? In his wheelchair, Huo Qichen couldn't understand why he felt a growing sense of unease. But he couldn't figure out where the mistake had occurred. In the end, he could only console himself that he was being overly sensitive and that the Huo family's rise was unstoppable. How could there possibly be a problem under such circumstances? With that in mind, Huo Qichen's expression improved significantly. Looking at Lin Juan again, his eyes were filled with triumph. How will this bastard ever compete with me in the future? Once the Huo family rises to the top, I will make him pay 1,000 times over for his foolish behavior today. On the other side, haha. In the end, our Huo family has the upper hand. Huo Tingfeng and the others were filled with pride and arrogance after the successful auction. They didn't think as deeply as Huo Qichen did. They believed that Lin Juan gave up bidding simply because he was not as skilled. This caused him to set aside his pride and admit defeat. Several high-ranking members of the Huo family couldn't help but burst into laughter at the thought. Their eyes were shining with the light of victory as they readily accepted Lin Zhuan's compliments while also not hesitating to mock him, displaying their arrogance to the fullest. "Lin's kid, you're still too naive. You're not qualified to compete with my Huo family. HMPH. You caused my Huo family to spend nearly $1 billion, paying a heavy price. This matter won't be easily forgiven. That's right. If you come over now, kneel down and apologize and voluntarily bear half of the auction fees for us. Then I promise you, we will bury the hatchet between our families. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences on your own. I'm telling you, when my Huo family rises, you will pay a heavy price." Faced with the shameless boasting of the Huo clan, Lin Zhuan was briefly stunned before chuckling quietly. Seeing his goal achieved, he was no longer interested in wasting time there. After bidding farewell to Li Ya, he turned and walked towards the exit of the auction hall. In the meantime, he deliberately portrayed himself as a defeated rooster, leaving behind a dejected figure. He wanted to let the Huo family revel in boundless joy for the time being. Only by experiencing the taste of heaven first could they truly understand the deepest despair when they fall into hell in the future. Thinking about Huo Qichen and the others facing misery in the future, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but betray a subtle smirk. And behind him, the members of the Huo family became even more arrogant and triumphant at the sight of Lin Zhuan's fleeing figure. They believed they had achieved a great victory. Although they had paid a hefty price of $1 billion, it was clearly worth it compared to the future returns. First time $1 billion. Second time $1 billion. Is there a higher bid, gentlemen? Seize the moment, it won't come again. Everyone should grasp the opportunity. At this point, the Qipao-clad auctioneer on the platform finally regained her composure. She was excited and thrilled by the terrifying achievement of $1 billion today. This achievement would leave a glorious mark on her career, and with a hefty commission. How could she resist not being ecstatic? However, she was also aware that with Lin Zhuan's departure, there would be no one else on the field to compete with the Huo family. Therefore, making a quick decision, she raised the auction hammer high and slammed it down heavily. Bang! Third time at $1 billion. Congratulations to General Huo on acquiring this precious land. What a joyous occasion. Let us applaud General Huo's keen insight and congratulate him. Clap! 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 Soon, the applause reverberated through the city hall, enduring for a long time. If it had been earlier, the developers present would have surely muttered a few sarcastic comments, thinking it was absolutely foolish for the Huo family to spend that much money buying a piece of wasteland. But now, every one of them looked towards the Huo family with friendly eyes. Even those who were just acquaintances had thickened their skins and approached the Huo family to establish relations. Everyone present knew that that greedy plot of land was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The more the Huo family was willing to spend, the more it indicated the benefits it could bring. Limitless benefits for the Huo family. If they could find a way to get a slice of the pie, they could likely secure significant profits for themselves. General Huo, it's me, your close friend Laolu. How about going for a drink together sometime? Let's bond. Haha. General Huo. Long time no see. It seems the Huo family has encountered a great opportunity. Can you reveal a bit about it? Young Master Huo. It's been a while, and I truly miss you. If there's a chance for riches, please don't forget to help out your little brother. That kid from the Lin family disrespected his elders. I knew he wasn't worth much. Here he is, under General Huo's dominance, fleeing ignominiously. As the auction announced its conclusion, a group of wealthy individuals surrounded the Huo family, flattering them and trying to extract the secret behind the greedy plot of land through subtle probing. But Huo Tingfeng and the others remained tight-lipped, refusing to disclose any information despite the attempts to pry it out. However, in the face of everyone's flattery and ingratiation, Huo Qichen and the others gleefully accepted it, feeling a sense of satisfaction like never before. The thought of an easily obtainable land, now costing multiple times over, nearly emptying the entire Huo family, left them feeling frustrated. Thankfully, the outcome was positive. With the upcoming realization of the University City project, all the current challenges facing the Huo family would be resolved, and their market value would soar in real time. In the future, the city of Shanghai would undoubtedly bow to the Huo family. Thank you for your kind words, but there are still matters to attend to in the company. Let's part ways for now. Huo Tingfeng waved his hand at the crowd, leading the relatives of the Huo clan, pushing his eldest son ahead. The group walked away proudly, with an air of arrogance and indifference, leaving the scene behind. Thus, the auction came to a successful close. The incident of the Huo family spending billions on a piece of wasteland spread like wildfire at a terrifying speed. In a flash, discussions and speculations filled the upper-class circles. People began to wonder about the hidden mysteries behind the Grady plot of land. Thanks to this, those who had borrowed from the Huo family before all adopted a wait-and-see attitude, not worried about recovering their loans. Some even sincerely hoped the Huo family would delay repayment, allowing them to collect more interest. Everyone knew that the Huo family had encountered an unimaginable opportunity and believed that the Huo group was likely to rise to the top in the next period. As a result, many forces began to align themselves, actively reaching out to establish good relations with the Huo family. That night, the reputation of Huo's family reached its peak, receiving unprecedented attention and glory. The ancestral home of the Huo family was adorned with lights, and relatives gathered. Every member of the Huo family wore smiles, firmly believing. In this era, the name Huo reigns supreme. Chapter 550, Sixu King's Transformation, returning to Magic City. Happy National Day. At 9 o'clock in the evening, with the moon shining bright and stars sparsely scattered in the sky. In the Magic City, amidst the commotion caused by the 10 billion wasteland situation, Lin Zhuan had already left the city hall, happily sat in his Maybach, and headed back in the direction he came from. Boss, is that piece of land really worth that much? But I heard someone say just now that the potential of that land is only E grade. It's basically worthless, isn't it? On the passenger seat, Li Ya couldn't hold back his curiosity, scratching his head and turning back to inquire. In response, Lin Zhuan asked meaningfully, "When did I ever say that the land is valuable? Do you think pricing land is done casually? That land has been rated E grade, essentially worth E grade for a lifetime. As for miracles happening, this isn't fiction or a movie, they don't exist. If that land isn't worth anything, then why are all of you competing for it like your lives depend on it?" Li Ya was bewildered. Immediately afterwards, he realized that his boss was setting a trap for the Huo family. Just thinking about the illustrious reputation of the Huo family in Magic City being played in the palm of his boss's hand filled him with admiration, with a deep sense of respect for Lin Zhuan, the word service written in bold letters. Ding! Li Ji's loyalty +5, reward of 1,000 Pippi points. Current loyalty, 80. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, the driver Zhang Heionan had a flushed face, extremely excited. He was still dwelling on Lin Zhuan's calm demeanor while casually calling out the tens of billions. In his eyes, this was a true man, the embodiment of a glorious life one should aspire to. With just a few words, he could move countless people's emotions and shake the economy. At this moment, admiration for Lin Zhuan surged in Zhang Heionan's heart. Ding! Zhang Heionan's loyalty +5, reward of 1,000 Pippi points. Current loyalty, 75. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, a smile tugged at the corners of Lin Zhuan's mouth, feeling very pleased. He hadn't expected the bonus of loyalty plus. Tonight was indeed a bountiful harvest. By the way, boss, I want to ask for a few days off. Reason. Hearing Li Ya asking for leave, Lin Zhuan was surprised. This kid had just recently joined with a license. Why was he already asking for time off? Boss, you mentioned wanting to establish a security company and have me contact my former military comrades to join, right? After hearing about the generous terms you offered, they have enthusiastically responded and are currently on their way. After counting, there are about 300 of them. They come from all walks of life and are not familiar with the place, so I want to personally go and meet them. Hearing this, Lin Zhuan didn't hesitate and immediately approved, instructing Li Ya to settle in the arriving comrades, with all expenses incurred during their stay fully under his responsibility. These words deeply moved Li Ya. What a conscientious and generous boss, underscore. On the other hand, detecting an opportunity, Zhang Heionan quickly spoke up. Boss, do you need manpower? Do you need me to recruit some good hands for you as well? As long as you pay, I can bring you as many people as you want. Facing the kind intentions of Jung Haonan, Lin Zhuan did not refuse. He only reminded him not to recruit some gangsters to make up the numbers. He had no interest in those small-time thugs who wandered around with machetes, especially not with Li Ya and the 300 Special Forces veterans by his side. Rest assured, boss, over the years, I have traveled far and wide, met many martial artists. I will inquire about the Kunmen disciple Tsai Kun, whose Iron Mountain Strike is undefeatable in the world. Master of various martial arts skills, the Lone Ranger who challenges martial artists everywhere, Feng Yuxiu. Master of Hong Fist, with incredible kicking techniques, the creator of Foshan Shadowless Kick, Wang Feiheng. Wow! Oh, Lin Zhuan was dumbfounded. Why did all these names mentioned by Jung Haonan seem so familiar? After a brief moment of confusion, he remembered that this was a world of novels, where nothing seemed impossible. Quickly instructing Jung Haonan to recruit these individuals, promising a reward of 100,000 Pippi points for each successful recruit. Upon hearing about the generous reward, Jung Haonan's eyes lit up, guaranteeing success one after another. He truly felt that he was following a boss who was generous and kind-hearted. It's better to find a few female martial artists specifically to protect your wife. Ah, my wife, who is powerless. She needs more protection than anyone. I wonder how she is doing now. Thinking of his fragile and helpless wife, Lin Zhuan felt a pang of worrying. Thankfully, tomorrow would mark the third day they had agreed upon. He hoped Kinj would return as promised. Otherwise, even if he had to spend a lot of Pippi points, he would choose to use the system's power. Looking through the car window at the starry night sky, his eyes unfocused, memories of his wife's voice and smile appearing in his mind. Kinj, what is she doing now? Could she be gazing up at the same stars as me? E=O**. Ah, Kinj, oh. Kinj, my delicate, innocent, and gentle wife. You must take care of yourself. How will I live without you at the headquarters of the Crimson Society? A young woman stood quietly in an empty courtyard. Suddenly, she felt a sensation in her heart and looked up, her gentle gaze piercing through the layers of clouds, gazing at the same radiant stars as a man. The moonlight fell on her, illuminating her frail body that many considered unable to withstand, unable to lift, weak and fragile. This person was Su Kinj, the delicate wife and the object of Lin Zhuan's constant thoughts. Clad in a long black and red dress, the dress fluttered gently in the wind. The cold moonlight bathed her, turning her into the most enchanting mandala under the night sky. However, unlike the gentle and amiable presence displayed in front of Lin Zhuan, at this moment, Su Kinj, under the moonlight, appeared even colder and indifferent. Her eyes seemed to hide unfathomable depths. Behind her, several dozen members of the Crimson Society, draped in blood-red robes and wearing skull masks, shivered as they kneeled on the ground, not daring to even breathe. Not far away, dozens of corpses were strewn about, horrific in their death, bodies severed into dozens of pieces. The entire empty courtyard was filled with a strong smell of blood. Happy National Day on October 1st. Are you guys on holiday for a few days? Does the continuous holiday for 7 days start tomorrow? I envy you. I rarely celebrated these holidays before. The only thing that comes to mind is taking my wife to watch a movie, Volunteers too. But she said she's not interested in this year's movies and asked me to cancel the tickets quickly. E=O**. Tomorrow will probably be another day spent at home wasting life. Ordinary people's days are dull and boring, so do you have any fun recommendations? Requests for gifts. Expressing Love Chapter 557. The side effects of the blood demon scripture. Su Kinj gradually becomes sickly. Resume update. Chapter 557. The side effects of the blood demon scripture. Su Kinj gradually becomes sickly. Resume update. The night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling like the faintest whispers in the sky, quietly listening to the joys and sorrows of the world below. Su Kinj stood alone in the vast darkness, her figure lengthened by the moonlight, appearing both lonely and resolute. Her thoughts were like wild horses unleashed, galloping wildly across the wilderness of memories and reality. It was unclear how much time had passed. Su Kinj finally looked away from the starry sky, slowly turning around, her cold gaze scanning the Scarlet Society members kneeling on the ground, trembling. From now on, I am the new leader of the Scarlet Society. Who agrees? Who opposes? The girl's voice was as cold as ancient ice, sending shivers down their spines. The Scarlet Society members immediately bowed their heads and shouted in unison, "Long live the leader! We pledge our loyalty to the leader unto death." "Very well, now leave." Su Qing's face remained expressionless, indifferent as she continued, "And those bodies, take them away, clean up the mess." The instructed legion of killers promptly organized themselves and evacuated in an orderly manner. Dozens of severed limbs, which were once high-ranking members of the organization, infamous for their formidable strength and countless atrocities, were professionally cleaned up. Faced with the sudden arrival of a new leader above them, naturally, there were 10,000 objections, feeling that a little girl like her had no right to command them. They had initially planned to force Su Qing to step down. Who would have thought that, in the end, they would meet a terrible fate of no return? A warning to others. Putting fear into people. After witnessing this example, who at the scene dared to challenge the assassins? They all knelt down, bowing their heads in submission. As the crowd dispersed, Su Qing once again lifted her head, gazing up at the sparkling stars. "Ajuan, what are you doing now? Are you looking up at the same sky as me?" Su Qing murmured softly, her voice light but filled with endless affection and sorrow. A hint of tenderness flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. "For our future, I must become stronger. I must make this force our strongest support. But, with my current self, can you still accept me? Do you think I am cruel? Are you afraid of me? Do you want to stay away from me? Will you?" As she thought of her current appearance, neither human nor ghost, Su Qing could not suppress her fear and anxiety. Time flies, things change. At this moment, her hands were already stained with blood, harboring countless secrets and calculations. She was no longer the little girl who only knew how to cuddle up to her family, but a monster in the eyes of the public, notorious for her killings. She was deeply concerned, deeply afraid. What if Lin Juan found out about her true ruthless side? The look in his eyes towards her would no longer carry tenderness, only strangeness and alienation. She feared that Lin Juan would confront her coldly, questioning why she had become so cruel. Would he still remember her past innocence and kindness? When did it all start? "I've changed, to the point where I barely recognize myself anymore." Su Qing muttered softly, her voice trembling with bitterness and helplessness. Standing still, her anxiety surged like a tide, biting her lip tightly. She couldn't help but think of Lin Juan's figure in her mind. His gentle smile, his caring gaze, each image tightening her heart. She was terrified of losing Lin Juan, afraid that he would grow repulsed and run away because of her change. She dared not imagine his reaction when he discovered everything. "Ajuan, if you knew my current state, would you still love me? Or would you leave me? Ajuan, do you remember our promise under the cherry blossom tree at home? You said, no matter how the world changes, you would hold my hand, grow old with me. We made a vow. You wouldn't break it, right?" Su Qing felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Closing her eyes, she could still faintly smell the fragrance of the cherry blossoms from that year. She heard Lin Juan's gentle words echoing in her ears. Recalling the moments spent with Lin Juan, every beautiful memory illuminated her once dark world like sparkling stars. His care, his gentleness towards her, they were the most precious memories in Su Qing's past life. She knew she could not live without this man. He was her only one. The chill night wind blew the girl's hair, but it couldn't disperse the clouds in her heart. At this moment, madness and obsession shimmered in Su Qing's eyes. In her mind, she couldn't stop seeing the image of Lin Juan leaving her, intensifying a hint of resentment in her aura. "No, Ajuan, you can't leave me. I will not allow it. You are mine, forever." Su Qing muttered softly, each word squeezed out agonizingly, carrying a bloody scent. She couldn't fathom life without Lin Juan. It would be darkness without hope. "If Ajuan wants to leave, I will find someone to break his hands and feet, so he can never leave, only to lie in bed for the rest of his life. And then, I will take care of him meticulously for the rest of his life, keeping him confined to my side. Eventually, Ajuan will truly realize that I am the only one he can't leave." At that moment, Su Qing's eyes completely transformed, becoming cold and hollow, a color of the abyss. The intense desire to possess made her prepared for the worst. She would never allow Lin Juan to leave her side. No matter the cost, she would keep him by her side. Su Qing knew her thoughts were insane, but she couldn't control herself. She loved Lin Juan to the core, to the point of losing her sanity. She was willing to do anything for him, even if it meant becoming a demon. Thinking of this, Sukinj subconsciously held the jade pendant on her chest, gently caressing it. The jade was as warm as ever, as if it still held the warmth of a man. Ajwan, you are mine, forever. No matter what choice you make in the future, I will not let you leave me. Sukinj's icy declaration echoed in the night sky, carrying a chilling determination. At that moment, there was only one thought in her mind, to find a way to keep Lin Juan by her side forever. Even if she knew her actions would most likely make Lin Juan hate her, it was better than watching him leave. After all, love begets hatred, right? Whether it was love or hate, just the thought of Lin Juan remembering her forever, caring for her at all times. A twisted smile crept onto Sukinj's lips. As long as she could be with Ajwan, she was willing to endure anything. She would protect the pure emotions between them in her own way, even if it meant traversing thorns and staining her hands with blood. Chapter 558. Sukinj sets off for home, testing Lin Juan's beauty plan. Chapter 558. Sukinj sets off for home, testing Lin Juan's beauty plan. President, such great news. Just as Sukinj was lost in her own thoughts, a hoarse voice of congratulations suddenly came from behind her. When she turned around, she saw the elderly person from the organization Granny Wrong. Sukinj's eyes glanced over indifferently, asking, "What's the matter?" "President, didn't you ask me to investigate the situation at your home for the past 2 days? Just yesterday, your grandfather woke up from the hospital. Currently everything is fine. With a few more days of rest, he should be able to be discharged." Grandfather woke up. Upon hearing this good news, Sukinj's originally emotionless eyes finally showed a glimmer of light. The chilling icy aura around her also dissipated somewhat in this moment. However, compared to her own grandfather, she clearly cared more about Lin Juan's recent situation. "I see. What else?" Well, apparently men are more important than family members, right? The president couldn't even ask a few more questions. Gives. Granny Wrong's mouth twitched slightly, inwardly mourning for an old man for a whopping 2.5 seconds. She noticed that whenever it came to that man, the president of their organization was easily emotionally unstable and no longer as calm as before. Especially since returning from Slaughter Island, this situation had escalated. From Granny Wrong's perspective, this kind of love was pathological, and it seemed to have become distorted. Was it the influence of practicing the blood demon scripture? In order to not be consumed by murderous intent and become a bloodfallen, the president had taken that man as a focal point to stay sober. Perhaps there were also significant personality changes caused by extensive brutal killings. After all, their president was just an ordinary girl not long ago. Like many wealthy heiresses, she should have lived a carefree life, happy in love. But within such a short period of time, she had been forced to do many things that ordinary people would find hard to accept. As a result, her personality became distorted, which seemed quite normal. Speaking of this, like all members of the Crimson Society, Granny Wrong felt endless doubts about the actions of the former president. Why did she specifically choose Sukinj? Despite having so many talented individuals within the organization, why was she the chosen one? After spending so much time and effort nurturing the organization, she handed over leadership to someone else. What was Master Yan thinking? This puzzle, not only Granny Wrong, but the entire organization, even Sukinj herself, wanted to know. Unfortunately, after announcing Sukinj as her successor, Master Yan had mysteriously disappeared. Just as she came quietly, she left quietly, waving her sleeve without taking away a single cloud. Mr. Lin seems to be plotting something against the Huo family. There was even a conflict with the Huo family tonight. Despite having countless doubts in her heart, Granny Wrong swiftly mentioned some of Lin Juan's actions in recent days. The Huo family. Was Lin Juan seeking revenge for her? Upon learning of Lin Juan's recent actions, Sukinj shivered all over, and her beautiful eyes instantly sparkled like stars. Although the current Huo family seemed insignificant to her, she had not forgotten the fact that they had harmed her in the past. Was Lin Juan fulfilling a promise to avenge her, thinking that the person she loved was making an effort to protect her? Sukinj's lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. A smile from the hearth's radiant smile, with a hint of sweetness, seemed capable of melting all the coldness in the world, like flowers blooming in spring, vibrant and warm. Ajwan, I still love you the most. This feeling of being protected is so nice. Sukinj whispered softly, her trembling voice filled with tenderness, her eyes becoming particularly gentle and shimmering with a dazzling light. She seemed to have imagined Lin Juan as a prince on a white horse, bravely fighting dragons to save her. His resolute steps, his fearless gaze, caused a warm current to surge within her. At this moment, the sense of security felt like a solid fortress, tightly enveloping Su Qinj. She couldn't wait to see Lin Juan. Make arrangements. I will return to Devil City immediately tomorrow, by Juan's side. Hearing this, Granny Rong furrowed her brow. She originally intended to remind Su Qinj, who had recently taken over the organization, to stay a while longer to interact with the senior members for familiarity and other reasons. To subtly remind the president not to be too engrossed in love affairs. Men could only slow down her path to greatness. As the saying goes, beauty is like a sibling, commanding like clothing. How could she be distracted by a mere man? But looking at the president's childish image, full of expectations and a longing to be back with her lover, Granny Rong felt a headache coming on. She knew that even if she spoke up, it would only be a waste of words and might upset the president. Welly equals O asterisk. She just couldn't understand what was so good about that little pretty face besides looking handsome. Good men are hard to find. Aren't men with two legs everywhere on the street? With the president's looks and talents, what kind of man couldn't she find? In reality, there was no man worthy of her. The president was destined to become a figure like Empress Wu Zixin, leading the organization to create a new era. How could she be delayed by mere romantic affairs? It seemed that she needed to find a way to deal with that little punk. Only by making the president acutely aware that all men were untrustworthy, vile beings who only thought with their lower parts. Could she awaken from the quagmire of love brain and truly focus on building the organization? Perhaps. It was time to let the succubus make a move. She was sure that by just lifting a finger, she could make that little pretty face kneel down and lick her toes. Then the president would definitely see through his true nature, close her heart to love, and no longer be tempted by scum men. To guide Su Qinj onto the right path, Granny Rong decided to use the organization's ace card to expose the true colors of men, allowing the president to be thoroughly disappointed in the pretty boy. Official resumption of updates. These days have felt really tiresome, not sure if it's from excessive exercise. There's a sense of depletion, as if my spirit has been drained, my mind feels blank, and I can't write anything. I need to take care of my health. Approaching 30, the body is deteriorating day by day, Seeking some motivation for writing, fueled by love. Chapter 559, Unexpected Changes. On this night, the prison was filled with insane laughter. Chapter 559, Unexpected Changes. On this night, the prison was filled with insane laughter. Just as Su Qinj and Lin Juan looked up at the brilliant starry sky with a telepathic connection, missing each other. Demon City, Tillian Bridge Prison. The night was dark as ink, and the outline of the prison appeared especially harsh under the moonlight. It was like an isolated island, quietly floating in the river of time, or like a forgotten world, so quiet that it made people anxious. East District, inside the prison. The dim light weakly fell on the narrow passageway, casting mottled shadows. Apart from the occasional footsteps of the prison guards around, there were no other sounds, as if even the wind feared the authority here and dared not visit. Behind the iron bars, in the cramped prison cells, only the faint snores of the prisoners occasionally broke the almost solid silence, but were quickly swallowed by deeper darkness. Ouch, ouch, it hurts so much. It really hurts. Those damn bastards, they were too heavy-handed. Don't let me get a chance, or I will surely repay 1,000 times over. Remember, even a tiger doesn't eat its father. My son, Lin Juan, has the potential to be the richest. He's just throwing a tantrum with me now. When he calms down completely, he will surely realize the truth of there is only one good father in the world, and children with a good father are like treasures. I'm 95% sure of it. My good son will definitely figure out a way to get me out in the end. Those who dare lay a hand on me today, I will make them pay back 100-fold. Ow. Thinking that I, Lin Jianjun, was once a domineering CEO in Demon City, a legend in the business world. In the quiet night, in a double prison cell, a series of complaints and curses could be heard. The person speaking was curled up on the hard bedboard, none other than Lin Jianjun. Because of the sudden group beating in the afternoon, At this moment, with bruises all over his face, every inch of his body was in pain, like a stray dog beaten by the wind and rain, helpless and fragile. The thwarting by his good son had plummeted his status in the prison. In the past, those subordinates who bowed down to him, after realizing that there was no hope for release, now almost all treated Lin Jianjun as a punching bag, cursing him whenever they could. It could be said that Lin Jianjun's treatment now, compared to before, was like falling from heaven to hell, instantly becoming the lowest layer in the prison. Anyone could come over and punch and kick him, shouting and yelling at him. Especially after learning that Lin Jianjun was once the head of a billion-dollar conglomerate, the inmates became even more intrigued. Out of jealousy towards the wealthy, this group of scum, who had always lived at the bottom of society, all wanted to try and see what it felt like to bully a billionaire CEO. After all, under normal circumstances, Lin Jianjun, and they were not from the same world, belonging to the unreachable wealthy class. Now that they had this opportunity, they naturally wanted to favor him well. Uncle Lin, you better stop moaning. You're waking up those prison bullies next door. Tomorrow, they will beat you up even worse. A moment of patience could prevent a disaster. Endure a little longer. Maybe your son will soon come to his senses and use his connections to get you out. On the hardboard bed opposite to Lin Jianjun, Song Zi, wearing a striped prisoner uniform, whispered a few words of persuasion. Putting himself in Lin Jianjun's shoes, he could understand the discomfort after the change in status and the fear hidden beneath the braggadocio. But the situation was stronger than people, and what needed to happen would happen. Now, the only thing they could do was pray and keep a low profile. HMPH. They dare. My son is Lin Zhuan. They wouldn't dare touch me. Hearing Song Zi's advice, Lin Jianjun's pupils involuntarily showed a hint of fear. Though his tone was still stern, his voice had unconsciously become much softer, and inside, he was already in a state of panic. He wasn't a fool. He knew that the chances of Lin Zhuan saving him were slim. The reason he kept repeating his good son's name as a savior was simply to bluff and deceive himself. Now, Lin Zhuan's father was the only lifeline he could grasp. If he failed to make good use of the remaining prestige left by his good son, within 3 days, he would surely become the target of muscular men picking up soap, living a fate worse than death. Thinking of the horrible consequences of a prison rape, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but shudder. Uncle Lin, what do you think happened in the West Block, the women's prison area? Why does it seem like there's continuous commotion tonight? Earlier, a large group of fully armed prison guards were transferred from our district. Could there be something serious happening? Maybe sensing Lin Jianjun's frustration and boredom, Song Zi chose to change the topic and discuss the strange events that happened in the prison not long ago. Half an hour ago, they had seen a large group of prison guards hurriedly gathering and running past the iron bars. Some of them were even already in civilian clothes, ready to go home after their night shift, but now they hurriedly put on helmets, bulletproof vests, handcuffs, tear gas, batons, and other equipment. One group after another, they ran past them with serious expressions. Who knows? Lin Jianjun absent-mindedly replied. What commotion can those women cause? It's unlikely that someone is trying to escape, right? Even if someone wants to escape, with so many guards plus the prison's walls and electric fence, it's impossible to get out. Do you think this is the Shawshank Redemption? That's a movie. In reality, you have to accept your fate. A group of defenseless women. What kind of trouble can they stir up? Hearing this, Song Zi couldn't quite agree. With the large number of armed guards mobilized, there must be some unknown reasons for it. The women's prison area was probably experiencing a significant event. From his observation, the weapons the guards brought were typically used in movies to suppress prison riots, indicating that something serious might be happening in the women's block. Because they wouldn't affect the male prisoner block, right? For some reason, Song Zi's right eye had been twitching since nightfall. As the saying goes, left eye twitching means wealth, right eye twitching means disaster. He had a vague sense that something terrifying was about to happen, and the feeling of impending doom grew stronger. But upon second thought, he thought he might be unnecessarily worried. With so many fully armed guards rushing over, no matter how chaotic things might be in the women's block, or even facing a rare riot, it wouldn't cause much trouble. It seems like I'm overthinking it. Hey, listen. Why does the commotion outside seem to be getting louder? At this moment, Lin Jianjun sat up in surprise, approaching the high iron window to listen. when he listened closely to the noise coming closer from the direction of the women's block. His expression of astonishment gradually turned into incredulity, because from the increasingly loud commotion, he heard human cries, curses, screams, and countless insane laughter. Chapter 560. A mysterious virus outbreak in the prison, causing all prisoners to turn into bloodthirsty maniacs. Inside the dimly lit prison cell, Lin Jianjun, with bruises all over his face, stood under a high iron window, trying to make out the chaotic noises coming from outside with the help of the bright moonlight shining in. What's going on? In the middle of the night, why is there a commotion in the prison? Unheard of. Why aren't the prison guards doing anything? And those noises, why does it seem like they're getting closer? Hey, Z-Song, am I hallucinating? Why do I feel like hearing lots of people laughing and screams and curses? The more Lin Jianjun listened, the more confused he became, unable to understand what was happening. Subconsciously, he turned to Song Zi for confirmation. And at that moment, Song Zi felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. Frowning, he paced back and forth in the cell. No, Lin Shu, you didn't mishear. I heard it too, and not just me. As long as you're not deaf, you should have heard the increasing commotion from outside. Following Song Zi's pointing finger, Lin Jianjun also saw outside the iron bars many awakened prisoners rubbing their sleepy eyes, looking confused as they got up. Some with fiery tempers even leaned on the bars, loudly cursing towards the corridor. Damn it! Who's making noise in the middle of the night? Where are the guards? Why aren't they taking care of this? F***CK. Where did the guards run off to? Give us back our peaceful dreams. Haha, interesting. The sound seems to be coming from the female ward. Maybe there's a riot over there. It's possible. There were so many heavily armed guards just gathered. I suspect they went to suppress it. If it's just a few escaping individuals, there's no need for such a large show of force. Wow. Those ladies have guts. Let them cause a scene. Let them give us some gossip and entertainment. Damn it. Locked in here for over a decade, I almost forgot the taste of women. I really want to find some women to satisfy my cravings. He. Chaos reigned in the various cells. Most of the bald prisoners awakened by the commotion were all leaning on the iron bars, gleefully sharing various dirty jokes, with mother being a common word in their conversations. But what was strange was, usually, the guards would rush over to quiet down the prisoners at the slightest noise, but tonight, not a single one appeared. This abnormal scene made Song Zi inside the cell, feeling even more uneasy. He had a strong intuition that something terrible had happened inside the prison. Bang! Just then, a loud sound startled everyone present. The door in the corridor was kicked open, and a middle-aged man in a prison guard uniform rushed in, frantically taking out keys to open the nearest cells. F***CK. Lao Ban, what's going on? Why are you covered in blood? Hey, Lao Ban, are you crazy? We are all prisoners. Do you know what the consequences are for releasing prisoners without authorization? What the hell are you up to? And why is there such a big commotion outside? What's happening? Lao Ban, are you deaf? Or mute? Are you even listening to us? The prisoners looked puzzled, bombarding him with questions. This prison guard in front of them, they were familiar with as they saw him every day. He was actually a nice guy, used to be a teacher, liked to talk to them about life and philosophies, as if he saw them as his students. Over time, this preaching like a monk educational style had become irritating to the prisoners, thus giving him the nickname Lao Ban. But today, Lao Ban seemed very off, with a panicked expression, covered in bloodstains as if he had just been through an attack. Blood was still flowing from his right calf, causing him to limp. He kept muttering, "Crazy. Everyone's gone crazy. If you don't want to die, run away now." Whether it was due to excessive blood loss, after unlocking over 30 prisoner cells, the frantic Lao Ban suddenly stiffened all over, collapsing on the floor. Almost like a fit of madness, he lay on the ground trembling uncontrollably, frothing at the mouth. F***CK. Lao Ban, are you okay? Several prisoners, who usually got along well with the guards, crouched down to check his condition. Meanwhile, more prisoners stealthily walked out of their cells, looking around. The dim corridor quickly filled with inmates in striped prison suits. Some proactive criminals began forming groups and heading towards the main prison gate. No one present was foolish. While they may not have known exactly what had happened inside the prison, it was clear that now was the best chance to escape. Equals 3 equals 3 equals 3. If they didn't run now, when would they? Soon, more and more prisoners realized this and started getting restless. The temptation of this rare opportunity was too great, and no one could ignore it. As for the unconscious guard on the floor, well, what did it matter to them? Z-Song, let's hurry. Let's escape too. Seeing most of the prisoners running off, Lin Jianjun also felt uneasy and quickly called out to Song Zi to follow suit. Sentenced to life imprisonment, his life was practically over. Now with a chance to regain freedom, he couldn't remain indifferent. Lin Shu, wait, let's observe a bit. It might be even more dangerous outside right now. Song Zi's expression turned serious as he stopped Lin Jianjun. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave the prison. In fact, he more than anyone wanted to escape this cage and return to the man he loved. However, everything that had happened tonight felt eerie. Yes, eerie. Where were all the prison guards in the prison? Where had they all gone? And with so many prisoners running off, why hadn't the alarm sounded yet? The 7 or 8 24-hour surveillance cameras overhead were not just decorations. The prisoners' every move was constantly monitored. Logically speaking, with this large-scale escape happening now, it should have been detected, and guards should have come to suppress it, right? The only reason for the lack of response could be that they couldn't come. So, what was holding them back? Damn it, there was too little information. If only they could get more intel. Unfortunately, the only person who knew suddenly fell unconscious. If Lao Ban were conscious, a simple question would reveal the current situation outside. Just then, a burst of laughter erupted behind them, followed by a piercing scream, causing everyone present to turn around in shock. But what they saw filled them with terror, and they gasped in horror. Chapter 561. The Laughing Lunatic, Desperate Prisoners Z-Song. I'm telling you, this opportunity is once in a lifetime. If you miss it, it's gone. Take a chance, turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Listen, hurry up and run with me, Lin Jianjun said earnestly, pulling Song Zi to run outside. Just then, sudden laughter erupted behind them, followed by a piercing scream, startling him. As he turned around angrily, he saw a shocking scene that made him step back. The prison guard, who was previously unconscious on the ground, Old Ban, had regained consciousness. He suddenly got up, his face full of laughter, with a look of endless madness. Excitedly laughing, he rushed towards the nearest bald prisoner, as if a child had found a toy or a beast pouncing on its prey. The bald prisoner looked stunned, clearly not having recovered from the shock, and was knocked down by Old Ban. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and couldn't help but scream in agony. In the midst of everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, Old Ban bit into the shoulder of the bald prisoner, tearing off a piece of flesh. Oh God, ha ha ha. Listening to the bald prisoner's screams, Old Ban seemed very happy, bursting into manic laughter. With shocked eyes, everyone watched as he started devouring the bald prisoner. This bloody scene left everyone dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did he suddenly go mad? A zombie! Due to the influence of modern TV shows and movies, the concept of zombies quickly entered everyone's minds. However, judging by Old Ban's behavior, it seemed different. Apart from the maniacal laughter, he seemed relatively normal in other aspects. Old Ban, have you gone mad? You son of a b asterisk 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 asterisk, let go of my brother, or I'll kill you. Thanks to the crowd being composed of hardened criminals, some even in for murder, their tolerance for such brutality was higher than average. Watching Old Ban laugh maniacally and turn his attention to their bank-robbing comrades, they immediately rushed forward and violently kicked him to the ground. Others joined in, overpowering Old Ban on the ground. Perhaps frustrated from being interrupted, Old Ban struggled wildly, emitting angry roars. But his laughter followed, spouting curses and challenging the inmates to continue the assault, enjoying every moment. Such bizarre and strange reactions, even for these hardened criminals, were unheard of and left them all stunned. Damn! This lunatic! He's truly insane! One bolder individual cursed and then grabbed a fallen stun baton, fiercely striking Old Ban on the head. Luckily, despite Old Ban's peculiar behavior, his physical resilience was still that of an average person, and the blow knocked him unconscious. As they looked at Old Ban sprawled on the ground, still wearing a crazed smile, the group of criminals hesitated on their next move. Z-Song, I think we should leave here first. Help me, my legs feel weak. Lin Jianjun, who had led a sheltered life before, was now faced with a bloody and grotesque scene, causing him to pale and shake uncontrollably. If it weren't for the quick actions of Song Zi, who supported him in time, he might have collapsed on the ground. Ding ding ding. Just then, the prison alarm rang, shattering the silence of the night. Bang! Just as Lin Jianjun and the others were at a loss, another loud noise echoed. Startled, they turned to see the prison door being kicked open. A group of inmates, still in their prison uniforms, rushed in without regard for their lives. Upon closer inspection, weren't they the fellow prisoners who had just left? Their current condition was nothing short of tragic. Several had lost limbs, their bodies covered in fresh blood, issuing heart-wrenching screams. Each person looked terrified, running and crying, as if being pursued by demons. It's madness. Everyone's gone mad. Help! Is it the end of the world? I was supposed to be released in 2 months. Why did this misfortune strike now? Witnessing this, Song Zi hurriedly grabbed a fellow inmate who ran up to him, asking in urgency, "What's happening outside? What are you so afraid of?" But the inmate he grabbed was clearly terrified beyond reason. With a scream, he kicked Song Zi to the ground and continued running to the other side of the corridor. Damn it! Why won't you talk? Why hit someone? Z-Song, are you okay? Faced with the only person who had shown kindness to him in the prison, Lin Jianjun realized the situation was dire and went to support him. Lin uncle, I'm okay. But Song Zi shook his head, about to say something when his ears twitched, turning around frantically. From the dark corner of the corridor, a continuous string of crazed laughter and curses approached them. Soon, to the terrified eyes of Lin Jianjun and the others, a large group of lunatics with twisted grins emerged from the corner. Most of them wore prison uniforms, including both male and female inmates, some even former prison guards. These blood-streaked maniacs, upon spotting Lin Jianjun and his group, widened their grins even further. Excitedly, they rushed towards them, shouting manic obscenities. What do you want? Help! The closest prisoner to the corner was grabbed, just as he tried to cry for help. In the next moment, a laughing prison guard raised a blood-stained fire axe and swung it at his face. Chapter 562, Criminals vs. Zombie Army. Who will win? Chapter 562, Criminals vs. Zombie Army. Who will win? Splat asterisk. That poor criminal didn't even have a chance to scream. His head was cleaved in half by a fire axe, blood splattering everywhere. What the heck? Oh, what the heck? What in the world? This horrifying scene nearly scared Lin Jianjun into a stupor. If it weren't for Song Zi supporting him by his side, he would have collapsed on the ground long ago. In fact, not just him. Those criminals present, the ones usually seen as ruthless and vicious by ordinary people, hesitated, pale-faced, and horrified at such a brutal and bloody sight. Biohazard. Zombie invasion? Could it be that the end of the world is truly upon us? Just as everyone was in a daze, the corridor had already filled up with people wearing crazed grins. Among these maniacal laughers were many familiar faces seen around, whether it was former cellmates or righteous prison guards. Right now, everyone was drooling, their eyes wild and malicious, eagerly fixated on them. As the laughing lunatics quickly approached, more and more regular people began to be attacked. Some lunatics were barehanded, while others wielded weapons like stones, iron rods, tables, and chairs, viciously attacking anyone they caught. There were even some lunatics wielding a bloody leg as a weapon, laughing manically as they struck at the criminals' heads. Or using a hand, still clutching a terrified head as a makeshift fist protector, mimicking a boxer diving into the crowd to attack. Madness! Madness! At this moment, it seemed like everyone had gone mad. The corridor was suddenly filled with screams, cries, curses, and chilling maniacal laughter, like a hell on earth. Get lost! Darn it, I'm fighting you all to the end. Damn it! I was already sentenced to death, wanna fight? I'm game till the end. Hey, whether you lot are truly crazy or faking it. When I was killing back in the day, you were probably playing with earthworms in the fields. Some of the hardened criminals were bloodthirsty killers. How could they just sit back and wait for their demise? Grabbing any weapon at hand, They sounded the horn of counterattack. Unfortunately, there were simply too many lunatics. Combined with their fearlessness, when you struck them, not only did they not flinch, they even revealed faces of enjoyment, inviting you to join in the game of mutual slashing. Faced with such a worldview-shattering scene, even the most ruthless criminals couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear deep down. These lunatics had completely lost their humanity. They were no longer human beings at all, especially witnessing several accomplices being caught by the lunatics, either being sliced open screaming, having their entrails ripped out, experiencing a black tiger digs heart moment, or being torn into several pieces by laughing lunatics, or having their heads cut off and used as a ball for kicking. After countless unspeakable and unimaginable forms of death played out before their eyes, the prisoners instantly felt a chill of horror and despair. Many of them were heinous criminals, unafraid of death from the start. But this cruel and inhuman slaughter was too twisted and painful. Even the most depraved criminals couldn't bear it. So, in less than 2.5 minutes of resistance, the terrified prisoners abandoned their armor and fled in all directions. "Uncle Lin, quick! We need to escape quickly!" At this moment, blood was splattered everywhere, body parts were scattered about, and ear-piercing screams filled the air. The chaotic and insane scene in front of him made Songzi tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't comprehend everything he'd witnessed tonight and wondered if he was trapped in a nightmare. But he knew one thing for sure. Regardless of whether this was a dream or reality, if he didn't want to be torn apart and slaughtered by these lunatics, he needed to run for his life. "I can't die. I absolutely cannot die here. I haven't even formally expressed my feelings to Achuan. Haven't even proposed to him yet. I can't die here." Tangjia Sanchao's perfect beauty emerged in his mind. Songzi's eyes filled with fear quickly dissipated, turning resolute and fierce. Nothing could stop him from reaching happiness. Moreover, according to the TV drama routine, this outbreak of madness might have spread to the outside world, and Tangchuan might be facing a life-threatening crisis right now. He needed to hurry over to protect his beloved boy. True love is invincible. Stirred by true love, Songzi shed his usual gentle and timid image, trampling down the crazy people rushing at them, pulling the trembling Lin Jianjun by the legs, fleeing in the opposite direction. He had considered hiding in a prison cell, relying on the cold iron bars to shield themselves from the lunatics' attacks. From his observation, these lunatics seemed highly addicted to indulgent lifestyles, lacking much rationality, just like zombies in the movies. Depending on the solidity of the iron bars, the lunatics probably wouldn't be able to break through. No. Chapter 563. The Fate of Chushong Couple. Do crazy laughers have intelligence? No. Crack. As Chushong's desperate howl echoed, the prison door opened. Dao Yan was the first to rush in, laughing madly. Following closely behind were a large group of excited madmen, jeering and laughing as they poured in. Moments later, the small cell was packed full of madmen. Ahathi, though Songzi couldn't see the scene inside the cell due to the distance, through Chushong's heartbreaking screams and the madman's maniacal laughter, he could barely imagine the terrifying torture the other side was undergoing. Damn it! Those lunatics actually have intelligence, they're not mindless zombies. Realizing this, Songzi's expression turned grim. He immediately gave up on staying trapped in the cell and waiting for rescue. Facing a group of intelligent madmen in one place was essentially a death wish. What made Songzi feel even more hopeless was witnessing some individuals being bitten by madmen or contaminated with their bodily fluids. In a very short period of time, the curvature of their mouths would wildly widen. Soon they would be infected and become new madmen, joining in the slaughter against the survivors. This made Songzi recall the previous incident with Lao Ban. So these lunatics not only have intelligence, but can also infect others, huh? Thinking of this, goosebumps involuntarily covered Songzi. He found it hard to fathom how this terrible disaster had come about. If these intelligent laughing lunatics spread out, who knows how many people in the outside world would be killed in despair. Of course, this had nothing to do with the current Songzi. At this moment, he couldn't even ensure his own safety. The only thing he could think of was how to escape from this nightmare. Yet, after much thought, Songzi still felt that relying solely on himself and Lin Jianjun, two individuals accustomed to a life without challenges, the possibility of surviving this disaster was slim. Since he couldn't rely on himself, he had to seek external help. With that in mind, Song Zi's gaze immediately began searching through the fleeing crowd. 2.5 seconds later, he indeed saw a stout man wielding a stolen fire axe, skillfully chopping down several madmen blocking their way. His movements were smooth, a sign of someone skilled. Lin, follow behind Lao Chen. He's skilled and has the highest chance of escaping. We'll run after him. Remember, never touch the madman's bodily fluids, or you'll be infected with the smiling virus. Song Zi called out, and both of them quickly followed behind the stout man, who was the head of the escort team, Lao Chen. Previously at Tang's house, due to stealing Su Shuyun's underwear and framing the real daughter Tang Ling, the enraged Tang Guowen had him sent to prison. Due to his involvements with the beloved boy, Tang Chuan's family, Song Zi had privately investigated and learned about Lao Chen. As a former head of the escort team, his skills were unquestionable, and their safety following him was evidently high. As the looming threat of death closed in from behind, the group mustered all their strength and dashed, eventually escaping through the prison gates. Just then, as the last person in the group was about to close the iron gate to block the madman's pursuit, at the final moment when the gate was about to shut, a blooded hand suddenly reached in, firmly clamping the gap. The young man's face immediately paled as he desperately tried to press the gate shut, but even with the gate twisting and deforming from the pressure, there was no sign of the hand retracting. The young man could even hear the continuous maniacal laughter and excited panting from just a door away. "You son of a b***********, open the damn door for me. When I open the door, I'll let you feel what it's like as well. Ha ha ha." Hearing the madman talk about his insane thoughts, the young man's face turned ashen, tears streaming down. But the next moment, something more despairing happened. Due to this brief delay, another blood-soaked wrist quickly extended through the gap. Soon, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, countless bloody arms reached through the gap, grabbing the young man's hands, feet, waist, thighs, and face. The gap widened bit by bit. Excited yet twisted smiling faces slowly squeezed in through the gap. "No, no, no, help! Save me! Please, don't leave me! Help me! Wah! I don't want to die! Who will save me?" Wearing striped prison garb, the somewhat handsome young man was scratched by numerous hands. His face distorted from endless fear, his inner self edging close to collapse. He wailed and cried towards Lin Jianjun and the others retreating figures, issuing a cry of helplessness and despair. Unfortunately, the group were all morally corrupt criminals. In such life-threatening moments, everyone fends for themselves. No one could risk being massacred by turning back to help the young man. In fact, most hoped he could hold out a bit longer to possibly secure them more escape time. Bang! 2.5 seconds later, the gate finally collapsed under the pressure. Countless madmen streamed out laughing manically, drowning the struggling young man on the spot. As Lin Jianjun followed the majority into a medical room, he couldn't help but look back. He witnessed the madman rushing out after the gate was broken, scrambling for the chance to play poker with the young man. Meanwhile, the young man, with a blank face, had long given up struggling and was in tears, being pinned down by a dozen madmen, ready to embrace his tragic fate. Thinking about the terrifying ordeal the young man was about to face, Lin Jianjun couldn't bear to watch. "Ozzy Heizi Black Beauty, you're a good kid. Thank you for sacrificing your life to buy us enough escape time. I'll never forget you." Almanzi Heizi, this young man, had been a close friend to Lin Jianjun for a long time since he entered prison. It was said that he had played some joke on a celebrity before, violating their reputation, leading to a 2.5-year imprisonment. During his time in prison, Zi Heizi had turned over a new leaf, actively seeking redemption. On regular days, he would even volunteer to work in the labor area, operating a sewing machine to earn money to help his parents with household expenses. Such a filial and good child ended up in this tragic fate. Tragic, pitiful. Lin Jianjun couldn't help but mourn for him for 2.5 seconds. Chapter 564. The Ending of the Wang Family. Thanks to Zi Heizi's self-sacrifice, Lin Jianjun and others seized the opportunity, almost crawling and tumbling, rushed into a medical room, and quickly closed the door. Soon, countless nauseating laughter and curses echoed outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Following that were continuous and frantic banging on the door, with the madman laughing and cursing, attempting to break in. "Quick, quick, quick! Don't just stand there. If you don't want to die, hurry up and find something to block the door. Songzi decisively took action, pulling Lin Jianjun to hold the door first, roaring at the other frightened prisoners to act quickly. The people who reacted immediately started to frantically move things, such as wardrobes, tables, chairs, and suitcases, piling them up in front of the door. After some time passed, the laughter outside the door gradually faded. Perhaps they realized they couldn't easily breach the large door in front of them. The madman dispersed in twos and threes, laughing maniacally as they ran to chase and kill the prisoners in other cells. The temporarily safe group finally had time to sit down and rest after consuming their energy along the way. Some of the trembling prisoners couldn't control their bodies and couldn't help but cry and curse. Damn it! Finally safe! Wah! Scared the hell out of me, damn it! Within the medical room, there was a mix of suppressed angry curses and sobs. Songzi, being affected by the atmosphere, collapsed on the ground. Gasping for breath, the joy of surviving the ordeal made his eyes moist. Achuin, I survived. I miss you so much. You probably have no idea of the unimaginable disaster in the prison I am in. I have to survive, no matter the cost. Achuin, wait for me. I will come find you. Songzi wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. In order to see that man he longed for, he would do whatever it takes to survive. However, before that, there was a hidden danger to eliminate. Thinking of this, Songzi stood up and approached a pale-faced young man. Looking at the blood-stained wrist, expressionless, he said, Wang Xiaofa, roll up your sleeve and let me see. Songzi had noticed earlier on their escape that the young man had been holding his arm, which was bleeding profusely, likely from being bitten by a madman. For absolute safety in the medical room, this hidden threat had to be eliminated. Ah, don't talk nonsense. Blood poisoning. How could my son be bitten? His arm was accidentally scratched by broken glass. You punk, don't make trouble. Believe me, I'll kill you. Before the panicked Wang Xiaofa could react, the middle-aged man sitting next to him jumped up like he was electrocuted, angrily pointing his finger at Songzi and threatening to fight him. However, Songzi ignored him and informed the other prisoners present of his suspicions. He knew that he didn't need to act personally. The surviving prisoners in the medical room would naturally take care of Wang Xiaofa for their own safety. And as expected, when they heard the sounds of possible infected individuals inside the room, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Dozens of eyes fell sternly on the father and son in the corner, watching them closely. Wang Fugui, Wang Xiaofa. Most people in the room knew this father and son, as they were almost celebrities in the prison. After all, the scene of 3 generations from the same family entering prison together was quite rare. Especially that old man, Wang Dafa, in his 70s, still able to charm a beauty. Refusing to accept that, he never got to enjoy it. In the end, causing his children and grandchildren to be imprisoned. While he died of a heart attack at the police station, after having his ear bitten off by that beauty. Wang Fugui, get out of the way now. Don't make me use force. Wang Xiaofa, if you have nothing to hide, roll up your sleeves and show us. Rather kill the wrong person than let a threat pass. Those madmen are too dangerous. We can't risk letting you stay here. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being ruthless. Why bother talking to them? Look at the kids' evasive eyes. There's definitely something fishy. Finish them off. Looking at the obvious unnatural expressions on the Wang family, the prisoners quickly realized that Songzi's suspicions were correct, and their eyes turned fierce. Seeing the situation turning against them, Wang Fugui immediately knelt down, tears and snot flowing, begging the group to spare his son. Please, please, don't harm my son. He's just a child. My Wang family only has this seedling left. If he's gone, my Wang family will be completely wiped out. Brothers, please have mercy on us. And my son witnessed his mother turning into one of those madmen just now. It seriously affected him psychologically. He's now a child without his mother. How pitiful. Surely you have some compassion, right? Besides, my son hasn't turned into one of those lunatics yet, which means he hasn't been infected. Or he might be the one in a million chosen, developing antibodies against the virus. Maybe the end of the world is here. The antibodies in my son could be the key to saving the world. Right now, you can't harm him. Instead, you should lay down your lives to protect us, father and son. Once the world regains stability, You'll be the heroes who saved the world, remembered for eternity. Oh, what are you doing? Ah! Wang Fugui was eloquent and tried to turn the situation around with his silver tongue, attempting to brainwash the crowd into becoming guardians of their father and son. However, the people present were already hardened criminals, lacking the broader perspective and not caring if the world could return to normal. On the contrary, some even quietly welcomed the prospect of doomsday, as it presented their only chance for freedom. Otherwise, their fate would either be remain in prison or face the firing squad. Consequently, the impatient prisoners, led by Lao Chen, raised various weapons and began a frenzied attack on the father and son. Chapter 565. Scumbag Father's Call. Son. Dad is in trouble. Come to rescue. Seeing his only loved one being harmed, Wang Xiaofa no longer cared about fear, rushing forward to engage in a life and death struggle. Dad, don't hit my dad. You scoundrel. Come at me if you dare. Don't hurt my dad. Watch my father's entwining technique. Damn it, don't touch my son. I'll fight you all. Xiaofa. Whoever dares to harm my son, even if far away, shall meet doom. Fatherly love like a mountain fist. Father and son from the Wang family backed against each other, joining forces to resist the enemies. This scene of loving father and filial son fighting side by side deeply moved Lin Jianjun nearby. AI equals O asterisk. When will his unfilial son at home learn to be sensible? When will they be on the same page? Unfortunately, although the Wang father and son had a grand momentum and their shouts of kill echoed through the sky, all their efforts were in vain. The bloodthirsty prisoners now only cared about one thing: their own safety. As for the profound father-son bond, they would generously escort the father and son duo to reunite at the bottom of the dough pot. Bang bang bang, with each strike of the club, the Wang father and son were beaten to death amidst desperate screams. Before dying, Wang Fugui pressed firmly onto his son, trying to shield him from the attacks with his own back. If Lin Zhuan were here, he would definitely sigh and say, AI equals O asterisk. The pitiful have their detestable aspects from then on, spanning 3 generations of the Wang family, from Wang Defa to Wang Fugui to Zhu Shuman to Wang Xiaofa. All of them met their end, the family line coming to a complete halt. After dealing with the Wang Fugui father and son, a group of people dispersed tacitly, spontaneously searching for useful supplies in the medical room. Everyone knew deep down that being trapped here only meant temporary safety. Sooner or later, they would have to face the terrifying madman outside. Otherwise, even if the medical room could maintain its safety, the fate awaiting them would still be death, starving to death alive. Hey, there's a cell phone. I found a Huawei cell phone. When Lin Jianjun opened a drawer and rummaged through it, unexpectedly he found the latest Huawei folding phone, boasting a remarkable design. Is it working? Great, now we can contact the outside world. Seems like it belonged to a doctor here who left it behind hastily while evading the madman attack. Wow, what luck! This phone doesn't even have a lock screen password. The prisoners quickly gathered around, discovering that the Huawei phone was fully functional, with a full battery and no lock screen password. Each of them beamed with smiles, delighted like innocent children. Soon enough, one after another, people used the Huawei phone to contact their families and friends on the outside, seeking rescue. In this process, they learned that everything was normal outside the prison, still in a peaceful era. This also meant that the disaster was confined to the prison. Eventually, after discussing among themselves, they reluctantly concluded that besides calling for help, there seemed to be no better or safer escape methods. Even if being saved meant likely continuing their imprisonment, at least their lives were secure. What good is personal freedom without life, right? B.W. Perfected. After dialing the emergency number, the police on the other end informed them that they had already received previous reports. The prison's madman riot was being taken seriously. Nearby military forces had been dispatched to suppress it, and it was estimated to arrive soon. The police comforted Lin Jianjun and the others to stay calm, wait in place for the rescue. Beep beep beep. As the phone call ended, the faces of everyone present at the scene finally relaxed a bit. Some even joked and cursed, lightening the atmosphere. Damn it! Can you believe that we, a bunch of criminals from various backgrounds, ended up having to actively call the cops for help? It's really outrageous, beyond belief. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Haha. Inside the medical room, people chattered excitedly and started bragging about random things. Only Songzi, after obtaining the Huawei phone, silently retreated to a corner. After hesitating for 2.5 seconds, he gritted his teeth and dialed a series of phone numbers. Shortly after, the call was answered, and a young voice came through. Hashu, hello. Who is this? Chuan, it's me. I miss you so much. Why don't you ever come to see me? Do you know how much I miss you? Perhaps it was due to the long absence of contact with his beloved. Upon suddenly hearing Tang Chuan's voice, Songzi's nose instantly felt sour, feeling an infinite grievance in his heart, wanting to share his feelings with his beloved. And so, he continued to pour out his longing emotions non-stop. Are you? Songzi, aren't you in prison? How can you call me in the middle of the night? Where did you get the phone? Did you escape from prison? On the other end of the call, Tang Chuan was already dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom that his former close friend called him in the middle of the night. He even suspected if the person was in the midst of escaping from prison. Chuan, listen to me. Let me be brief. I didn't escape from prison. Something extremely terrifying happened inside the prison. Listen to me. If you ever encounter someone laughing maniacally, immediately stay away. Such and such, this and that. At the other end of the phone, Tang-san from the Tang family already knitted his brows into a. The prison full of laughing madman? Feeding on ordinary people? Could it be contagious? Isn't this just an upgraded version of zombies? As Songzi continued his bewildering narrative, Tang Chuan felt it was nothing but a fairy tale, and he coldly interrupted. Enough. Songzi, fabricating such boring stories. Is that fun for you? It doesn't matter if you escaped or for any other reason. Please do not contact me again. The bond between us is long gone. I am not concerned about your well-being. I am straight. And you make me sick. If you dare to call and harass me again, be ready for me to unleash a motherly entwining. Beep, beep, beep. Having spoken, Tang Chuan, with a face full of indignation, immediately hung up and blocked the number. He shook his head at Tang Dad and Tang Mom, who had come over in concern. Nothing. Perhaps someone dialed the wrong number. Ignore it. Let's continue enjoying music and dancing. Inside a luxurious private room. Since Tang Guowen and others learned that the Huo family had fallen into a trap, purchasing a piece of worthless land for billions, the whole family couldn't sleep in excitement, sneaking out in advance without waking up Tangro, wanting to celebrate and witness the dumbfounded, incredulous, and despairing looks on Huo Qichen and the others. Yeah. Amidst the chaos in the prison. Hearing the constant beep, beep, beep from the other end of the phone, Songzi's face turned pale, trembling as if struck by lightning. You make me sick. Tang San's blunt words felt like an unfeeling steel needle piercing Songzi's heart. The pain. It's so painful. Such betrayal from a beloved one hits the hardest. Unconsciously, tears streamed down Songzi's face, and he helplessly slumped to the ground, murmuring and humming the new song by Idol God L. The man I love is not my lover, every inch of his heart belongs to another. Chapter 566. Father calls for help. Can't get through the phone. Hey E=O*. What is love in this world? Teaches us the acceptance of life and death. Z-song. Open your eyes. Women only affect the frequency of your masturbation. Listen to Uncle's advice. We have hands and feet, completely capable of being self-sufficient. Those who achieve great things, how can their emotions be controlled by mere women? Women, either don't mess with them at all. On the side, even though Lin Jianjun is unclear about what happened, he still comforted Songzi in the tone of an experienced person. He then brought out a Huawei cell phone and dialed a series of numbers. 18,813,523. This is the mobile phone number of his eldest son, Lin Zhuan. At this point, he could only seek help from the other party. Regardless of the previous conflicts between father and son, he was always the father connected by blood. Facing the life-threatening crisis now, as long as his eldest son still has a bit of conscience. Upon learning the true situation, he would definitely set out immediately and spare no cost to send people to rescue him. Lin Jianjun is 95% certain of this. Soon, the phone was connected, and the warm ringing tone of fatherly love echoed, Dad, where are we going? With me here. We're not afraid of anything, darling, I am your big tree. accompanying you to watch the sunrise for a lifetime. Beep beep beep, aha. Can't get through. What's going on? Oh hey, it's already over before it began. Lin Jianjun's confident smile faded, unable to help but reveal a look of wisdom. The emotions he had prepared and the words he had prepared were now completely useless. He, as if not believing it, fiercely dialed several other numbers. But without exception, they all failed. Only a cold robotic voice could be heard from the other end of the receiver. Hello. The number you dialed is out of service. Please check and dial again. Sorry. The number you dialed does not exist. Please check and dial later. Lin Jianjun frowned, glancing at the time on the top left of his phone screen, 3:55. It's late at night. His eldest son must be asleep. His phone turned off. That's why he didn't answer my call. OSEZ. Thinking of this, Lin Jianjun's expression improved a bit. Crackle crackle, writing dozens of distress messages, all sent to his eldest son. My dear eldest son, come quickly to rescue me. Your father is in danger. Don't make me wait too long. Otherwise, you will forever be a child without a father. Lin Jianjun, quickly turn on your phone. Return as a son. Don't wait until I'm in deep trouble. Then you will regret it. At that time, it will be too late for you to regret. Lin Jianjun, precious son, heed my words. Your father is currently facing an unprecedented disaster, urgently needing you, a brave and intelligent inheritor, to lend a hand. Lin Jianjun, come quickly. Come quickly. Your old man is on the brink. Don't dawdle. Bring all the bodyguards from home. Swiftly come to rescue. Lin Jianjun, Lin Zhuan, you little brat, do you hear me? Take action immediately, right now. I am your father. It is your duty and obligation to save me. Lin Jianjun, you, still sleeping? Wake up quickly. Your old man is trapped in the medical room. Limited you to send people to rescue me within 24 hours of reading this text. If anything happens to me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Lin Jianjun. After successfully sending dozens of messages, Lin Jianjun nodded satisfactorily. He seemed to have already seen Lin Zhuan fearlessly leading a group of bodyguards, appearing before him like gods descended from the heavens, rescuing him from the fire and water. The whole atmosphere centered on the theme of fatherly love and filial piety. As the saying goes, blessings come in disguise. Due to this thrilling life and death crisis, father and son are sure to put aside their grievances and reconcile. This has been demonstrated by Wang Fugui and his son. No matter how much Wang Xiaofa blamed Wang Fugui for making him end up in prison and ruining his life, but at the moment of witnessing his family member getting hurt, to protect his great creator father, he will instinctively rise up and fight back, father and son joining forces against the enemy. This is human nature. This is the love and connection of family, such harmony. The innate instinct of children is to respect their own biological father. So, when the eldest son learns that his father is in deep trouble, the urgent desire to save his father will surely make him overlook past grievances, generously putting aside the small misunderstandings between father and son and rushing over from afar to rescue him. The possibility of the eldest son not coming to save his father is less than 5%. Realizing this, a proud smile formed at the corner of Lin Jianjun's mouth, as if everything is under his control. Bang 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 bang. Just then, a burst of intense machine gun fire interrupted the thoughts of everyone present. They're here! They're here! The government sent troops over. We're safe. Those lunatics, after all, are just human. Faced with modern weapons, they can't stand a chance. Ha ha! That's right. Now we're saved. Hope everything goes smoothly. I'm just afraid the army is too careless, might make a mistake and fall into a trap. If the soldiers also get infected. Damn it, a group of fully armed crazy troops, just thinking about it scares me. Listening to the intense gunfire outside the room, the prisoners inside the medical room were talking excitedly. Knock knock knock, but the next moment, the sudden knocking on the door made the room instantly silent. Everyone tensed up, their eyes focusing on the door. Who's knocking? The crazies. But why is there no maniacal laughter? Isn't it more normal for that group of lunatics to be banging on the door and shouting curses instead of knocking? Could it be other survivors? Realizing that there's likely living people outside, Song Zi cautiously approached the door, peering outside through the peephole. But what he saw made his hair stand on end, his scalp tingle instantly. Outside, there were several people dressed in white jumpsuits. Every person's appearance was extremely chilling. Their faces were all covered with a bloody smiling skin mask, looking all too creepy. Especially the skin mask, as if just peeled off from a smiling face. Fresh blood was still dripping down, splattering on the ground into dark red blood blossoms. It's hard to imagine what kind of situation it was that allowed humans to maintain a smiling expression even after their face skin was peeled off. And at this moment, if Tang Chuan appeared here, he would surely discover in horror. The leader's smiling face mask is none other than his former goddess, AV actress Bao Dao Madu, Wu Mengmeng. Her smile was miraculously preserved on the face mask, worn over her face. Knock 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 knock. Seemingly aware that someone was peeking through the peephole, the people outside the door began knocking with increasing force. Inside the medical room, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, standing still and facing each other. Faced with this eerie situation, taking the initiative to open the door was impossible. But can they really stay safe by hiding inside like shrinking turtles? In this way, the medical room fell into silence, only the sounds of gunfire and knocking mingling. The group of people stood still, not knowing what to do, silently awaiting the final judgment that fate would hand down unto them. Chapter 567. Su Qinj returns to the magic capital, finally meeting again. Requesting gifts. Early the next morning, the sky reveals a hint of fish belly white, with light mist swirling gently. The first rays of sunlight quietly sprinkle down, as if the world is draped in a layer of golden gossamer. In this moment of complete silence and extreme tranquility, Lin Zhuan sat quietly cross-legged on his own bed. He was lightly enveloped in a faint, seemingly condensed dew light, resembling a solemn and majestic statue. His breathing was long and deep. Each exhalation seemed to resonate with the surrounding natural aura, slowly drawing in the essence of heaven and earth into his dantian, nurturing every inch of his meridians and bones. As time passed, the light became more radiant, seemingly containing endless vitality and life force. After an unknown amount of time, as the first ray of sunlight officially pierced through the treetops, crossed the windowsill, and gently sprinkled on Lin Zhuan's face. His eyelids twitched slightly, slowly opening his eyes, breaking the silence of the night. After a night of cultivation, his eyes appeared even clearer and brighter, like endless stars hidden in the night sky, deep and brilliant. A beam of light flashed from his pupils, as if lightning tearing through the night sky, exuding unparalleled power. Very good, I have completely digested and controlled this power now. From now on, I will never let Qinj suffer any harm again. She is so delicate, so in need of protection. I will give her ample security, so she can have a happy and carefree life like any other girl. Lin Zhuan's gaze was firm as he murmured to himself. Then, he exhaled a breath of impurity. The breath rose like mist, appearing particularly ethereal in the morning light. Crack! Lin Zhuan stretched his body, and his bones made a crisp sound. He glanced at the rising sun outside the window. A strong anticipation rose in his eyes, as a stunning figure gradually appeared before him. Today is the agreed-upon third day. I have a feeling. Qinj. She is on her way back. We will meet again soon. This reunion, I will definitely protect you and never let you leave my side again. At this moment, Lin Zhuan was filled with joy at the thought of reuniting with his beloved wife, his heart surging. He got out of bed and walked, his posture straight like a pine tree. The spiritual light around him gradually converged into his body, leaving only faint ripples that slowly spread in the air. What's this? When Lin Zhuan habitually picked up his phone from the bedside, glanced at it, his pupils suddenly shrank in disbelief. He found dozens of unfamiliar text messages on his phone. Upon opening them, their contents almost made his jaw drop. My dear son, quickly come to rescue. Your old man is in danger. Don't make me wait too long. Otherwise, you will forever be a fatherless wild child. Lin Jianjun, quickly turn your phone on and respond to your father. Don't wait until your father is in irretrievable danger, or you will regret it too late. By then, you will regret it deeply. Lin Jianjun, dear son, read this as if seeing me. Your father is facing an unprecedented disaster at the moment, urgently needing you, the fearless and wise heir, to lend a hand. Lin Jianjun, quickly. Quickly. Your old man is on the brink of death. Stop dilly-dallying. Bring all the bodyguards from home and come to the rescue swiftly. Lin Jianjun, Lin Zhuan, You little brat, did you hear me? Act immediately. I am your father. Saving me is your responsibility and duty. Lin Jianjun, are you still sleeping? Kid, wake up quickly. I'm stuck in the medical room. You have 24 hours after seeing this message to send someone to save me. If something happens to me, you will regret it for a lifetime. Lin Jianjun Linjuan's mouth twitched as he browsed through these strange and desperate pleas for help. He couldn't wrap his head around it. There was even a moment when he doubted if the texts were sent by someone else impersonating his father. But the next moment, this guess was instantly dismissed by Lin Juan. Because from the messages, there emanated such a bizarre and abstract feeling that only his trashy father could possess. Lin Juan was 100% certain of this absurdity. How could he explain these messages from his father to himself? Could it be that something happened in prison? Lin Juan was filled with doubts, utterly perplexed. As far as he remembered, there were no such zombie plot twists in his memory, right? Could it be that the book was abruptly abandoned halfway through, leaving behind an outline plot he didn't know about? After all, the book had been repeatedly banned due to political controversies, and the author was disheartened. Then, deluded by the hype of an online boom, he sold his house, borrowed money, gambled on stocks, and ended up bankrupt. The author, at his wit's end, went to the rooftop for some fresh air, leaving behind a last sentence. The wind on the rooftop is strong, cold, and noisy. Forget it, I'll stop trying to figure it out for now. After all, obstacles can be overcome, and challenges can be met with determination. Now that the chosen child of destiny is on my side, along with the power I obtained from the system, no matter how many variables arise in the future, I face them fearlessly. Lin Juan, as the only sword immortal of wine, had such unprecedented confidence in his formidable strength. Nonetheless, he decided to personally visit the prison. Of course, not to rescue his trashy father. He couldn't care less about the man's life. His main intention was to understand the situation in prison and see if he could rescue Su Yan. After all, if something happened to her and Kinj found out, she would undoubtedly be upset and heartbroken. Lin Juan didn't want his wife to be distressed right after their reunion because of her aunt. Additionally, he was quite intrigued by the madman vibe conveyed in the messages. Lin Juan acted on his thoughts and immediately left the room. Rumbling, 2.5 minutes later, a low-profile black Maybach drove out of the Su family estate. At the same time, at an airport in the magic capital. At the exit, a cold, noble figure, unmatched in beauty and grace, stepped out amidst the astonishment of onlookers. Kinj, I'm back. I miss you so much. And you? Do you miss me? Chapter 568. The enchanting beauty Su Qingyi at the airport in the city of magic. People coming and going, bustling and lively. The sunlight streaming through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows sprinkled onto the waiting hall, adding a touch of warmth to the entire space. Suddenly, a slight commotion emerged from the crowd. A stunning figure, like stepping out of a painting, attracted the attention of all the visitors in the hall. Goodness gracious, is that an immortal descending to Earth? Am I dreaming? How can such unparalleled beauty exist in this world? This young lady's beauty defies all standards. I finally understand why extravagant stories like fire beaconing the feudal lords existed in ancient times. If one could provoke a smile from such a beauty, what are kingdoms and mountains compared to that? The alluring beauty, dressed in a simple and elegant long dress, walked gracefully with light steps. Her facial features were like blooming flowers, delicate and captivating. Her eyebrows as distant mountains held a hint of ink, her eyes like autumn water brimming, her skin like snow, fragile and translucent. Those exquisite features seemed like the most perfect creations from heaven, leaving people in awe. Every glance, every move exuded a unique charm that was irresistible. This beauty was none other than Su Kinj, who had just landed from a flight. Once again stepping on familiar ground, a complex and indescribable emotion surged within her. She still remembered when she left. She was just an ordinary member of the public, unable to control her own destiny, filled with powerlessness and confusion about the future. But now, she finally possessed a trace of extraordinary ability to change destiny. As for the price, it was stained with countless blood. The unpredictability of life and the twists of fate made her momentarily dazed, with myriad emotions. Su Kinj knew that the path she would walk in the future was destined to be filled with bloodshed and killing. But she had no regrets. because with this power, she could better protect the loved ones around her. If possible, she hoped that Lin Juan, who was powerless, could spend the rest of his life under her protection, carefree and happy. Every time she thought about this, Su Qing's heart was filled with warmth and determination. It was the greatest motivation that supported her in constantly growing stronger. Xuan, in order not to tarnish the image I hold in your heart, even if I have to tell a little white lie, you wouldn't mind, would you? As long as I can deceive you for a lifetime, at least for you, that would be the only truth. Currently, what Su Qing was most worried about was that Lin Juan would become fearful and alienate her after knowing her current situation. Just the thought of that gentleman looking at her with horror and disgust sent a sharp pain through Su Qing's heart. She could no longer be separated from Lin Juan. He was now the sunshine in her life, the driving force behind her journey in the darkness. Therefore, Su Qing made up her mind to hide her true self and never let Lin Juan know the truth of the countless bloodstains on her hands. She wanted to maintain an image of a gentle and virtuous wife, someone that any man would love, accompanying Lin Juan and bringing him happiness and peace. Su Qing took a deep breath, her eyes showing a firm belief. She secretly vowed, no matter what price she had to pay in the future, she would protect this hard-won warmth and safeguard the one in her heart. Wow, that girl is simply stunning. Her delicate face, like a masterpiece crafted by a master. Every line is just right, such beauty is rare in the world. Her temperament is extraordinary, like a fairy who does not partake in worldly affairs. This sister is too beautiful. Just looking at her is a feast for the eyes, much more beautiful than those so-called celebrities. Miss is also too beautiful. I feel like my heart has been captured by her already. W. Chapter 569. Su Qing, I hear the echo called fate. If I can marry such a lady, I am willing to live 2.5 years less. Stop dreaming. I advise you to take a look at yourself in the mirror. Gives_gives. Girls of this fairy level, ordinary people can just admire. Everything is in dreams, unimaginable. What kind of man is worthy of such heavenly beauty? Perhaps he saved the Milky Way in a past life. Should I gather the courage to approach and ask for her contact information? Don't humiliate yourself. There were a few toads wanting to eat swan meat before. As soon as I approached the young lady, I was scared away by her frosty gaze. Su Qing's appearance is like a brilliant star falling to the mortal world, instantly attracting the attention of countless passers-by in the airport lobby. Young and promising white-collar workers, successful business gentlemen, returning overseas Chinese, students, and senior professors with graying hair. No matter which social stratum they belong to. After seeing Su Qing's stunning beauty, all that remained in everyone's eyes was amazement. Even the airport staff couldn't help but sneak glances, all captivated by the girl's beauty. But Su Qing seemed completely unaware of her surroundings. In her beautiful eyes, there was only anticipation and longing. Just the thought of meeting Lin Juan soon made her heart uncontrollably well up with indescribable joy. It was a pure and intense emotion, like a burning flame, making her whole heart feel warm in that moment. She's getting closer. She's about to see him. Su Qing slightly pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up, revealing a sweet smile. Her eyes suddenly became exceptionally gentle, as if they could drip water. She seemed to see the familiar figure of Lin Juan, his gentle smile, his caring gaze. She couldn't wait to throw herself into his embrace, feeling his warmth. She gently touched the jade pendant on her chest, the bond between her and Lin Juan. She imagined the scene of their meeting. They would embrace tightly, confide their longing for each other, plan their future life together. Her heart was full of anticipation, full of longing for happiness. As her longing deepened, a deep blood-red color appeared in Su Qing's eyes, becoming increasingly intense. It's not time yet. Just at that moment, a familiar echo suddenly sounded in Su Qing's ear. The voice seemed distant yet close, instantly clearing Su Qing's mind. She looked around in confusion, but found nothing out of the ordinary nearby. What's going on? Auditory hallucination? Speaking of which, after I passed out, what did that damn woman do to me? Why do I feel like I'm increasingly unable to suppress my feelings for Ajuan? In the bustling airport lobby, Su Qing stood quietly, like a snow lotus blooming on the top of a snowy mountain, breathtakingly beautiful. Like a shining star, illuminating everyone's eyes. Her beauty, like a radiant light, attracted the gazes of numerous people around. Men's eyes showed admiration and admiration. Women carried envy and jealousy. However, despite the strong desire to approach her, no one dared to come forward easily, because Sukinj exuded a strong aura of arrogance and aloofness all over her body. It was a kind of powerful oppression that kept people at a distance. The slightly raised chin, tightly pursed lips, and the cold gaze seemed to declare her inviolability to those around her. Several men who were well-dressed and self-proclaimed elites attempted to take a step forward, reaching out for this seemingly unattainable fate. But as they felt Sukinj's icy fierce gaze, their courage would instantly vanish without a trace. Ashamed. Subconsciously, a sense of self-defeating desire, like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, arose in their hearts. The crowd could only look at the girl from afar, silently sighing at their own spinelessness. And Sukinj paid no attention to the reactions of the people around her. Now fully back to her senses, she had only one thought in her mind: to quickly go home and meet that man. So, she took firm steps and strode out of the airport. Chapter 570. The Imminent Encounter of Lovers. Starting tomorrow, 2 updates per day. Normal updates resumed. President. At the airport entrance, a slender and somewhat attractive woman respectfully greeted him as she approached. She had her hair styled in a ponytail, twisted into a round bun on top of that, commonly known as a meatball head. "What do you call me?" Sukinj's eyes turned cold, his tone instantly becoming icy. "Su, President Su." Xiao Tao shivered, quickly correcting herself. She was originally one of the lowest-level employees in the Crimson Society. Usually, she mainly acted as an intelligence officer, responsible for logistical support and assassination missions. Unexpectedly, she was suddenly transferred to the position of the new chairman's personal secretary in the Demon City. And her service target turned out to be the newly appointed chairman, who was said to be extremely violent and unpredictable. Just as she received the mission, Xiao Tao was both fearful and excited, mixed with pleasure and worrying. The joy was that by following the new chairman, she had the opportunity to rise quickly within the organization. The worrying was that, if she made a mistake somewhere, she would be killed by this fierce chairman as easily as cutting vegetables. After all, the new chairman's reputation for ruthless killing was well known within the organization. And the reason she had just made a mistake and called him the wrong name was mainly because she was momentarily stunned by the demon chairman's rumored stunning appearance. The president of their own group was so beautiful, even the male-slaying holy-body demon lord within the organization paled in comparison to the chairman. However, she had just offended the chairman. Would she be in trouble on her first day of duty? Oh, don't want that, right? Just as Xiao Tao anxiously and nervously waited for her fate, she heard a cold voice that made her instinctively tense up. "Remember, play your part well. If he finds out my true identity, you know the consequences. All right, enough chatter. Take me home now. I want to see him." Sukinj coldly warned before leaving expressionlessly. The reason she chose this woman in front of her to work with her was twofold. On one hand, she needed her help to cover up lies and act as a bridge between her and the organization. On the other hand, she was intrigued by the woman's resume before joining the organization, having operated several love agencies and calling herself a love mentor. For this reason, despite the objections of other senior members, Sukinj forcibly recruited this love senior to her side. As for the reasons, those who understand will understand. Understood. President Su, I will always be attentive. Grateful to have saved her life, Xiao Tao was on the verge of tears, feeling a sense of relief like surviving a disaster. She quickly followed Sukinj's footsteps and got into a small sedan. Inside the car, in order to showcase her skills and value, Xiao Tao enthusiastically presented various pieces of information in front of Sukinj. President Su, let me give you a detailed report on some of the information we have collected so far. Unfortunately, Sukinj remained cold and uninterested from start to finish. At that moment, she only wanted to hurry home to see the man she had been longing for. In the early hours, there seems to have been a riot at Tilikiao prison, and Kunlun even dispatched troops to suppress it. The specific situation is unclear, and the official secrecy level is very high. Seems to be deliberately hiding something. Boss, it seems like your aunt is serving time in this prison. Do we need to send someone to find out the details? Or rescue your aunt? A prison riot? Could it be a jailbreak? When she heard about Su Yan, Sukinj finally frowned, her aunt's figure appearing in her mind. Since the other party was arrested and thrown into prison, she had not seen her again. Because of the incident with Wang Dafa, she and her aunt had completely fallen out. But even so, the bits and pieces of the relationship between aunt and niece over the years still sparked a sense of compassion in Sukinj. In addition, now that her grandfather had woken up, even if he didn't say it out loud, he definitely didn't want anything to happen to her aunt. After a moment of contemplation, Sukinj decided to detour and first visit Tilikiao prison to check the situation. It wouldn't take much time anyway, she just needed to confirm her aunt's condition. Of course, at this moment, Sukinj was very calm. She didn't think her aunt's life was in danger. Whatever caused the turmoil in the prison last night, even if the army was deployed, any major disturbance could be easily suppressed. Soon, the car turned in a different direction towards Tilikiao prison. And at this moment, not far away, a familiar black Maybach was swiftly approaching in the direction of the prison. From tomorrow onwards, I will resume daily updates with 2 chapters. Minimum for 1,000 words. These days I've been in the hospital accompanying my father-in-law. Now he gets dizzy whenever he moves his head, lying in bed with an for drip all day, looking very unwell. I need to take a break and lie down for about 10 minutes before getting out of bed. The doctor said it was caused by pressure on the brain nerves from the ear. I don't understand it, but a week ago, he woke up like this. His hearing in one ear is already gone. E equals O asterisk. I don't know how much longer he needs to stay in the hospital. Will he slowly recover? Cherish your health, everyone. A good body is more important than anything else. Starting tomorrow, I will resume normal updates. I beg for some support for love. Because I haven't updated recently, my traffic has plummeted, and I'm running out of money to eat. I'm thinking of giving a few $1,000s to my father-in-law's family. How much is appropriate for a son-in-law in this situation? Chapter 571, Sukinj's Jealousy. How can a bewitching cheap woman try to steal men for herself? Boom rumble rumble. On the way to the Tilla Bridge prison, Xiao Tao was still chattering non-stop. Sukinj, on the other hand, was bored, leaning against the window, holding her chin, as white as jade, with her right hand, her absent-minded beautiful eyes looked out through the car window at the bustling crowd outside. The thumb and forefinger of her left hand lightly touched each other, as if calculating something. 58 hours, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds. I haven't spoken to Ixuan for exactly 58 hours, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds. What is he doing? Is he still sleeping in laziness? At midnight, does he occasionally dream of me? I really want to see him soon. When he sees that my legs have fully recovered, he will definitely be pleasantly surprised. Sukinj silently counted the time in her heart, her eyes flashing with endless tenderness. Ever since she returned to this city with him, the longing buried deep in Sukinj's heart could not be suppressed. However, the thought of being able to snuggle up to Ixuan's chest again tonight, listening to his strong heartbeat as she fell asleep. The corner of Sukinj's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, outlining a sweet smile. She already seemed able to feel Lin Zhuan's warm embrace, to smell his familiar masculine scent. It was a reassuring scent, unique to Ixuan boss. I have one last thing to report, regarding your current husband. Just then, Xiao Tao, who had been chattering non-stop, suddenly looked uneasy, as if there was something hard to say. What? News related to Ixuan? Seeing Xiao Tao's expression, could it be that something happened to Ixuan? At the mention of something related to Lin Zhuan, Sukinj sat up straight in an instant, her brows furrowed with unmistakable anxiety, completely unlike her previous nonchalant attitude. Quickly, what happened to Ixuan? Quickly, Sukinj's words were concise, but the gradually chilling tone made Xiao Tao break out in a cold sweat. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. The president deeply loved her husband, loved him to the point of desperation, loved him to her core. Before, Xiao Tao thought it was just a rumor within the organization, exaggerated. Who exactly was the president? With such a ruthless personality, sealing off her heart and love was normal operation. How could she be bound by mere love? Added to this outstanding beauty, there was no man on earth worthy of the president's genuine affection. But now, seeing the president, who previously seemed indifferent to everything, but now, hearing news about a man behaving so out of character, Xiao Tao's heart skipped a beat, realizing her own haste. The place that man held in her president's heart might be far more significant than she had imagined. Realizing this, Xiaotao's eyes widened. She hesitated and dared not reveal the information about the scumbag man's potential infidelity. If her president were to fly into a rage and slap her dead, what would she do? Oh, President, it's a long story. You'd better see for yourself. Concerned for her own life, Xiaotao, with a worried look on her face, quickly placed the tablet in front of Su Qinj. Seeing this, Su Qinj looked even more nervous, thinking that Lin Zhuan might be in some kind of life-threatening danger. Her eyes quickly scanned the screen, browsing the information about Lin Zhuan. At the same time, she kept praying for Lin Zhuan's safety, hoping he was okay. Soon, all the latest information about Lin Zhuan was gathered by Su Qinj. She finally understood why Xiaotao had struggled to speak. In an instant, Su Qinj seemed to erupt with a boundless chill, causing the temperature inside the car to drop several degrees in an instant. Her fist involuntarily clenched, her nails digging deeply into her palm. A hint of crimson flashed in her beautiful eyes, filled with a kind of unspoken destruction and madness. Axuan is suspected of having an affair? Infatuated with the Han family's young lady? Han family! Han Xinchao! That woman who likes to fake it! Axuan is in the hospital, stealing glances at her affectionately, doing all sorts of sweet things, even privately inviting her to dinner at the hotel, suspected of preparing to confess? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Axuan possibly like that kind of bewitching cheap woman? Fake. Rumors, all just rumors. Looking at all the detailed and verified evidences of Lin Zhuan's infidelity, Su Qinj was seething with anger. Her breathtakingly beautiful face, at that moment, became somewhat ferocious due to her anger. Unconsciously, her right hand gripped the card or handle. With a click sound, the door handle snapped. With Su Qinj's unintended strength, the door handle was broken by her. Gudong. Seeing this scene, Xiaotao's chrysanthemum tightened, instinctively swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Suddenly, she felt that her previous decision was incredibly correct. Otherwise, her head might have been separated from her body like the card or handle. But as a qualified employee, she gathered her courage and whispered a few words of advice. "B-boss, please calm down. These are all news that woman voluntarily disclosed. Maybe she is deliberately framing Mr. Lin. Based on Mr. Lin's past behavior, he should, maybe, probably, not that kind of unfaithful person. After all, with your boss's heavenly beauty, as long as it's a normal man with eyes, he couldn't possibly choose that terrible woman. Unless Mr. Lin was really hungry. Of course, the likelihood of that is almost zero. Boss, you should have more confidence in yourself. Mr. Lin is definitely waiting for you to come home." Xiaotao carefully considered her words, trying to comfort her. In reality, she didn't hold much hope. She was certain that Lin Zhuan, the scumbag man, was likely cheating. She had seen photos of Han Xinchao, although her appearance was far from that of her president's. But in the eyes of ordinary people, she could be considered a rare beauty. As the saying goes, home flowers are not as fragrant as wildflowers. Men. They're always eating from one bowl and looking at another, eternal beings of lower body thinking. During these days that her president had been away, this scumbag man abruptly encountered a bewitching cheap woman. With the freshness of this new encounter, thoughts stirring in his mind, wanting to try something new and hook up with her, it seemed entirely plausible. Chapter 572. I feel pity for Su Qinj seeking electricity for love because I used to run a marriage introduction agency and have encountered some dating agencies. Xiaotao has seen too many unreliable scumbag men. They are all hypocritical, thinking only about their own desires behind their facade. In her eyes, there are simply no faithful men in this world, just like there are no cats that don't steal. She never expected that even the esteemed female leader of their own organization would be cheated on by a scumbag. Unbelievable! Fortunately, blessings often come in disguise. After this incident, the female leader of their organization will surely turn over a new leaf, guard her heart, and realize that no man in this world is trustworthy. As the saying goes, rely on a mountain, and it might fall. Rely on a man, and he might run away. Only oneself is the most reliable. Women ultimately have to rely on themselves. Strive for self-improvement, daughter. However, despite these words, Xiaotao still tries her best to comfort their female leader. She is afraid that the female leader might not be able to accept the fact of being betrayed, and might lose control and harm herself. You're right. Ajwan would never fall for another woman. This is definitely someone spreading rumors to ruin the bond between me and Ajwan. Our love is unbreakable. I will never be deceived. Don't underestimate the bond that Ajwan and I have built over time. Even if there is some issue, it must be that woman's fault. She is malicious, daring to seduce Ajwan. Unforgivable. Han family, perhaps it's better if it doesn't exist. Su Qing's beautiful eyes gradually turn bloodshot, her silver teeth grind with a crunch, showing a desire to tear a certain Han Xiaosan apart into pieces. Ah, what is this? Oh why are you showing such a bias opally? Xiao Dao's cherry-like mouth hangs open, looking a bit foolish. She finally understands the profound meaning of the advice and complicated gaze from her grandmother before leaving. The female leader's behavior is just like someone in love, right? According to Xiao Dao's experience as a love counselor, Su Qing's infatuation has reached an extreme level. She is beyond redemption. It's all over. What kind of hypnotic potion did that damn scumbag give to their female leader? How could he brainwash her into this state with Pua techniques? Just as Xiao Dao starts to doubt her life choices, Su Qing's face has already turned extremely ugly, her inner panic and jealousy soaring. Despite self-reassurance to not believe rumors, she can't help but be torn apart watching the so-called solid evidence on the screen. The pain in her heart is unbearable, making it hard for her to breathe, impossible to stay calm. Is Ajwan rejecting me? No, it can't be. I should trust Ajwan. He said he would take care of me for a lifetime, hold my hand and grow old together. We made promises. No one can take him away from me. Anyone trying to snatch a man from me will die. Boss, if you are worried about that Han Xiaosan ruining the relationship between you and Mr. Lin, I can immediately assign our organization's killer to eliminate that suspected Xiaosan today. In this way, Mr. Lin won't be tempted, and you can be worrying-free. What do you think? Seeing Xiao Dao's gesture of slitting her throat, Su Qing can't help but feel a surge of malice growing inside her. She thinks, if she can't solve the problem, the best solution is to eliminate the person causing the problem. But she realizes that if she goes down that path and Ajwan finds out, he will surely be even more fearful and disgusted with her. Just imagining the fearful and disdainful look in Lin Zhuan's eyes, Su Qing's heart trembles, feeling a sense of utter despair, a feeling as if her heart and guts are being torn apart. She can't bear to continue thinking because it is more unbearable than being sliced into pieces, leaving her unable to endure the pain. It hurts. It's too painful. In the end, Su Qing forces a wry smile, shaking her head decisively, stopping Xiao Dao from calling the killer. Forget it. What will be, will be. Su Qing mutters to herself, then lets out a lonely self-mocking laugh. Her voice is sad, her gaze distant and helpless, like a pitiful child about to be abandoned by her parents. If Ajwan really falls for someone else, even if I kill a Han Xiaoxiao, another Wang Xiaoxiao, Li Xiaoxiao, or Chen Xiaoxiao will soon appear. I don't want to bind Ajwan's freedom. I don't want to force Ajwan to do anything that makes him unhappy. I don't want to make Ajwan fear me. If he no longer loves me, maybe I should let him go, let him seek his own happiness. That's how I used to think. But with my current situation, perhaps it's right to let Ajwan go. He should find an ordinary girl and live a happy life, raise children. I should wish him well. I know everything. But I feel so miserable. Just the thought of not being able to stay by Ajwan's side makes my heart ache so much. If Ajwan truly grows tired of me, should I turn a blind eye? Will he come back to me if he gets bored and smile again? Then I can keep him by my side. Even if he has feelings for other women, it doesn't matter as long as there is a place for me in his heart. But why do I have an intense and uncontrollable urge to harm when I imagine Ajwan laughing and talking with other women? I just want to possess Ajwan all to myself. Xiao Dao, am I being too selfish? What should I do? How can I keep Ajwan by my side forever? What should I do? By the end of her verbal outpour, Su Qing is incoherent. She lowers her eyes, hugs her head in a corner, murmuring incessantly. Her face is full of sorrow and loss, evoking a sense of pity. It is expected that the male and female leads will meet each other the day after tomorrow. Seeking gifts, pleading for free donations for the love store. This book currently has a daily income of 112. The remaining support comes from the generous contributions of our brothers, as yesterday their donations reached nearly $30. I am endlessly grateful. Thanks, W. I am currently a full-time author, earning only a few thousand yuan a month to make ends meet. It's a bit difficult to support my family like this. I was considering starting a new book, but with only a few months left this year, maybe it's better not to stir things up. Let me honestly update this one to 2 million words first. Some people ask why I don't find a job. Well, can't find one. Mainly, my education level is just high school, living in a small county, with no connections. The only jobs I could find are labor-intensive factory work like my wife or delivering food, parcels, and the like. Earning only a few thousand a month, I might as well continue writing novels for a living. Occasionally, with luck and the generosity of some big brothers, my daily income can even reach $200 or $300 ***. So, my brothers, study hard. Otherwise, my present situation may become your future. Chapter 573. Protecting the short-tempered delicate wife Su Qinj, I won't allow you to speak ill of Ajuan. Xiao Tao, what should I do in the end? By the end of the conversation, Su Qinj was already speaking incoherently. She lowered her eyelids, held her head in her hands, curled up in a corner, muttering incessantly. With a face full of desolation and loss, I couldn't help but feel pity for her. Oh, why is love in this world so difficult, making people pledge their lives to each other, witnessing the fragility and helplessness of their own leader? Xiao Tao's nose tingled, her maternal instincts erupted. She almost couldn't bear to see her like this. This was the first time she had seen the demonic leader, rumored to be ruthless and cold-blooded, looking so lost and confused. At this moment, Su Qinj did not seem like the autocratic leader, feared even by the bravest assassins within the organization. Instead, she appeared more like a naive and inexperienced young girl dealing with the uncertainties of love. Due to her hands being stained with blood, she could only wear a false mask in her daily life. Otherwise, she didn't know how to face the man she loved. She didn't know what to do specifically. Which direction should she strive towards, so that her beloved one, voluntarily, sincerely, willingly, would remain by her side forever? She hoped the scoundrel of a man could find happiness, but was afraid that one day, after learning her secret, he would want to escape. She wanted to let him go and find happiness. However, she couldn't pass the test within her heart. She couldn't truly accept the man leaving her side. She longed for him to willingly stay by her side forever, rather than using violence to forcefully restrict his freedom, thus incurring his resentment. Such a contradictory and tangled situation, the demon leader single-mindedly loving someone, completely overturned Xiao Tao's understanding all this time. She couldn't imagine what kind of magic the ordinary man named Lin Zhuan possessed to make the usually decisive and cold leader fall so deeply for him. Is he worthy? Does he deserve it? In Xiao Tao's eyes, that scoundrel of a man was obviously unworthy. He wasn't even worthy to shine her leader's shoes. Xiao Tao also didn't want to see her leader become so humble for a man. It was completely unlike her. Boss, listen to Xiao Tao's advice. So-called love is virtual. You can't grasp it. As the saying goes, it's hard to find a three-legged toad. There are plenty of two-legged men. Why waste your energy and emotions on a scoundrel of a man? There isn't a man in this world who is worthy of you being so infatuated. Men are all big philanderers, naturally fickle. They don't deserve your true feelings. Especially that Mr. Lin, daring to make you worrying so much. It's simply unforgivable. From my many years as a matchmaker, boss, you are clearly being played. In my opinion, scoundrel men will only slow down the progress of our leader. Women should be independent. Who says we women are inferior to men? The queen needs to be beautiful on her own. We don't need any scoundrel men. That dog-like man named Lin. As Xiao Tao was indignantly defending her leader, trying to awaken the lamb lost in the sea of love through her own experiences, something strange happened. The temperature inside the car suddenly dropped, even though I hadn't turned on the AC. Xiao Tao, in the driver's seat, stopped talking, feeling a sudden chill on her back, goosebumps all over her body. She raised her head uneasily, then froze in terror. Passing through the rearview mirror in the car, she caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes staring at her intently. Those eyes seemed to be scrutinizing a corpse. Who is this scoundrel you speak of? If you dare speak ill of him again, I will kill you. HMPH. Who do you think you are? You're even worthy to criticize him. You simply don't understand Ajwan's virtues. Sukinj narrowed her unfathomable eyes, locking eyes coldly with Xiaotao through the car's rearview mirror. This terrified Xiaotao, making her scalp tingle, shivering uncontrollably. Danger, underscore. She nearly drove the car into the greenery on the roadside due to being so distracted. I dare not. Xiaotao quickly begged for forgiveness and dared not speak a single bad word about Lin Zhuan again. Her woman's intuition told her that if she continued speaking without a filter, her leader's death slap would explode her head. For the sake of her own life, Xiaotao swiftly changed her tune, praising continuously. Boss, heh. I was just joking earlier. I genuinely feel that you and Mr. Lin are a match made in heaven. I suggest you lock it down. Based on my investigation, Mr. Lin is extremely talented, dedicated to his work, unlike those lewd men who only think with their lower bodies. He's gentle, handsome, a talented individual. He's like the Prince Charming from a fairy tale. His character is excellent. He helps old ladies cross the street, returns lost things, helps lost girls find their mothers. This outstanding, high-quality man, being devoted and sincere, is just one of his many virtues. I'm 100% sure of it. Mr. Lin definitely would never do anything to hurt you. Among the many beautiful women in the world, he would only cherish you alone. Like this, like that. Xiaotao could see the depth of her leader's lovesickness. It had already reached an irredeemable stage, making her unable to bear even the slightest criticism of her man by others. What could she do, underscore? All she could do was continue to pamper her leader. Chapter 574. Did Sukinj awaken? Learning the art of beheading men, kneeling to thank Big Brother user 90 for 1,330 to 1,403. In the presence of Xiaotao's endlessly wise and flattering words, Lin Zhuan became a one-of-a-kind extraordinary man without predecessors or successors. Witnessing Xiaotao's keen insight, others, particularly beautiful women, saw the same. Su Qing's expression finally softened and considerably. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she elegantly straightened her posture again. Xiaotao's enthusiastic praise could be said to have penetrated Su Qing's heart, making her even happier than directly praising her, making her feel ecstatic. After 2.5 minutes, Su Qing suddenly interrupted Xiaotao's non-stop talking and said a few words that left her in shock. You're not bad. Your eyes are sharp with good judgment. Ajwan is indeed outstanding, with endless merits. He has great musical talent. Every song is a masterpiece that can be worshipped. He also has a talent for business. The once declining company under his leadership is now thriving and flourishing, achieving great success. His culinary skills are amazing. You wouldn't believe it, but I used to have a slight eating disorder. Yet, a simple bowl of egg fried rice from Ajwan can whet my appetite. He treats me very well, tender, and thoughtful in everything he does. He also massages and relaxes my mind and body, telling me many interesting stories. Oh, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? How could there exist such a perfect man in this world? This kind of 360-degree flawless man can only exist in novels, right? Xiaotao's brain buzzed as she listened, her facial expression frozen. She now truly understood the saying beauty is in the eye of the beholder. In her president's eyes, that despicable man is flawless, as if he were a fallen angel in the mortal world, glowing. Through the car's rearview mirror, Xiaotao's eyelids twitched. Was she experiencing an illusion? She actually saw a hint of pride and satisfaction in her president's beautiful eyes. Whenever that despicable man was mentioned, the enchanting smile on her president's face visibly grew. Her once icy and distant aura softened unconsciously. Speaking of their time together, something seemed to occur to her suddenly. 2 faint blushes appeared on her beautiful cheeks. What is this? It's almost blindingly exaggerated. Her titanium alloy dog eyes almost went blind on the spot. The crime. She realized she had underestimated that despicable man's place in her president's heart. This level of emotion had reached a point of obsession, nearing an extreme or even slightly pathological level, right? The legendary, affectionate president. Suddenly she felt a mix of luck and misfortune towards that despicable man. What's going on? Xiaotao, you don't understand. Ajwan is different. He is special to me. I only want him. I can't live without him. But I don't know if Ajwan feels the same way. I'm so afraid. So afraid that Ajwan will detest me. I don't know what to do to make him happy. I want Ajwan by my side, not allowing him out of my sight for a moment. But I'm also afraid that Ajwan will resent me for my possessiveness, hating me, and wanting to stay away from me. My rationality tells me I can't act like this. I shouldn't constrain Ajwan's freedom. I should suppress my abnormal desires. I don't want to be seen as a lunatic by Ajwan. But I am so conflicted. I know this desire is abnormal, but I can't control it. Sukinj lowered her eyelids, the happy smile on her face dimmed momentarily. She held her head, her expression shifting between fierce, manic, conflicted, and sad. Like an extremely love-deprived little girl afraid of being abandoned by her parents, exhibiting signs of dissociative identity disorder. This scene both broke Xiaodao's heart and made her somewhat fearful. Her heart ached seeing Sukinj, a beautiful woman on the verge of tears. She couldn't bear to see her like this, not just as a man, but even as a woman herself. The fear came from the fact that the president at this moment appeared somewhat neurotic. She inexplicably worried that the other might suddenly lose their mind and slap her. Ultimately, Xiaotao decided to use all her expertise and principles to intervene. Since she couldn't persuade the president to leave that despicable man voluntarily, she would teach her how to tame him instead. Xiaotao had come to realize that the president was similar to most killers within the organization. Due to the influence of her martial arts training, her personality had become extremely unstable, prone to bursts of anger and madness. And that despicable man was her antidote, capable of effectively suppressing the president's affliction. Boss, if you trust me, I have a way to make Mr. Lin fall deeply in love with you, even seeking your company every day. Just as the words fell, Sukinj suddenly looked up, her eyes gleaming with a radiant brilliance like stars. This enchanting gaze could make even Jesus himself fall instantaneously. The words were spoken by Xiaotao. What should I do? Sukinj stared pointedly, speaking concisely and to the point. Ahem. President, do you know what kind of woman is most likely to captivate a man's attention? Faced with the president's puzzled look, Xiaodao's sense of accomplishment surged. She began patiently teaching her. Years ago, when I was a love counselor, I dealt with numerous emotional situations. I compiled a manual called Manslaying Scripture, so effective that even the charm demon came to me for advice. As long as you, President, follow my instructions strictly, I'm 95% confident, she exclaimed. A mere man. Isn't he just an easy pinch? Lin Zhuan, kneeling to thank the godly Big Brother. User 90 for 1,330 to 1,403. Big Brother is amazing. Sukinj. Big Brother user 90 for 1,330 to 1,403. You are my god. 2 nights ago at 11:30, I saw Big Brother send 5 gifts of Gift King. At first, I didn't believe it, but upon closer inspection, I discovered it was true. I was ecstatic, receiving such a huge tip for the first time in my life. I couldn't sleep the whole night. It's almost half of my wife's monthly salary. I told my mom first. She didn't believe it at first, but in the end, she was incredulous and exclaimed that I had met a rich second generation. I told my dad in the morning, and he too was shocked, even asking me to thank Big Brother. User 90 for 1,330 to 1,403 separately. At noon, I told my wife, and she wanted half, so I had to block her right then and there. An hour later, I reluctantly unblocked her. Big Brother. User 90 for 1,330 to 1,403's love. How could I share that with her? This presumptuous woman just doesn't know her place. In any case, thanks to Big Brother user 90 for 1,330 to 1,403 for the gifts. I almost wanted to quit, but thanks to Big Brother, I will continue to update Screams. Chapter 575. Sukinj awakens. Turns out, I am a weak girl based on my years of experience. Many men inherently possess a sense of chauvinism. They crave showing off in front of women to receive admiration from girls' adoring eyes, thus finding inner satisfaction. If a woman exudes too strong of a presence, excels in all aspects, and dominates her beloved in all areas, it might backfire and lead to clumsiness, causing the opposite effect. Because men will feel inferior, like Alexander the Great. In fact, we women don't necessarily have to be stunningly beautiful or demonstrate excellence, frugality, and household management skills, but remember, you must provide emotional value to men, allowing their emotions to fluctuate because of you. Cry for you, laugh for you, go crazy for you, melt for you. Only in this way will their brains release a large amount of dopamine, making them rely on you, producing a heartbeat that cannot be without you. Xiao Tao shook her head, like a life mentor, imparting her insights on love that she had gained over the years. Su Qinj listened with a blank expression. Over the years, no one had delved into these topics with her. As a novice in emotions, encountering such profound knowledge of love suddenly left her with question marks all over her mind. Being too excellent, is it actually a flaw? Feeling inferior? Will Xwan really feel inferior and overwhelmed when with her? What is emotional value? What about dopamine secretion in the brain? Is love truly this complicated, involving not just chemistry, but also psychology? Su Qinj looked puzzled, yet a mysterious brilliance shone in her beautiful eyes. Although she didn't fully understand, she felt that it was quite amazing, especially when she heard about making Lin Zhuan rely on her, generating a feeling of being unable to be without her, crying for her, laughing for her, going crazy and melting for her. Su Qinj couldn't contain her excitement. She unconsciously sat up straight, eager to ask, "What should I do?" "First, you need to learn to show vulnerability." Vulnerability? Su Qinj furrowed her lovely eyebrows, murmuring to herself. To put it more plainly, you need to evoke Mr. Lin's protective instincts, voluntarily revealing your fragile side to genuinely make Mr. Lin feel distressed for you. That moment, Su Qinj was utterly stunned. Since her family's incident, she had always presented herself as strong and cold-hearted. No matter the challenges she faced, she would grit her teeth and handle things with a tough and commanding style to deal with everything. Because she believed in self-reliance, the only person she could rely on was herself. Even in front of Lin Zhuan, she had never completely let down her guard or shown her most vulnerable side. But now Xiao Tao was asking her to abandon her protective thorns like a hedgehog, exposing her softest and most fragile side. Seeing Su Qinj hesitant, Xiao Tao spoke earnestly, sharing her unique insights. "Boss, figure it out for yourself. Why do those flashy women, scheming green TB** cheese, and hypocritical white lotus flowers easily captivate men and make them drool? Isn't it because they are adept at deceiving? Always pretending to be fragile, shedding tears at the slightest provocation, whining and making coquettish sounds. In our eyes, those women pretending and acting overly disgust us. We wish we could slap them hard in the face. But men always fall for it, right? They eagerly become lapdogs. Conversely, if you appear too strong and independent, handling everything on your own, fixing light bulbs, opening packages, carrying water buckets, men will think you're vulgar, lacking in dignity, and denying them the chance to show off. In my opinion, women should show a bit of weakness, speak up when feeling wronged, and actively seek help from men. This can arouse their inherent protective instincts, making them genuinely feel distressed for you. Afterwards, express your gratitude with a touching, admiring gaze, and they'll be gleeful for a while. Of course, feeling distressed is just one aspect of pulling at a man's emotions. There are also worrying, moved, havoc, and so on. Boss, I'll teach you the rest later. For now, you just need to master the skill of making Mr. Lin feel distressed for you. In the past, you were too independent and outstanding. Mr. Lin thought you could handle everything on your own, which is wrong. Boss, you have to make Mr. Lin take the initiative, even if it means he offers his emotional swings. The more sunk costs he gives, the harder it is for a man to leave, because he will feel unwilling to part ways and feel like he's losing big time. Human emotions are like this. The one who gives the most is always the one being grasped by the other. There's a saying, the favored one always behaves arrogantly. Right now, you have to change the image of a strong woman in Mr. Lin's eyes. He has to see you as a woman with a vulnerable side to stir his protective instincts. Only when he feels distressed for you, at least for a short time, his focus will be on you, surrounding you every day, caring for you, looking after you. Faced with Xiao Tao's lengthy discourse on taming men's skills, Su Qinj was almost in a daze throughout, feeling like she had entered a new world. Although she found it confusing, the last sentence was clear to Su Qinj. As long as Xwan felt distressed about her, at least for a while, his attention will be on her, circling around her every day, caring for her, looking after her. Isn't that the scene she yearned for? To be cared for and cherished by Xwan, as if, almost, Even more than a dream for a moment, Su Kinj felt joyful and content. So, what should I do so that Ixuan would feel distressed for me? Su Kinj gradually understood Xiao Tao's words and couldn't wait to make Lin Zhuan feel distressed for her, to protect her. Xiao Tao was right. The old her was too independent, always wanting to do everything herself and not trouble Lin Zhuan. Invisibly, could this have given Ixuan the impression that she didn't need him? She must let Ixuan feel that she needs him and can't be without him. Thinking back through her memories of various same-aged female colleagues in her circle, Su Kinj increasingly realized that Xiao Tao's words made some sense. In the workplace, those weak, crybaby, and seemingly pitiful young women always received men's sympathy, and men were more willing to help them. On the other hand, those who were dominant, cold, with a neat haircut, stressed gender equality, often proclaiming relying on oneself. Women should be self-reliant, who says women are inferior to men. Men either distanced themselves or ended up as good bother. As the saying goes, a crying child gets the milk, a sensible child is left to fend for themselves. Even newborn babies understand this logic, so why did she only realize it now? Su Kinj let out a sigh of regret, feeling somewhat annoyed. She finally recognized her true self. Strength was just her facade. In reality, she was just a weak girl who couldn't protect herself, in need of constant care from a man. Yes, that's right. So, Su Kinj lifted her distinct black and white eyes and gazed straight at Xiao Tao's round head, waiting for her to suggest a way to make Ixuan voluntarily distressed over her vulnerability. Chapter 576, Su Kinj's pitiful plan in action. Firstly, boss, you need to change your attire. If you go to meet Mr. Lin looking like this, he will only be amazed and enchanted, but he will definitely not feel any heartache for you. Because you are now too beautiful, to the point of being ethereal and beyond comparison. This will cause Mr. Lin's attention to be mostly drawn to your stunning beauty. Through the rearview mirror in the car, Xiao Tao carefully assessed Su Kinj and gave her thoughtful suggestions. She spoke while slowly pulling the car over to the side of the road, preparing to personally help the president for a beautiful transformation. My attire. Too beautiful. Su Kinj raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. She looked down at her outfit, never expecting that the problem would lie there. This was her meticulously prepared surprise for Zhuan on this long-awaited reunion night. A form-fitting long dress in moon red. The soft fabric hugged her graceful figure closely, like flowing moonlight, elegant and charming. The neckline of the dress delicately exposed her slender and fair neck, resembling a graceful swan. The hem of the dress swayed gently, moving with the rhythm of the car, light and graceful as if telling a gentle story. Her long hair was carefully pinned up, a few strands playfully falling on either side of her cheeks, adding a touch of lively beauty. Adorning her head was a simple and exquisite crystal hair accessory, shimmering brightly under the sunlight like stars adorning her hair. Her makeup was fresh and subtle, with eyebrows shaped like crescent moons, gently highlighting her gentleness and determination. Her bright eyes sparkled with hopeful light, as if holding the secrets of the universe. A hint of blush added a touch of shyness to her exquisite cheeks, and her rosy lips, like delicate petals, tempted one to lean in for a kiss. On her wrist, she wore a delicate silver bracelet with a small crystal pendant. With Su Kinj's movements, it produced a crisp and delightful sound. In her hand, she held an exquisite red handbag, simple in design, yet exuding a noble quality. Every detail of this carefully selected and arranged outfit showcased Su Kinj's care and beauty, as if preparing for a grand date. Just to make sure that when she sees Lin Zhuan, he sees her in her most beautiful state. Boss, think about it from a different perspective. If you go to meet Mr. Lin in your most beautiful state, he will undoubtedly be amazed at first, but then he might think you've been doing well these few days and haven't faced any hardships. After cooling down completely, he might even blame you for suddenly disappearing, not giving him a call after so long, making him worrying, and so on. What do you think? Is that right? Su Kinj blinked her pretty eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement, thinking, I have to say, it kind of makes sense. Seeing her president finally understanding, Xiao Tao, as the mentor, nodded in relief. Boss, think carefully. If you reunite with Mr. Lin as someone who has endured hardships, looks helpless, vulnerable, and on the brink of tears like a scared little bunny, do you think, as a normal man, Mr. Lin will feel sorry for you? Or you could consider it from Mr. Lin's perspective. Compare in your mind. Your flawless appearance, dressed beautifully, fair and flawless, exuding a noble air of otherworldly elegance, clearly a wealthy lady oblivious to the world's hardships. Now think about you going through great obstacles and hardships just to meet Mr. Lin, with disheveled hair and a dirty appearance, like a beggar, instantly evoking sympathy and compassion, highlighting a willingness to do anything for love. A boss. Think about it. Give it a good think. Consider it carefully. When you appear in front of Mr. Lin in these two different states, how do you think he will react? Su Qing's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Guided by Xiao Tao's words, she seemed to discover a path she had never considered before. Enlightenment. Enlightenment. In that moment, she fully understood to win Ozhuan's sympathy. She had to present herself in a disheveled, suffering, pitiful, and vulnerable state to him. At that moment, Ozhuan would surely be moved and feel immense guilt in his heart. He would then listen to her every word, stay by her side every day, taking care of her, making amends. After 2.5 minutes, the pitiful battle officially began. Boss, throw away this designer red handbag in your hand. Okay. Boss, this red dress is too clean and nice. How can someone in distress look like this? Crumple it and tear a few holes. Okay. Nods with a furrowed brow. Your jet black hair is too neat. I suggest taking off the crystal hair accessory, putting some grease in your hair to make it look unwashed for a few days. Okay. Hesitantly nods. Your makeup is too refined. Wipe off the lipstick. Hey, boss, you were born with beauty. No matter how you do it, it looks so good. I suggest smudging some mud on your face, dirty to cover your unmatched beauty. Okay. Seething with suspicion, teeth clenched. This jade pendant too. No way. This one cannot be touched. It's the token of love Ozhuan gave me. Soon, the car on the side of the road restarted again, but this time, Su Qing in the back seat no longer had that saintly and ethereal beauty. Instead, she transformed into a girl who had gone through hardships just to meet her beloved, enduring suffering, frail, pitiful, and vulnerable. Chapter 577. Sister Qing is so scary. Unlike me, I only know how to be kind to Jigi. Just as Su Qing and the two of them finished their transformation, they continued to drive on the road towards Tilan Bridge prison several kilometers behind them. On the highway, a low-key black Maybach was also rapidly approaching the prison. Boss, I have contacted some of the experts you wanted last time. Wait for Leah to bring people back. My friends should be arriving gradually. Then I'll help you pull all the people. But about this intermediary fee. Every person I bring, can there be some additional rewards? For example, adding money or something. I don't need a lot. I'll be satisfied with the same amount of reward as Leah. What do you think? In the driver's seat, Zheng Heionan hesitated to speak, his tone filled with anticipation. W. At this moment, in the Maybach, there were only Lin Zhuan and Brother Money. As for Li Ye, he had set off early in the morning to pick up his 300 Special Forces comrades. Upon learning this, Lin Zhuan transferred 100,000 RMB to him without saying a word, asking him to take care of the soldiers, eat, drink, and not worrying about money. Seeing Lin Zhuan being so generous, Leah naturally expressed his gratefulness, feeling fortunate to have such a good boss. On the side, Zheng Heionan, looking envious, shamelessly requested for the same treatment. Why, were you so poor in your past life that you keep asking for extra money? Keep adding. Give you more money, okay? 50,000 for bringing one person. Let's agree on this. They must be truly skilled. Don't send mediocre people. In the back seat, Lin Zhuan teased a few times, not refusing Zheng Heionan's request for more money. If the other party could bring in talented individuals, then it would be worth spending even more money. After all, what's most valuable in the 21st century? Talent. Honk honk. Hearing Lin Zhuan agreeing to give him more money, Zheng Heionan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Turning back, he began to compliment and flatter Lin Zhuan incessantly. His face full of smiles, his brilliant smile like the summer sun, almost blinding. His words were full of flattery and pleasing the boss. Boss, you are so generous. I knew that following you was definitely the right choice. You are my benefactor in life. A boss like you, generous and confident, is hard to come by these days. To be able to follow you, Zheng Heionan, in my life is a blessing accumulated over multiple lifetimes. Boss, rest assured, I will definitely work harder and with all my heart for you in the future. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to catch a chicken, I won't chase a dog. I will prioritize your safety above all else and not let you suffer even a bit of harm. Your insight is remarkable. Your decisions are wise. Following you has made me more motivated than ever. I believe that under your leadership, we will certainly create a more brilliant future. Boss, you are my idol. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of a great river. Every decision you make lights up my path forward like a beacon. I will definitely follow in your footsteps closely, ready to go through fire and water for you. No hesitation. At this moment, Jung Haeonan seemed to have forgotten everything around him. He was getting more and more excited, his flattering words flowing out like rapid fire, non-stop. As for Lin Juan, he looked at Jung Haeonan's vulgar smile, and his mouth twitched a bit. Damn it, oh. Are you trying to ascend to the heavens by not looking at the road while driving? Unable to bear it anymore, Lin Juan kicked Jung Haeonan's extended neck back to its original position. Stop talking nonsense, watch the road. Oh, cough cough boss, rest assured, I'm an experienced driver. I can drive even with my eyes closed. Jung Haeonan smirked embarrassedly, not daring to speak more, and drove honestly. Ding dong just then, Lin Juan's Huawei phone suddenly rang, receiving a new text message. Lin Juan glanced at it and saw that the sender was Han Xinchao. Previously at the hospital, Lin Juan added her contact information casually. The purpose was to discuss the upcoming University City development project. Just like the Han family, the Huo family was mainly engaged in the real estate industry. Therefore, Lin Juan planned to cooperate with them for development. This could save him a lot of energy, even allowing him to be a figurehead. It seems the Han family is considering accepting his invitation. Lin Juan didn't think much. He opened WeChat and took a quick look. He had messaged Han Xinchao before, intending to find a time to invite her and Han Zhengyang, father and daughter, to a dinner at a hotel. Prepared to discuss business cooperation at the banquet. Jigi, if you secretly message me, Sister Kin shouldn't get angry, right? Jigi, if you added my personal WeChat, Sister Kin shouldn't get jealous, right? Jigi, you invited me for a late-night meeting at the hotel. Sister Kin shouldn't beat me, right? Sister Kinj is so scary. Unlike me, I only know how to be kind to Jigi. Ha! That woman is out of her mind. What's with these crazy messages? This damn green tea flavor is almost suffocating. Lin Juan's mouth twitched. He never expected that Han Xinchao's reply would be so abstract and bizarre. Could she have misunderstood something? Ding dong, just as Lin Juan was completely confused, Han Xinchao's messages kept coming. I'm sorry Jigi, I can't accept your invitation for now. I'm not just any girl, besides, I'm great friends with Sister Kinj. How can I do something that would upset her? Please let me consider it. Jigi, I'll contact you once I've made up my mind. Holy shit, oh. What's with this narcissistic green tea character? I give up. Lin Juan's expression changed constantly, almost making him sick after picking up his phone a few times, trying to explain that the other person was overthinking. That he's a magnanimous and noble man who deserves one person's heart for a lifetime. Please don't insult his noble character with such disgusting thoughts. But after thinking about it, Lin Juan reluctantly shook his head with a bitter smile. Clarity is key. Why bother explaining so much to a narcissistic woman? The more he explains, the less clear it becomes, and the other person might even think he's throwing a fit and make up even more absurd stories. Oh well, time will reveal everything. With that in mind, Lin Juan temporarily gave up the idea of contacting the Han family. After all, once the notice for the University City development project from the provincial government comes, his great land will be highly sought after. Companies will come flocking for cooperation. At this moment, Han family villa. In a room filled with pink and orange hues, Han Xinchao, fresh and cool, was lying on the bed admiring her masterpiece, feeling proud. I knew it. That lucky son-in-law from the Su family must have been smitten by my devilish figure and developed some kind of lustful thoughts towards my pure and gentle body. Look, I just added him on WeChat not long ago. And he's so impatient, wanting to go to a hotel room, hoping to play with my clean and delicate body. TSK. Su King's taste in men isn't that great after all, right? Indeed, if it's only about female charm, I don't fall short compared to her. How else would you explain that just a tiny hint from me, and that so-called most sincere lover in Magic City, the lucky husband from the Su family, eagerly takes the bait, submits under her dark shadow. Realizing this, Han Xinqiao couldn't help but swim on the bed. Her smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't stop one word: bliss. However, despite her accomplishment, Han Xinqiao remained very rational. She knew that Lin Zhuan, a softie like him, even if handsome, is of little use. Only someone like Su Fan, a man of great integrity, could fulfill her lifelong pursuit of becoming the master in the relationship. Even so, Han Xinqiao didn't plan to get rid of Lin Zhuan so soon. She wanted to string him along, turn him into her faithful lapdog, thinking of the man devoted to Su Qinj, becoming her loyal pet under her feet. That genuine sense of accomplishment made her ticklish with happiness. This dog of a man, why hasn't he messaged me after reading? After being rejected by me, shouldn't he immediately message to express concern, comfort me, and please me? Who understands it? People, they're really clueless straight men. HMPH, deserve not being able to chase after me. Never in this life enjoy my pure 100 pounds of snow-white lean meat. Gazing at the quiet chat interface that hadn't moved for a long time, Han Xinqiao frowned, slightly displeased. But as she thought that Lin Zhuan was probably feeling sorry, shedding tears and silently nursing a broken heart after her rejection, he most likely didn't know how to face her. Yes, that's it. I'm 95% sure, almost certain. That man is definitely somewhere looking at his phone screen stupidly, lost in thought, racking his brains to please me. At that moment, Han Xinqiao felt as if she had succeeded again, lost in her own world. Unable to extricate herself, she was reminded by a servant knocking on the door. Mr. Su Fan is about to leave. The master asked me to come and urge you to catch up quickly. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I will be down right away. Han Xinqiao quickly jumped up. Although she wasn't sure why Su Fan suddenly decided to go to the prison, it didn't matter. She just needed to keep up. As the saying goes, with persistence, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Pursuing a man is no different. One day, she will make Su Fan submit under her foot. Hehe. On the other hand, Lin Zhuan, who was oblivious to everything, had already put the woman's matter behind him. Curiously browsing through Weibo, he saw various trending topics with shocking headlines. Most of them were about the speculation regarding the incident at Tilon Bridge Prison last night. After all, in times of peace, the deployment of the military, and even nearby residents hearing intensive gunshots, piqued the curiosity of netizens. The media, eager for such a surge in traffic, tried various means to solemnly promise exclusive insider information, whether true or false. #zombie virus outbreak at prison? Death toll soaring #. The leak claims a sudden outbreak of the zombie virus inside a certain prison, resulting in a large number of inmates and prison guards dead, the scene being extraordinarily gruesome. What is the truth? Waiting for further official reports. #military intervenes in escalating prison zombie incident. Given the severity of the prison zombie virus situation, the government has dispatched the military to suppress it, with continuous gunfire at the scene, tension rising. Praying for a quick resolution. #official silence on zombie virus. Information fully blocked. Faced with the prison zombie virus incident, the authorities have chosen to remain silent and block all information, sparking endless public speculation. Why? What hidden motives are behind this? #mysterious and elusive truth. Clouds of suspicion. The prison virus incident continues to ferment, with the truth becoming more mysterious. Is it a natural virus mutation? Or a man-made creation? The public eagerly awaits the official authoritative announcement. #avenging parents' murders, hidden conspiracy to destroy the world? Some netizens revealed that behind the massive prison riot lies a deep-seated vendetta of patricide and matricide. It is said that a prisoner, after his family was murdered by enemies, used special means to create a virus in the prison, plotting revenge against society and intending to destroy the world. This theory is yet to be confirmed by the authorities, but has stirred up a hot discussion online. #flames of revenge, the blood and tear story behind the zombie virus. Further investigation has revealed a connection between the prison zombie virus incident and a chilling patricide and matricide case. According to insiders, the prisoner, traumatized by his family's tragic deaths at the hands of enemies, twisted in mind, used an unknown virus he developed to orchestrate this shocking nationwide event of the zombie virus. What is the real truth? Waiting for more clues to emerge. Chapter 578. Lin Zhuan's thoughts. At this moment, the distance between you and me is only 1 kilometer. Headlines, Bilibili, Weibo, TikTok, Madu, Kuaishou, and other major self-media software, occupying the front page headlines of the trending list, all are various seemingly false reports, making Lin Zhuan look puzzled. Oh is it too exaggerated? Hashtag mysterious outbreak of disease in prison. Abnormal behavior of the deceased. A mysterious disease breaks out in the prison. The behavior of the deceased before death is bizarre, suspected to be controlled by an unknown force. Experts urgently intervene in the investigation. Hashtag unknown infectious disease outbreak in prison. Military urgently isolates. A previously unseen infectious disease breaks out inside the prison. The military acts swiftly, fully isolating the epidemic area to prevent the spread of the disease. Hashtag mass poisoning incident in prison. Hundreds of lives in critical condition. There are reports that a large-scale food poisoning has occurred in the prison, with hundreds of prisoners in critical condition. Relevant departments are making every effort to treat them. Hashtag cult infiltrates prison, triggering wave of collective suicides. It is suspected that a cult organization has infiltrated the prison, inducing prisoners to commit collective suicides. Police have intervened in the investigation. The truth will soon be revealed. Hashtag prison experiment failure. Prisoners turned into violent monsters. Rumors suggest that a secret experiment is taking place in the prison, causing prisoners to turn into violent monsters, sparking panic. Hashtag alien virus invasion. Prison becomes the first infected area. Sci-fi enthusiasts speculate that an alien virus may have invaded Earth, with the prison becoming the first infected area. Humanity facing an unprecedented crisis. Hashtag biological weapon leak. Prison becomes a disaster area. Rumors have it that a certain country's biological weapon leaked in the prison, resulting in a large number of deaths among the prisoners. The government is urgently handling the situation. Hashtag abuse of new psychoactive drugs. Prisoners in a frenzy state. New psychoactive drugs are being abused in the prison, causing prisoners to enter into a frenzy state. Police and medical teams are working together to address the situation. Hashtag ancient curse revived. Prison becomes a place of terror. Legends of an ancient curse resurrecting within the prison. Prisoners encountering misfortunes one after another, with a mysterious force enveloping the entire prison. Hashtag unknown creatures invade. Prison becomes a monster nest. Unknown creatures suddenly invade the prison, causing prisoners to panic. The military and scientists are working together to investigate this bizarre event, and so on, with various fantastical news reports. Lin Zhuan, like the netizens in the comments section, feels that it lacks coherence. There are too many plot holes. He doesn't know where to start criticizing. Unexpectedly, even Ultramen and armor warriors have shown up. Why not just ascend to heaven directly? Lin Zhuan chuckles and shakes his head. He casually scrolls through the comments section, amused by the various jokes and memes from the online community, almost laughing to death. Seeking punishment chicken. What kind of trending topic is this? The world is too crazy. I seriously suspect that I've time traveled today. This news is too bizarre. Grandpa cosplaying as a maid seduces strong mom. Wow. This trending topic is more exciting than a scriptwriter's plot. Looks like this year's most unbelievable news award has already been booked. Gives introverted people don't shoot out. My God. Another day being amused by the trending list. Life isn't easy. These trending topics are getting more and more absurd. My 3 outlooks on life are being reshaped. Where the sun doesn't shine, Oni-chan can. It seems my knowledge is still too shallow. I should look at trending topics more in the future. This trending topic makes me feel like I'm living in the Truman Show. Wearing small underwear, enjoying life with big schnitzel. The media's creativity is bigger than a black hole. Aliens in prison? I think you journalists left your windows open at night, letting aliens fly into your heads. Can you please stop making up stories to mislead us innocent netizens? She's definitely pregnant, but you're not over it. Wow, the media says prehistoric monsters are awakening in prison. Are there dinosaurs inside there dancing too? I think you've watched too many movies. Your imagination is too rich, right? Really impressive. Thirsty drink water, don't break my leg. I get it. This is an invasion of special effects, right? Oh well. Approximately. I'm done pretending. Let's reveal the truth. I originally wanted to banter with you guys as an ordinary person, but all I got was the keyboard warrior's flattery. No more pretending. Actually, I'm an Ultraman, the Giant of Light, Ultraman Tiga. I'll guard this world. Tease women's breasts. The guy upstairs is talking nonsense. Clearly I am the chosen one by the light. Besides, the power of light isn't exclusive to individuals. In fact, everyone can turn into light with their power. Ah! Tiga-cha, a new storm has appeared. How can we stay stagnant crossing through time and space? Giving it all we've got, I will come to your side. My brother has to T-eggs. Magic out of control, leading to prisoner mutations. Ha ha ha, this cracked me up. Have you guys watched too much Harry Potter? Thinking you graduated from Hogwarts? This speculation is too absurd. I doubt if it's April Fool's Day today, or you're turning the news into fairy tales. Shy girl Robber Guo de Gang. Superheroes inside the prison. Secret training leading to possession by evil spirits. Wow, this imagination has gone through the roof. I think you guys should write science fiction novels. It will surely be more exciting than writing news. But I really hope it's true. Superman was my idol as a kid. She's eating his other. Looks like the super beasts have finally appeared. It's time to bring out the Emperor belt I ordered for 9.9 yuan on PDD and start saving the world. Emperor armor, combine. In the name of dreams, fight bloodily like a fierce wind. The night will unleash like the unbeatable hero. Please call me His Royal Highness. Seeking gifts, seeking for love's energy, reading the witty barrages of netizens, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but smile. It must be said, the online community this time has some humor, but not much of course. Most of the netizens are scoffing at the reports on the trending list, all criticizing in a sarcastic way. After all, many of the contents in the reports sound quite fantastical. If Lin Zhuan hadn't received the distress signal from his scum dad, he would have also suspected this to be a prank. However, in Lin Jianjin's plea for help, there still seemed to be some information revealed a crazy person laughing. Lin Zhuan's expression turned slightly serious. Even if he wasn't clear about what exactly happened inside the prison, but since the officials have mobilized even the military, it must not be some petty squabble that can be easily explained. I hope Su Yan, that lovesick fool, is okay. Lin Zhuan muttered to himself with a slight frown. He didn't care about the life or death of the other people in the prison. Even Lin Jianjin, that scum dad, is the same, but he just hoped that Su Yan would be safe. Simply because he knew his soft-hearted little wife and didn't want her to worrying about Su Yan, that brainless relative. The thought of Su Qinj made Lin Zhuan's gaze soften momentarily, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. My delicate little wife, where on earth are you hiding now? Despite sending people to turn Kaji town upside down, she managed to completely evade any trace. Fortunately, today we can reunite, right? Where are you now? Are you on your way home? How far are you from me? I really want to see you, boss. It seems the area near the prison has been sealed off by the military. What should we do if we can't get through later? Just then, Ganshenji's question came, interrupting Lin Zhuan's sentimental thoughts. The military sealed off? It seems that something serious has indeed happened inside the prison. Lin Zhuan was somewhat surprised to need the military to set up a perimeter, either to prevent people from outside entering, or to fear that something. Escapes from inside take me to the outskirts of the blockade. The nearby areas will do. Lin Zhuan narrowed his eyes and instructed. Once he got out of the car, he planned to sneak into the blockade alone to see what was happening inside. Frankly, he was indeed stirred up by curiosity at this moment. He really wanted to know what exactly had happened inside the prison. Understood, OWO. And so, the Maybach roared and headed forward, rapidly approaching the outermost perimeter of the military cordon. And directly ahead, at a distance of 1 kilometer, a small car was slowly being stopped by the armed soldiers with live ammunition. And seated in the back seat of the car was Lin Zhuan's beloved delicate little wife. Right here, chapter 579. Su King's worries. Has Uncle Desho died? Will Zhuan be very sad? Boss, what should we do now? Originally, if we turned a few more streets ahead, we could almost reach the Tilla Bridge prison. But now the military has set up a blockade and doesn't allow any unauthorized personnel to approach. Should we return the way we came or not? What exactly happened inside the prison? The official actually deployed such a large force? This can no longer be explained by a simple suppression operation. Those who don't know might think we're going to war. Not far from the blockade line on the road, Zidao stood beside the sedan, looking ahead with some uncertainty. Several fully armed teams of soldiers were patrolling near the barbed wire, stopping all vehicles attempting to get close. Just as Zidao and two others approached, they were warned to leave by a loudspeaker. What surprised Zidao the most was, she found that there were quite a number of troops, well-equipped and clearly elite special forces, who had experienced blood and fire. How could such a strong army be sent to suppress a mere prison riot? Even for the most heinous criminals, ordinary special police officers who had received training were enough to headshot them. It was unthinkable that the government had sent so many elite special forces over. If this wasn't a drill, it indicated that something more challenging had occurred. Boss, what's the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell or worried about your aunt? Well, rest assured, our aunt is blessed. She will definitely be safe. With no response from Su Qinj, Zidao, thinking something had happened, turned to look. She saw Su Qinj frowning, eyes fixed on the direction of the prison, filled with worrying. This beauty, who could captivate the hearts of all with every move not long ago. Now, after a disguise, her appearance was disheveled. The originally crimson-fitted long skirt now had several uneven tears along the hem. The messy folds climbed indiscriminately on the fabric, losing its previous elegance and agility, as if it had been ruthlessly ravaged after countless hardships. The clean fabric was also stained with unknown black spots, making the once beautiful long skirt appear shabby and humble. Her hair was no longer carefully tied up and elegant, and any crystal ornaments were long gone. A few greasy and disorganized strands hung lifelessly on either side of her face, as if left unkempt for days. Once lustrous black hair now looked as if it had been ravaged by strong winds and heavy rain, exuding a tired and disheveled aura. The delicate makeup on her face had vanished entirely. Her once rosy lips turned pale and chapped, lacking their former charm. The bright eyes that once shone like stars were now bloodshot, devoid of their former radiance, revealing deep fatigue and helplessness. Some mud was carelessly smeared on her cheeks. Despite Su Qinj's deliberately disheveled appearance, her beautiful face still shone brightly beneath the tattered exterior, appearing even more alluring. Her noble and unique temperament had not faded despite this sorry state, and stood out even more in this contrast, making anyone who saw her feel she was unparalleled. Zidao, who had orchestrated this make-oneself pitiful operation, was still amazed by Su Qinj's distressing appearance. Love it, our president is really too good-looking, right? But really, will this successfully make that jerk feel pity and sorrow? If the president's charm value was 100 trillion before, even after her desperate attempt to degrade herself, her attractiveness still remained at 99,999,999,999,999, right? This jerk might not just feel pity, but be completely enchanted, eyes gleaming. Men, all like this, honey gives_gives. But she really went all out. Huh! The president's golden ratio face had long transcended the boundaries of dimensions. No one before, and no one after. It just didn't seem like something that should exist in the human world. Zidao was in awe. Then she gathered her thoughts and comforted her president, thinking that she was distressed about her aunt. If people know how filial you are, won't they be moved to tears right in the bathroom? Thinking up to this point, Zidao couldn't help but mourn silently for Su Yan for 2.5 seconds. President, let's focus on meeting Mr. Lin first. The most urgent thing now is to sneak into the blockade and investigate. Just after the half said, Su Qinj's worried voice came again. Zidao, are you sure that when Ajwan sees me like this, he will feel sorry for me? If it backfires and he feels embarrassed for me, what should I do? Looking at her pitiful appearance, Su Qinj seemed very unsure of herself. As the saying goes, a woman's beauty is for herself. Su Qinj always wanted to show her best side to Lin Juan. But now she found herself looking so terrible. She was genuinely worried that instead of garnering sympathy for her pitiful appearance, she might end up leaving Lin Juan with the image of an ugly duckling. No, Mr. Lin will definitely feel sorry for you. Moreover, with your stunning looks, even when you try to look ugly, you still exude such a chilly and noble air. As long as he's not blind, no man would think you are embarrassing. Zidao smiled awkwardly as she comforted her. She was really impressed. Her president, usually cold and decisive, had become unconfident instantly when facing that jerk, and even her intellect seemed to vanish. No, Having an intellect of 0 might still be fine. She might have gone into negative territory. All this concern for the jerk. What's good about him anyway? When I meet that jerk, I must study him well to see what spell he's cast on our president. I hope your method really works. Otherwise, I'll be very angry, and the consequences will be severe. With Zidao's repeated assurances, Su Qinj regained a bit of confidence, patting Zidao's shoulder. Oh. Feeling the force on her shoulder, Zidao's face stiffened, her heart skipping a beat, goosebumps running all over her body. Before she could respond with a cold sweat, she saw Su Qing's expression change suddenly, looking towards a nearby alley. Boss, what's wrong? After reaching maturity in her cultivation, Su Qing's senses had experienced a qualitative leap. Ignoring Zidao's confusion, she took herself towards the source of the sound. Soon, she arrived at the mouth of an alley. The closer she got, the louder the murmurs she heard, mixed with chaotic footsteps. She estimated there were about 7 to 8 people. Are we considered to have escaped? That's right. A little further ahead, we can completely escape the blockade and be as free as the birds in the sky. Ha! We actually managed to escape in the chaos. May God bless us. Those crazy people are really terrifying. Even fully armed soldiers could get infected accidentally. Actually, compared to the crazy people, I think those people wearing smiling masks earlier are the scariest. I suspect they are the ones who caused this disaster, which is why the lunatics don't attack them proactively. If I hadn't taken the opportunity to knock down Lin Jianjun and his men as scapegoats, we might have died in that medical room earlier. Hearing the name Lin Jianjun, Su Qinj squinted her eyes, lost in thought. So, these people all escaped from the prison? From the implication in their conversation, Lin Jianjun. Did my dear Uncle Desho die? Grave, M_OM. Su Qinj furrowed her brows. She felt some worrying in her heart, wondering if Ajwan could withstand this news. Would he be overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down his face? Chapter 580. After facing countless difficulties and obstacles, Lin Su finally met each other. At this moment, deep in the alley, a group of men wearing striped prison uniforms, some sitting, some standing, were quietly discussing their future paths. These people were all prisoners who had managed to escape ahead of the chaos in the prison before the lockdown was enforced. Leading them was a short and fat man, the former captain of the Tang family's bodyguard team, Lao Chen. Because of his skills, he was temporarily elected as the leader of this group of prisoners. At this moment, while he remained vigilant of his surroundings, he also inquired his subordinates. Are you sure that Lin Jianjun and his group are dead? They should be dead, right? After all, before we escaped, we locked those scapegoats in the prison area. They must have been torn apart by those madmen a long time ago. I hope so. Lin Jianjun's son is a powerful figure. If he finds out that his father was indirectly killed by us, we will definitely face retaliation. Retaliation? What are you thinking? The Lin family has already cut ties long ago, haven't they? We got rid of a scumbag father for each other, and he should thank us instead of seeking revenge. Although that's true, who knows for sure? I hope that Lin kid dies soon. Then we can truly have peace of mind. As the last sentence fell, whether it was an illusion or not, Lao Chen and the others suddenly felt the temperature in the alley drop several degrees. What's going on? How could it suddenly feel so chilly in broad daylight? Before they could react, a cold voice rang out, emphasizing each word distinctly. Who cursed someone? To die. Like a ghostly voice, it suddenly sounded, making Lao Chen break out in a sweat instantly. He had been concentrating on staying alert to his surroundings, but he still hadn't noticed the newcomer approaching. How terrifying must this person be? Lao Chen and the others quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw two girls approaching them from the back. The girl catching up from behind was well dressed, with her hair tied up in a bun. The one in front was ragged, as if she had been on a long journey, looking quite disheveled. However, even so, her unparalleled beauty could not be hidden, like a celestial being fallen into the mortal realm. The only thing that seemed out of place was her extremely cold expression. Looking into their eyes, it seemed as if they were gazing at lifeless bodies with no emotional fluctuations. The group had never seen such a stunning beauty before, and they were mesmerized, their hearts pounding with desire. Only Lao Chen, after his initial amazement, felt his vigilance peak. Something was amiss. This beautiful woman dared to appear in front of this group of prisoners. Either it was sheer recklessness or she had other support. Lao Chen clearly believed in the latter. But the rest of the prisoners couldn't care less. After being repressed in prison for so many years, finally encountering two women, one of whom was such a beauty, their lustful desires were aroused, evident from the lecherous smiles on their faces. Two beauties. Are you lost? Don't be afraid. Uncles are all good people. Shall we take you home to find your mom? Hee. The prisoners' eyes were like hungry wolves, shamelessly staring at the two lambs in front of them. Especially when they saw that there were only two helpless women around, they regarded Su Qinj and the other girl as prey. The group was quickly tempted by their inappropriate thoughts, imagining how they would take advantage of the women later. That's enough. Let's go. We are too close to the lockdown line. Let's not cause more trouble. After we leave this place, we can have any woman we want. Let's go. Though Lao Chen instinctively wanted to pull his companions away, the others were already under the control of their base desires. Some were already felons with twisted interests, including one sentenced to life imprisonment for child abuse. Pushing Lao Chen's chubby hand away, the bald prisoner giggled and said impatiently, Lao Chen, stop flattering yourself. Just because you got some compliments, you think you're the big boss now. If you want to leave, go ahead. Haven't you heard the saying, even under the peony, there is need to keep a low profile? Isn't it charming even as a ghost? This woman is exquisite. We might only encounter such a beauty once in a lifetime. Even I, who was only interested in little girls, can't control my impulses now. How could we let this opportunity slip away? After these words, except for Lao Chen, the rest of the group nodded in agreement, acknowledging their corrupted morals. The chance to encounter such a breathtaking beauty was rare, and they felt a sense of entitlement to her. What a group of fools! Zitalian smirked, already foreseeing the deaths of these people. The president was known within the organization as the god of death, ruthless and merciless in her actions. How could she spare these scum? It was evident that the prisoners had also realized this. As Su Qinj lethally subdued another man with a slap, those unwilling to await their demise were provoked and drew out their weapons, ready to fight Su Qinj to the death. A group of idiots! Let's fight this vicious woman! Let's all go together! Just one woman! How strong can she be? With so many of us, don't be intimidated. How daring! You dare to kill our brothers who lived and died together. You're dead. Damn! Kill this Beatrice TCH. Effacing the prisoner's fierce but cowardly threats, Su Qinj simply said, seeking death. Her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. She was just about to unleash a massacre. Boom! Suddenly, the familiar sound of a car engine roared from a distance. Huh! This familiar sound, could it be? Su Qinj trembled, her beautiful eyes vibrating, as she glanced towards the entrance of the alley. Even though he was still far away, with her extraordinary hearing, she could discern the familiar sound of the Maybach. It was him. It must be him. It was Ajwan. It was the Ajwan she yearned for day and night. He had come. Chapter 581. Su Qinj experienced endless hardships, Linjuan heartbroken gifts. Full 511 more, Su Qinj's heart was filled with endless joy the moment she realized Linjuan had arrived inside Su Qinj's heart. The soaring killing intent in her beautiful eyes quickly receded like the ebbing tide. In its place was a heart full of tenderness and anticipation. A slight smile played on her lips, her pupils instantly brightening, as if the world had only that figure she had longed for day and night. Boss, what's the matter with you? What happened? Xiaotao looked puzzled, not understanding. She turned to look towards the entrance of the alley, empty and seemingly nothing there. Before Xiaotao could figure out what was happening, she saw the president suddenly lift her dress hem and dash towards the alley, her face filled with uncontrollable happiness. Huh? What's going on? The president lost her mind. Or am I hallucinating? Xiaotao's mouth fell open, a look of astonishment on her face. Before she could make sense of her thoughts, what followed made her start to doubt life. She saw the president, who had moments ago ruthlessly slapped a prisoner's head 180 degrees, now stumbling and helpless like a small girl experiencing immense hardships and powerlessness. Lifting her skirt, stumbling, with a face full of grievance, taking 3 steps backwards for every step forward, as if there were ferocious beasts hot on her heels. Sobbing quietly, tears streaming down her face, she headed escaped out of the alley. Xiaotao dumbfounded. Until this moment, she still didn't understand what was happening. It wasn't just her. The other prisoners also stood dumbfounded, completely stunned by the successive oddities of Su Qing's behavior. It couldn't be helped that their reactions were slow. It was really because of the stark contrast in Su Qing's behavior before and after. Who could have imagined that the beautiful woman who had just coldly killed their companion with no expression on her face, in the next moment, would flee like a miserable and helpless little girl undergoing humiliation, with a look of fear and tears, moving away. The huge contrast in behavior left everyone confused. As Su Qing was about to run out of the alley, the despicable prisoners, who had been extremely wicked, finally began to come to their senses one by one. Hurry! Stop that woman! If she runs out screaming, it will attract those big heads and cause trouble. HMPH. Women just can't take a scare. I thought I had met my match. Turns out, she's just a coward. She was so dominant before. Looks like it was all a bluff. Seeing so many of us about to fight her to the death, she revealed her true colors, scared and running away. Stop the nonsense. Catch her quick. You bitch, wait and see how I deal with you. Hehe, haha. Wait, let me go first. I've only seen such a beauty in my dreams. I'm willing to give up 50 years of my life just to have a comfortable time with her. Get lost. Why should you go first? I've been holding it in for 20 years in prison. I'm about to explode. It's my turn. Stop bickering. Catch the woman first. She's about to run away. That's right, we can all go together. A beauty's tender body is a treasure. TSK, we can coordinate front and back, add some hands and feet, and we can take on 7 brothers at once. Hehe, how Su Qing's frantic escape, in the eyes of the prisoners, seemed like a display of guilt and fear. Otherwise, there was no way to explain her actions at the moment. The vigilance and fear in their minds were instantly replaced by the control of the small leaders. Watching the swaying, graceful figure of the beautiful woman, the excited prisoners howled wildly, bursting into lascivious and wicked laughs. Hehe had a group of people, with lewd faces, chasing and beginning to divide up different parts of Su Qing's body, clamoring to enjoy her first. At that moment, weak, helpless, and pitiful Su Qing finally ran to the mouth of the alley, tripped, and fell directly on the street. Woo-woo-woo, after falling to the ground, she let out a muffled groan. Then at the perfect moment, she raised her head and revealed her tear-streaked, bewildered, incredibly beautiful face in front of the approaching vehicle. In the back seat of the Maybach, Lin Zhuan had been bored and absent-mindedly gazing at the scenery outside the window. In his heart, he silently missed and worried about his small, delicate wife Qinjia. Where are you right now? You promised to return to me today, right? Why haven't I heard from you until now? Something happened on the way. I can't settle down. My eyes keep twitching. Qinj, has something really happened to her? If not, should I use the power of the system? Just as Lin Zhuan was wavering, not far from the alley entrance, a person suddenly rushed out, stumbling and falling on the street. In broad daylight, encountering a setup. Lin Zhuan was dumbfounded at first. Then he saw the person who fell on the ground raise her head, and what he saw was a stunning face that haunted him. At this moment, she looked at him with a helpless and fearful look that seemed to have endured hardships. The tears streaking her face made Lin Zhuan's heart ache, and he was broken-hearted on the spot. Qinj! Lin Zhuan stared wide-eyed, unbelievably shouting out. For a moment, he doubted if he was hallucinating. But as he suddenly sat up straight and slapped Zhang Heionan in front of him several times in a row, the bewildered expression on his face finally confirmed to Lin Zhuan that he wasn't dreaming. It was her. It was really her. It was Qinj. The one he had been thinking about day and night, Qinj. She finally came back to me. Chapter 582. Did Lin Zhuan cry with heartache? Su Qing's pitiful strategy was a great success. I see, so pitiful Qinj. Stop the car! Stop the car! Quickly stop the car! Realizing the figure in front of the car was none other than his beloved wife he had longed for, Lin Zhuan exclaimed in surprise continuously. Soon, the Maybach barely stopped in front of Su Qing, 2 meters away. Bang! Almost like a thunderclap, Lin Zhuan swiftly opened the door and rushed to Su Qing, lifting her up with a startled and shocked expression. Qinj, why are you here? Are you okay? Don't scare me. What happened? Are you hurt? Who did this to you? At that moment, Lin Zhuan had 1,000 words, but felt 100 perplexities in his heart. Seeing the girl's pitiful face covered in tears, all his words unintentionally got stuck in his throat, feeling heart-wrenching to the point of breathlessness. Pain. It's so painful. Asterisk. Ding. 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 Asterisk. 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 Lin Juan didn't even pay attention to the system prompts ringing frantically in his mind. He was filled with guilt, regretting how his previous concern over trivial points caused Su Qinj to suffer so much. Looking at the tattered dress covered in black stains, the once shiny black hair now oily and unruly from days without care, and the dirt-smeared little face of Su Qinj, he couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten. He couldn't imagine how much suffering and hardship Su Qinj had endured on her journey back to him, hungry, cold, and covered in scars, only to finally return by his side. Qinj, I'm sorry. I'm late. It's okay. Everything is fine now. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything is fine. Lin Juan couldn't help but feel heartbroken, instinctively embracing Su Qinj as if she were a treasure, gently patting her back with a voice full of remorse. Act 1. After the initial surprise, Su Qinj was now full of happiness and joy. In this moment, she truly felt Lin Juan's care and heartache for her, realizing that she might be quite important in his eyes. Especially just now. Did she see a glistening tear in Lin Juan's eyes? Was he crying because he was worried about her? Heartbroken for her? In that moment, Su Qinj's heart was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. She felt like a bad woman. Although Lin Juan was so worried about her, she was still pretending to be pitiful and deceiving him. Su Qinj had the urge to confess, unable to bear Lin Juan's guilt. But she was afraid that when Lin Juan knew the truth, he would be angry at her deception, blame her for not knowing the severity, and feel disappointed in her in the end. Su Qinj decided to let the mistake lie, to play the role of weakness to the fullest. After all, judging from Lin Juan's heartfelt performance, Xiao Tao's method was effective. At least at that moment, Lin Juan was filled with her, genuinely feeling heartache for her, wanting to make it up to her. That feeling of being cherished and protected by a loved one made Su Qinj extremely satisfied, even wishing time could stop at that moment forever, reluctant to let it slip away at all. Act 1. I miss you so much. Hug me tighter, a little tighter. I feel cold. Su Qinj pressed her cheek against the man's broad chest, listening to his strong and steady heartbeat, feeling enveloped by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Her voice trembling, she pitifully said, "Cold." Hearing the girl in his arms say she's cold. In that moment, Lin Juan imagined the sad scene of Su Qinj enduring hardships to return to him, sleeping in the wind and braving the cold night air, barefoot and destitute. Asterisk. Sob asterisk. I'm so weak. Such a pitiful little wife. Couldn't think if he kept thinking. Lin Juan felt like his heart would break. Hello. Quickly, Lin Juan took off his coat and draped it over the girl, asking with concern, "Still cold?" Feeling the warmth and smell of the man on the coat, Su Qinj felt a warm sensation in her heart, though she said insincerely, "Cold. Still cold. Then, should we go back to the car now? The car has heating and some spare warm clothes." After finishing, Lin Juan was about to help Su Qinj up. "No need. Just hold me tightly." Su Qinj shook her head and hugged Lin Juan back tightly, as if she wanted to blend into his body completely. Act 1. As long as I look at you, hold you, I don't feel cold at all. Act 1. Hold me tight, never let go, okay? Facing the girl's heartfelt emotions, even the most hardened hearts would be moved. Lin Juan was no exception. He agreed repeatedly, holding Su Qinj tighter and comforting her softly. Oh. This pair of reunited lovebirds embraced shamelessly in the street, expressing their longing for each other. This scene, in the eyes of the passers-by who ignored them, evoked varied expressions. For example, Xiao Tao. She couldn't express her feelings with words anymore. What the heck? Is this an innate talent? The president, who was a love novice not long ago, humbly asked for tips on how to act pitiful to win a man's heart. How long has it been? She had already mastered the art, portraying a pitiful and helpless image flawlessly. Surpassing the master. Xiao Tao even felt some inexplicable satisfaction of the disciple finally succeeds. Chapter 583. Su Qinj, Juan, my body belongs only to you. Compared to the confused Zidao, the originally imposing and smirking prisoners were dumbfounded at this moment. What's going on? Are we invisible? Suddenly a wild man ran out, and not only that, The dog men and women were hugging and cuddling as if no one else was around. Are they trying to starve us with dog food? Only a few prisoners, who temporarily restrained the ringleader of the group, Z2's father, and regained some sanity, wrinkled their brows and looked towards Lao Chen. Lao Chen, what should we do? Leave! Leave quickly! Lao Chen's face looked grim as he urged repeatedly. He recognized the young man in front of him, Tangguo's nephew. He recalled the day he was taken away. The other party was still watching on the scene. Such wealthy young men always bring bodyguards when they go out. For example, the driver, with clearly defined muscles, was obviously well trained. Once entangled, he would attract the patrolling soldiers, and escaping would truly become a pipe dream. Leave! Why should we leave? Isn't he just a little pretty boy? What are we afraid of? Exactly. How can we leave? Lao Chen, your courage is getting smaller and smaller. You have disgraced the face of our prison. Under the peony blossoms, one should die a hero's death. Even a ghost would be romantic. I can't go without having a wild time with those young ladies today. I won't be at peace even in death. I suggest we tie him up. He must be wealthy, and we can demand billions in ransom. Our future prosperity will be assured. Exactly. I agree. We can't leave. If we do, that kid will definitely call for help to catch us. Hey, you there, kid over there, surrender now immediately. If there's any unnecessary movement, I'll chop you into 18 pieces. Compared to some remaining rational criminals, many others were still under the control of Z2's father, even considering kidnapping for ransom. A bunch of idiots. Seeing this scene, Lao Chen was almost bursting with anger. He couldn't be bothered with this group of fools seeking their own death and turned around wanting to escape alone. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Lin Zhuan, who noticed the commotion over here, how could he let them leave like that? Kinj, are your injuries related to them? Gently touching the girl's cheek, the red handprint, Lin Zhuan's tone gradually turned cold while feeling heartbroken. Disaster! Oh! Lao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to explain and seek forgiveness, a timid voice of grievance spoke up. Zhuan, those bad people. They're so scary. I ran into them on the road. As soon as they saw me, they started harassing me, saying a lot of disgusting things to me. To protect myself, I agreed to give them all my valuables. But even after they took everything, they wouldn't let me go. They even threatened to strip me and do strange things to me. At this point, Su Kinj paused. Then she lifted her head from the man's chest, a beautiful mist enveloping her exquisite face as she looked up resolutely at Lin Zhuan. Zhuan, I belong to you. Only you can touch my body. So, I made up my mind at that moment. If I couldn't avoid the fate of being defiled, I would just ram myself into the wall and die. Fortunately, fortune favors me, and I finally meet you again. Listening to the girl's teary and emotional recounting of her longing for him and the difficulties she encountered on the way, Lin Zhuan felt heartbroken, not doubting a word of Su King's story. He knew the girl's character, always introverted and shy, not good at expressing her true emotions. Like a hedgehog, she liked to use a strong protective shell to cover up her soft heart. In the past, she appeared very strong in front of him. Today, in their reunion, she boldly confessed her love repeatedly, revealing her complete dependence on him, even showing a vulnerable, helpless side only young girls possess. The reason for such a drastic change in character was evident. One can only imagine what kind of hardships Su Kinj encountered on her journey home. At this thought, Lin Zhuan raised his hand gently, softly touching the girl's lips. Seeing the trace of crimson blood oozing out from being beaten by the thugs, he asked, "Does it hurt?" Su Kinj furrowed her brows slightly, but she obediently shook her head, putting on a pitiful appearance of enduring the pain without letting her beloved feel worried, gritting through the pain with a clenched jaw. "It doesn't hurt." Watching the girl being so obedient and sensible, Lin Zhuan's heartache value +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. At the same time, his anger value towards Lao Chen and the gang of ringleaders skyrocketed to 1,008,611. These scum dare to bully his pure and delicate wife. They must be punished. Kinj, rest assured. I will avenge you. Lin Zhuan comforted the girl a few more times. Then he looked towards Lao Chen and the others not far away. The prisoners were now scattered on the ground, wailing incessantly. 2.5 minutes ago, when Lin Zhuan and Su Kinj were still pouring their hearts out to each other, Zheng Heionan had already intercepted Lao Chen trying to escape and single-handedly brought down the surrounding prisoners who were threatening them. It was only now that Lao Chen and the other prisoners realized the threat, feeling a mixture of fear and frustration. They never imagined things would turn out like this. That vile woman dared to twist the truth and fabricate such a pitiful story. Those who didn't know the truth might actually think she had suffered a tremendous grievance. It was them who were truly frustrated and unlucky, encountering such a peerless beauty. Lao Chen and the others hurriedly pleaded, trying to defend themselves and attempting to expose Su Qing's true colors. "Little brother, don't listen to the nonsense that woman is spouting. She's lying to you. That woman is pretending. She's not as soft and harmless as she seems. Be careful of her. Don't fall for this treacherous woman's trick." We admit, at first, we indeed had improper thoughts about her because of her appearance. But we hadn't even touched her. She suddenly attacked, breaking the necks of our two companions. "Little brother, look over there. The bodies are still lying straight over there. There are witnesses and evidence. What else can she argue about? Big brother, this woman is not simple. From start to finish, she's been deceiving you with big plans. In recognition of us helping you see through her true colors, let us go. Please, big brother, we are willing to kowtow to you." Chapter 584 Lin Zhuan. My kinge left me. She is just a helpless and fragile little pitiful thing. Chapter 584. Lin Zhuan. My kinge left me. She is just a helpless and fragile little pitiful thing facing the prisoners arguing with unreasonable grounds, their frustrated and furious looks. Lin Zhuan raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the fingers of the other person, only to find two bodies lying in the alley, with their necks twisted. Before death, their eyes were wide open, as if they couldn't rest in peace. These scoundrels! How dare they destroy the good image of me in Zhuan's heart? From an angle Lin Zhuan couldn't see, Su Qing's eyes were sharp, with a fierce glance, staring at Lao Chen and the others, almost wanting to tear them to pieces. But when Lin Zhuan looked down at her, Su Qing quickly changed into an innocent and bewildered expression, nestling in the man's arms, pitifully defending herself. "Zhuan, I didn't. They slandered me. Clearly, it was their unequal sharing of the spoils, leading to infighting and mutual killings, resulting in the deaths of those two. Speaking of which, this is the first time I saw a living person die in front of me. At that time I was almost scared to death, couldn't help but scream. Those bad people were afraid my screams would attract others, so they viciously beat me and cursed at me." Su Qing pointed to her swollen cheeks, tears of grievance shimmering in her beautiful eyes, taking advantage of the situation to plead her case. "What? We mutual killings? They hit you, cursed at you? Listen, listen. Can someone actually say such things?" The prisoners were almost blown away on the ground, unable to comprehend how shameless a person could be in this world. The thickness of their skin is like a city wall. "You're talking nonsense. Slander. This is blatant slander. She's faking it. Just now she wasn't like this. We never hit her. The wound on her face, she did it herself, just to act pitiful in front of you, to gain your sympathy. Woo-woo. Big brother, you have to believe me. You have to believe us." Lao Chen and the others were all red-faced, wanting to cry but couldn't. What does bearing suffering mean? These big men finally experienced the power of a weak woman firsthand. Those with weak psychological endurance started crying and wailing on the spot, calling out to the heavens for help. Zhuan. Ignoring the prisoners' false accusations and framing, Su Qing silently took out the jade pendant from around her neck, holding it in her snow-white palm, sincerely showing it to Lin Zhuan. "They wanted to take any possessions from me. I was willing to give them everything. Except for this, because this is the token of love you gave me. Look, I've cherished it well. Although they threatened to pour sulfuric acid on me, stab me with steel needles, burn me with lighters, scorch me with cigarettes, etc. I was scared. But I still did not give it to me. This is more important than life itself." The prisoners collectively felt incredulous. "What? Damn. This delicate little white flower. Do you even realize what you're saying? How can you speak such words? Even dogs would want to hang themselves after hearing this. Just moments ago when you broke the neck of our brother, didn't you say such things, or am I mistaken? Oh, my whole life is a drama. All depends on acting skills, right? Even an Oscar trophy wouldn't match you half-witted This is especially effective in moving a man's heart. As soon as Su Qinj mentioned it, Lin Zhuan felt guilty. His anger towards Lao Chen and the others surged to a new level. He felt uncontrollable anger. After settling Su Qinj, he rushed towards the fallen prisoners and started punching and kicking them. If it wasn't for the inappropriate situation and not wanting to scare his wife, he would have drawn his sword and slashed them already. You bastards! In broad daylight, you dare to speak such nonsense, defaming my Qinj, sabotaging the feelings between us husband and wife. Qinj is so innocent and weak, powerless. How could she possibly commit such a cruel act barehandedly, twisting someone's neck? As for slapping yourself, just to act pitiful in front of me, to gain my sympathy. That's a fabricated story, complete nonsense. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have a 95% certainty, absolutely impossible. And you actually have no regard for beauty to harm this delicate and beautiful face. Have you ever thought? Such actions would cause significant psychological harm to the pure heart of my wife. You just... Lin Zhuan gnashed his teeth, continuously beating and kicking. He naturally didn't believe the prisoner's cunning defenses, sneering all the way. On one side is his tearful, innocent, and beautiful wife Qinj, who he always cherishes in his heart. On the other side is a group of detestable, sinister-looking, obviously not good people, with a creepy bald malevolent man. Any sane person, even with toes, would know who to believe, right? Also, he knows Qinj better. Strong-willed, cold-faced, but warm-hearted, innocent in love. She wouldn't have such schemes, let alone lower herself to please him. Plus, when they first met, his wife was clearly panicked, with tear-stained face. Amidst the prisoner's lewd remarks and evil smiles, she stumbled out of the alley, falling in front of his car. He saw all of this with his own eyes. How could it be false? After all, his frail wife, after leaving him, was just a helpless and pitiful. How could she calmly go out to kill someone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhuan. Feeling Lin Zhuan's unmatched trust in her, Su Qinj was happy yet filled with some guilt. But the arrow was already on the bowstring. Had to shoot. She didn't want Zhuan to think of her as a ruthless killer, so she had to play the weak role to the end. In the meantime, she took a glance at Xiao Tao and winked at her silently, seemingly asking without words, "Does my current appearance look weak enough? Can it make a man feel sorry for me?" Xiao Tao, what can she say? Still playing this game? She's too good at it. Who could have known the president could be so naturally talented? Not even a hint of redness in her eyes, the beating of her heart, she effortlessly put on such a wonderful performance. If she hadn't been with the president all the way, she might have been deceived by this simple and harmless appearance, feeling pity for her experiences and the cold gazes and scoffs she endured. Chapter 585. Su Fan appears. Su King's ambition. If I could swallow the other party's words. Chapter 585. Su Fan appears. Su King's ambition. If I could swallow the other party's words. Asterisk theft asterisk. Among the prisoners, someone was so angered by Lin Zhuan's righteous words that they spat blood on the spot. The rest of the people were also dumbfounded. Simple and weak. Fragile and delicate. No strength to bind a chicken. Are you sure? We're talking about the same woman. Clearly, she is a decisive, ruthless murderer with extremely brutal methods, right? But in your words, she becomes a little white rabbit who is always bullied, easily hurt, and weak. Is this believable? Is this believable? At this moment, Lao Chen and the others couldn't even argue reasonably, feeling so frustrated that they wanted to slap themselves. Even though there were still prisoners unwilling to give up, trying to prove their innocence, looking at Lin Zhuan's face full of indulgence and the trembling figure in his arms, as if the beauty had just been scared by their cries, everyone suddenly felt hopeless. Oh, it's impossible to act. They can't act at all. Even if the contemporary Oscar winner came, they would probably have to step back. Since the day they participated in the crime, no matter what they do, outsiders will always look at them with colored glasses, and no one will easily trust them. General Duan Mu, humph. You are criminals for a day, and criminals for a lifetime. Lao Chen and others, with tears in their eyes, wanted to go to the rooftop and say, I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. This scene. Even Zidao, who knew the inside story, couldn't help but feel sympathy, silently mourning for the prisoners for 2.5 seconds. And at this moment, Jung Hae-onan excitedly rubbed his hands and took the initiative to approach Lin Juan, applying to carry out the operation of paying for violence. Ever since he was pleasantly surprised by his boss's generous 10,000 slap on the car just now, he felt he could occasionally expand his business. Boss, how do you plan to deal with these trash? They dared to treat the lady boss like this. It's simply unforgivable. We must not let them off easily. Ahem. Boss, if you need it, I can provide various brutal services. Only you can't think of it. Nothing I can't do. Such as dismemberment, burial alive, strangling, car accidents, jumping off a building, poisoning, and other ways to die operating with integrity, no deception to the elderly and children. Instead of 998 from one person, 888 from another, and not even 668, now it's only 388,888 yuan, including post-burial logistical services. Actions speak louder than words. Boss, as long as you're willing to pay more, I can take care of all these people for you. Jung Hae-onan went on and on, sharing his wealth of experience in murdering and burying bodies, leaving Lin Juan staring blankly. It has to be said that he's really not as good at this business as the popular Pay More brother. And Lao Chen and the others were already scared silly, so vicious and twisted. Always ready to kill and bury bodies with so many ways to die, who is really the heinous criminals. The most crucial thing is, did we really do anything? Are we sentenced to death just like that? It's too unfair. Baby's heart is bitter, _. It's unclear who started to sob. Soon a group of people were infected and began to shout, cry, and wail. At this moment, they were eager to make more noise. Even if it meant being locked back in their cells by the prison guards, it was better than being taken away to be dismembered and buried alive. Oh. As Lin Juan squinted, hesitating on how to deal with these people who bullied his wife. Who are you? Why are you making a commotion here? Ultimately, the commotion here caught the attention of the patrolling soldiers within the blockade. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As Lin Juan and the others turned their heads, they saw a fully armed team of soldiers rapidly approaching this place. Leading them was a woman in military attire, standing tall and fiery with her red hair dancing in the wind. Her features were delicate, her red lips pursed, her eyebrows sharp, her eyes bright like stars, exuding a fierce and decisive aura. Her long fingers were adorned with vibrant red nail polish. The seriousness of her green military uniform contrasted sharply with her wild and unrestrained demeanor. Lin Juan smirked. He had a brief encounter with this woman in Kangjiang town, known as the Vermilion Bird War General. However, what truly surprised Lin Juan was not Vermilion Bird herself, but the man and woman beside her. The man stood tall and proud, like an indomitable pine tree against the sky, emitting an invisible but imposing pressure that made it impossible to look directly at him, as if he was the ruler of this domain, incomparably domineering. He was Su Fan, and the woman beside him was naturally Su Fan's shadow, Han Xin Chao. Wasn't the eldest uncle in seclusion at home? Why is he here? Oh, right. He should be here to make sure Su Yan is safe. She is after all his own niece. From the aura on him, it seems like he had a breakthrough again, right? I wonder who would have the upper hand if I were to PK with him now. Watching Su Fan approaching, Lin Juan pondered. Since obtaining the *** wine sword immortal entry-level inheritance ***, his perspective on the world had changed. If it were him before, if it wasn't because of his identity as the son of heaven, Su Fan would have been just an ordinary person to him, nothing out of the ordinary. But now, perhaps because the eldest uncle had just achieved a breakthrough and his foundation was not yet stable, he could vaguely sense the formidable aura emanating from Su Fan. Of course, due to his use of the ** concealing technique **, Su Fan still appeared as plain and ordinary in his eyes as any other person. On the other side, with Lin Juan's support, a certain fragile and pitiful figure gradually stood up. In the instant she recognized Su Fan, a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. When her cultivation was low, she thought that Su Fan, given his age, should have at most reached the peak of inner strength. But now, Su Kinj could keenly perceive that there was a significant amount of vigorous vitality on Su Fan's body. The strength of that vitality exceeded all the grandmasters she had encountered in these past few days, far surpassing what an inner strength martial artist could possess. If she could swallow it, her cultivation realm would definitely experience a qualitative leap. Chapter 586, Just Hidden Illusion, My Spouse and I Are Just Ordinary, Average People. Chapter 586, Just Hidden Illusion. Both my spouse and I are just ordinary, average people. This person seems very strong. Did I misjudge him before? No wonder when facing threats from the Huo family, this person behaved so indifferently. At first, I thought he was just showing off. It seems I underestimated him. The strong have the privilege to be arrogant. At this age, to have attained such a level of cultivation, it's unimaginable. Could it be that he's like me? Also having some kind of unknown encounter? The vitality in his body is really strong. If I could absorb it from him. At this point, Su Qing's throat instinctively moved, and her heart couldn't help but feel a burst of heat. Intuition told her that if she could devour the vitality from Su Fan, her realm would instantly rise several levels, becoming one of the few top experts in the world. However, she and this person have no enmity. On the contrary, they can be considered on good terms, even addressing each other as brothers with Ixuan. To unreasonably harm him seems a bit dishonorable, right? Suddenly, Su Qing's heart sounded alarm bells. Just because she noticed that as Su Fan approached, his gaze was always fixed on her, carrying an unexplainable expression, strange, familiar, or passionate. What's going on? Could it be that he's discovered the secret on my body? Su Qing's pupils suddenly contracted. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Since cultivating the blood demon scripture, in order to conceal her true identity better to protect those around her, she specifically found a technique to hide herself, Just Hidden Illusion. After using this technique, even when facing those sharp-sensed and powerful experts, she was confident that she could perfectly disguise herself as an inconspicuous ordinary person, and indeed, that was the case. Su Fan's emotional fluctuations weren't due to detecting something unusual. It was just upon seeing his missing sister safe and sound in front of him after 2 days, a natural joy arose in his heart, finally putting it at rest. The reason he appeared here was because he learned of the riot in the prison. Worried about the safety of his aunt, he hurried over. Unexpectedly, shortly after arriving at the blockade, there was a pleasant surprise. "Brother Su Fan, why are you here?" Seeing his elder brother approaching, Lin Juan smiled and greeted him. "Oh, I heard there was trouble in the prison, so I came for some excitement, but what about you guys? What's the situation now?" Su Fan laughed, attempting to dismiss the reason for his appearance here. He didn't want his brother-in-law and the others to look at him with awe upon learning he was a master expert. If possible, he still hoped to interact with them in a friendly manner as an ordinary person, even though he actually wanted to know how his little sister would look at him with admiration once she knew his true strength. But his rationality suppressed his desire to show off. Psi tolerance. On the other side, even though he felt his elder brother's gaze was a bit strange, Lin Juan didn't dwell on it and just pointed out to the prisoners on the ground that they had mistreated his wife, telling the truth. Lin Juan knew he didn't need to take action himself. His elder brother would take the initiative to enforce justice for him. What how dare you? As expected, when he learned that his helpless and pitiful little sister, who was so obedient and delicate that he feared dropping her or even holding a light bulb, was being insulted and bullied by these trash, and was even in danger of being defiled. Su Fan's anger instantly ignited, his face becoming extremely unsightly, veins bulging on his forehead like earthworms, his anger flaring up. If it weren't for fear of alarming the others present, his thoughts of killing Lao Chen and others had already crossed his mind. "Brother Su Fan, what's wrong with you?" Sensing the strange looks from those around him, Su Fan suddenly realized that his reaction had gone a bit overboard in the eyes of others and quickly adjusted his emotions, saying, nothing. I didn't rest well last night. I see Miss Su was quite frightened. Maybe you should take her back to rest first." Lin Juan nodded. He had the same idea. However, remembering the initial purpose of coming here, Lin Juan still inquired about the situation inside the prison, focusing on knowing the well-being of Su Yan. He knew this was the most concerning issue for his wife. Indeed, upon hearing that it concerned his aunt, Su Qing immediately raised her head, her gaze sharp and fixed on the Vermilion Bird War General. "Sorry. Due to special reasons, I can't disclose for now." The Vermilion Bird War General frowned and shook her head, unwilling to say more. But for Su Fan's sake, she promised to confirm Su Qing's aunt's situation as soon as possible. So wait for it calmly. It seems that something really serious has happened in the prison. Sukinj narrowed her eyes, deep in thought. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with the Vermilion Bird War General's response, the matter had reached this point. She could only suppress her unease and choose to go back with Lin Juan to rest. Before getting on the car, Sukinj pointed to the bewildered Little Peach not far away. "Oh, Axwan. She is Little Peach, a friend I met on the road. She helped me a lot in these days, and just now she helped me fend off those bad guys for me. Otherwise, I might not have escaped. I want to keep her around to help me with things. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Lin Juan was stunned, looking a few steps away at the girl with a round head. He had just thought she was a bystander, looking for excitement. But when he heard about how Little Peach selflessly saved his wife, Lin Juan immediately turned down the request for a payment from Sukinj. He approached Little Peach, thanked her, and introduced himself earnestly. After both sides got slightly acquainted, they all got into the Maybach. Roaring, as Cheng Honam on the driver's seat stepped on the gas, the car rumbled, swiftly driving ahead. Chapter 587. Su Fan stands up for his sister, triggering a massacre. Please generate electricity for Love Boom. As she watched the Maybach disappear around the corner, Han Din Kiao's originally cold face grew increasingly displeased. Humph! That despicable man! How dare he not even glance at me? Clearly, he came all the way here to orchestrate a chance encounter with me, yet he dares to pretend to be aloof in front of me. Just a few minutes ago, the moment she saw Lin Juan, she saw through his scheming. It was obvious that the despicable man intentionally found out her location and hurried over to see her. Unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, he happened to run into the returning Su Qingzhe, turning it into a caught in the act scene. Initially, Han Din Qiao was full of anticipation, waiting for Lin Juan to take the initiative to greet and flatter her. By doing so, she could make Su Fan feel threatened, pay more attention to her, and also show off in front of Su Qingzhe. See that, gives_gives. Your man is so infatuated with me, proving that my charm is not inferior to yours at all. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. That despicable man's acting skills were top-notch, as he never once looked at her from start to finish. Instead, he gazed affectionately at Su Qingzhe, speaking softly and creating the image of a loving husband. Han Din Qiao sneered inwardly at this, feeling that he was being hypocritical by wanting to maintain his reputation as a loving husband. Clearly, he had secretly added her contact information, wanting to sneakily ask her out to express his love, lusting after her tender, white flesh, yet pretending to be a devoted and loving husband, claiming to want only one woman for a lifetime. Ha ha, that's meant for you. Unfortunately, Han Din Qiao saw through everything at a glance. There's a saying, the most skilled hunter often appears in the guise of prey. The future is long. Sooner or later, she would completely conquer that lapdog and prove to Su Qingzhe that her feminine charm far surpassed hers. Roar, roar, roar. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. See. Save us. Please, don't kill us. In the past, we had no choice. Now we just want to be good people. Captain, save us. We surrender. You can take us to jail. Damn it. Bastard, we would rather die. Brothers, let's fight him. Just as Han Din Qiao was feeling smug. Crack crack, a sudden burst of terrified screams in her ears made her shudder all over. When she turned to look, she widened her eyes and took several steps back. She saw the prisoners who thought they had escaped a disaster just a moment ago, now lying dead, eyes wide open with twisted and broken necks. And the person responsible was Su Fan. Before anyone could react, he swiftly and decisively stepped on the necks of Lao Chen and the others, shattering them on the spot. You bastard! What are you doing? Even if they are guilty, they should be judged by the law. You can't indiscriminately kill innocents. You'd better give an explanation right now, or we will arrest you according to the law. The soldiers immediately became angry and aimed their guns at Su Fan. In response, Su Fan didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, completely ignoring the dozens of machine guns aimed at him. Explanation? I can't be bothered to explain to you. You are not worthy to hear it. But if you ants dare to lay a hand on me, be prepared to pay a heavy price. Remember, I will kill you all like pigs and dogs. Su Fan's tone was indifferent, as if announcing a trivial matter. In his eyes, these trash on the ground were doomed to die the moment they tried to harm his sister. As for the soldiers threatening him with their firearms, Haha, it was a joke. If these people dared to make a move, Su Fan didn't mind triggering a bloodbath and disappearing from then on. After all, he considered himself invincible and was fearless of any threats except for a few human inventions like nuclear bombs. As the tension between the two sides mounted, on the verge of erupting, a red-haired vermilion bird general spoke up. "That's enough. Put down your guns. Do not point your guns at Mr. Su. These criminals have committed heinous acts. Mr. Su is eliminating the scourge for the people. Inform logistics to handle the bodies. This matter ends here. Heard that? Immediately put down your guns." Despite some dissatisfaction with Su Fan's dominance, the vermilion bird general understood the situation well. She was well aware of Su Fan's power, and if he really started to act, no one present would survive. Why offend Su Fan for a group of criminals who were already outrageously evil? In addition, with the number of deaths in the prison the previous night, there were already enough casualties. As the saying goes, military orders are like a mountain. Even if the soldiers didn't understand internally, they decisively put down their guns and began to help move the bodies on the ground. Seeing this, Su Fan didn't push aggressively and instead asked the most concerning question: what happened inside the prison? Just arrived at the scene not long after the blockade, before he could fully understand what was going on, Su Fan was attracted by the commotion caused by the prisoners. After this delay, he still hadn't figured out the situation inside the prison. "They're all crazy. Everyone is crazy. "What do you mean?" Su Fan was surprised. "The prisoners in the prison, even the guards, have all turned into bloodthirsty maniacs, huh? All of them have gone mad. Are you serious?" The vermilion bird general's face darkened, her brows furrowed tightly. If she hadn't witnessed the horrific scene of hell last night, she might have thought it was an April Fool's joke like Su Fan did. But if it was indeed a joke, that would be better. Just as she arrived at the scene with her troops, watching the maniacs rushing towards them, spewing foul language and laughter, the vermilion bird general, who was not yet aware of the severity of the situation, took a defensive warning stance, intending to only deter those approaching lunatics. But what dismayed her was that even in the face of menacing gun barrels, the laughing maniacs remained undaunted. Holding various kinds of weapons, they charged at the army recklessly. "Fire! These people are already insane. Don't hold back anymore." The vermilion bird general reacted quickly, decisively abandoning the idea of capturing or stopping them, and issued the order to kill without discrimination. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, even the fearless lunatics were no match for modern lethal weapons. Their flesh and blood bodies were far from sufficient. Soon, the bodies of these laughingly possessed people fell one by one, turning into a scene of a hornet's nest. Seeing this, the vermilion bird general breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought she could easily subdue these lunatics, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. AI imagery generated. AI imagery Chapter 588. The Siblings Facing Destiny Chapter 588. The siblings facing destiny. Boom, boom, boom. Just when the vermilion bird general thought victory was within grasp, several soldiers in the front row suddenly screamed and fell down one after another. When the medics quickly approached and carried the injured soldiers away for treatment, they discovered that they had been shot. Be careful, those guys aren't just crazies, they have intelligence. Some of them used to be prison guards who went crazy, hiding in the group of laughing lunatics to shoot cold guns. After all, they were a group of specially trained special forces. After the initial chaos, the soldiers immediately went on the defensive, finding cover to counterattack. Soon, they suppressed the lunatic group again, regaining the upper hand. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Those few soldiers who had been taken away earlier were lying on stretchers receiving emergency treatment from military medics, appearing in pain. But in the next second, they suddenly began trembling all over, as if they had contracted rabies. The pain on their faces gradually disappeared, replaced by maniacal laughter. Following that, they pulled out their pistols and began indiscriminately killing their confused comrades. Some even laughed maniacally as they pulled out hand grenades, pulled the pins with their teeth, and lunged at the unsuspecting soldiers. Boom, accompanied by a loud explosion. The laughing soldiers exploded into chunks of flesh and blood, splattering on the faces of nearby shocked soldiers, or the shrapnel from the hand grenade explosions pierced into the soldiers' bodies. Ha ha ha! In no time, more infected soldiers began laughing maniacally and continued to attack their fellow soldiers. Due to the suddenness of the attack, their targets were their allies fighting side by side. In the chaos, ordinary soldiers couldn't bring themselves to ruthlessly kill their comrades, leading to a rapid increase in the number of infected laughing soldiers. Gunfire echoed throughout the entire military camp. Fortunately, the Vermilion Bird General quickly noticed the turmoil. Making an immediate decision, she led a few trusted warriors to forcefully eliminate the still relatively small number of laughing soldiers. She then ordered the establishment of a blockade, sealing off the passages in and out of the prison, abandoning the idea of actively entering the prison to rescue survivors. According to the investigation of the soldiers on the scene after the incident, we have basically confirmed that the bodily fluids of those lunatics are contagious, which is how the initially injured soldiers became infected. It is highly likely that the lunatics got their blood on the bullets, leading to... The Vermilion Bird General's face was solemn as she recounted the recent battle happening. A disease that turns people into lunatics? And it's contagious. Is there really such a fantastical virus in this world? Su Fan furrowed his brows. From initially thinking it was a fantasy tale to now being filled with puzzlement, it only took him 2.5 seconds. He thought that under his master's guidance, having mastered the 13 ghost needle techniques, there was no enigma that could stump him. But listening to the Vermilion Bird General's account, Su Fan was left incredulous, encountering a disease he had never heard of before. This was the first time since starting his career that he felt utterly helpless. So, what about the prisoners inside the prison now? Dead? You mean all of them are dead? Yes, all dead. After the Tulinkiao prison was sealed off, the lunatics inside couldn't get out, so they began indulging in their desires through self-mutilation and mutual slaughter. Upon hearing this, Su Fan froze. Even though it was broad daylight, he still felt a chill running down his spine. There were at least several thousand, nearly 10,000 inmates inside the prison, and they all died. The authorities must be in a panic, choosing to completely seal off the news. If such madness were to be exposed to the public, it would undoubtedly cause a nationwide sensation and instigate widespread panic in a short amount of time. The lunatics gathered in the prison square, laughing maniacally and holding a grand corpse party, tormenting each other in various sadistic ways. These were just a small reflection of the festivities in the square. But whether it was the torturing thugs or the tormented victims, without exception, their faces were all filled with a satisfied, maniacal grin. Witnessing everything, the Vermilion Bird General's worldview was almost overturned, and she even doubted if she was in the middle of a nightmare. Because as far as her eyes could see, the scenes were reminiscent of hell. The Vermilion Bird General's description left Su Fan feeling a bit aghast. Had those lunatics completely lost their humanity? If this spread in the city, the consequences would be unthinkable. Of course, at this moment, Su Fan was more concerned about whether this virus could infect warriors, or even himself. The destruction that an ordinary person could cause was ultimately limited, as the mortal flesh was always vulnerable before modern weapons. But if a powerful warrior were to be infected, turning into a crazed killer or infecting others, the resulting devastation would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Such as himself, to say something more arrogant. If he were to go mad without restrictions, there would be very few people in the world who could harm him. Do we know the source of the virus? Is it true that there is not a single survivor inside the prison? Su Fan felt weighed down inside. According to the Vermilion Bird General's previous statements, his aunt was likely in a very precarious situation and had probably experienced unimaginable torture before her death. The death toll is too high. Many of them are reduced to just limbs and arms, making it impossible to determine their exact identities, and it will take more time for a detailed investigation. In order to prevent panic, the higher-ups have decided to fully lock down the relevant information. They have released a large number of celebrity scandals to divert public attention. As for the mastermind behind this incident, it is still unclear. Kunlun has urgently formed an investigative team. In the end, the Vermilion Bird General's gaze flickered, evidently concealing something. And in fact, that was the case. According to the latest information she had gathered, this disaster was likely related to the Legend of Destiny, and it was the work of one of those destined individuals. Chapter 589 System. Host. See you in 2.5 years. By for now resuming to chapters tomorrow. I understand the general situation. Thank you for informing me. After getting the answer he wanted, Su Fan did not linger any longer. He expressed his thanks and took his leave. He could tell that the Vermilion Bird General had reservations and knew some secrets, so he would have to investigate on his own. Could this guy be one of the legendary chosen ones? Ah, maybe I am just being too sensitive. Whether the legends are true or not has not been confirmed yet, so for now, I should focus on how to deal with the current troubles. Watching Su Fan elegantly walk away, the Vermilion Bird General first looked pensive, then sighed and left. The madman incident this time had caused quite a stir. How difficult it is to cover up the truth. And even if we do cover it up, is it effective? If we can't find the root of the problem, this kind of thing could happen again at any time. This outbreak of madness thankfully happened in a closed prison. If it had happened in a bustling city, it would be unimaginable how much damage it could have caused. On the other side, First People's Hospital of Modu. In the VIP ward. Granddaughter, my good granddaughter, as long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. Grandpa was so worried. Su Shengshan shed tears, watching his granddaughter, who had suffered a lot. He knew that his little granddaughter was weak and helpless, definitely going through a lot of hardships on the outside. Look, come and see. It had only been a few days, but his granddaughter was in tattered clothes, looking weary. Just by looking at her appearance, she had clearly suffered a lot these days, not having enough to eat or wear warmly. She had never been so wretched before. Su Shengshan wiped away his tears, held his granddaughter's hand, and inquired about the hardships and grievances she had experienced along the way, feeling heartbroken almost to the point of suffocation. Grandpa, I've actually been doing quite well these days. You don't have to worry too much for me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Child, you're so thoughtful. In order not to worry, Grandpa, you even endure hardship and come up with such considerate lies. Grandpa, I'm telling the truth. Kinj, you don't need to deceive Grandpa. Grandpa knows you're thoughtful. But thinking about your days, Grandpa just can't stop feeling heartache. Inside the ward, Su Kinj was at a loss, with black lines all over her head, feeling overwhelmed. Finally returning to Ajwan's side, she now wanted more than ever to nestle in his arms and be cared for by him. Thinking about this, Su Kinj couldn't help but sigh softly. Even though her grandfather was just showing concern for her, Su Kinj couldn't bring herself to reject his kindness. She could only respond half-heartedly. Glancing occasionally at Lin Zhuan beside her, she couldn't shake off a sense of unreality, especially when she thought back to those inhuman days on the island. This easily accessible plain happiness now made Su King's eyes unfocused. Finally, returned to Ajwan's side. On the other side, Lin Zhuan was unaware of the person's gaze next to him and was fully engrossed in assessing his gains in the system. Ding! Anomalous condition detected. The favorability of the supporting character, Su Kinj, has significantly skyrocketed. Attachment reward increased to 99 points or 1 second. Current true love level of Su Kinj, 9,999,999,999 plus, depending. Lin Zhuan's eyes lit up, showing surprise, delight, emotion, and disbelief. Kinj, does she love me this much? Feeling somewhat ashamed, it seemed that King's love for him far surpassed his for her. Now, even as a chosen one, it was probably impossible to match King's attachment points he gained. Kinj almost had an overwhelming advantage. Forget about being the son of destiny, the son of fortune. Go to the side. The wife at home is the sweetest. Just think about it. 99 in a second, 5,940 in a minute, 356,400 in an hour. Not eating or drinking for 1 day with attachment points. That's 8,553,000 riches. It seems that Kinj leaving these past 2 days wasn't all bad. At least it made her realize my importance even more. Emotionally, she became more dependent on me, and her favorability rating increased so much. Hey, just as Lin Zhuan was feeling triumphant, he suddenly realized in shock. At some point, he couldn't access the system mall anymore. Some system functions were also in grayscale, showing they couldn't be used. Oh, this earth-shattering change almost made Lin Zhuan's eyes pop out of their sockets. The attachment system was his biggest reliance. There was absolutely no room for errors. E equals hash. System. What on earth is happening? Ding. Host, due to unknown virus intrusion, the system has been attacked. The 360 Trojan antivirus is activated. The system will temporarily go into hibernation. Some system functions will be temporarily closed. Aren't the necessary systems for time travelers supposed to be invincible? How could it be attacked? Ding. Host's permissions are insufficient to answer. Damn it, oh. You trash system. When will it be repaired and resume normal operation? Ding. Estimated duration is 2.5 years, or host can accumulate 100 million attachment points in advance. Ding. Host, keep up the good work. See you in 2.5 years. Bye for now, Linjuan. Oh. Please give me gifts. Help with likes for motivation. Oh, I felt like my energy was drained due to the lack of updates these 2 days. Starting tomorrow, I will refrain from procrastinating and resume posting 2 chapters a day. Chapter 590. Tempting Linjuan, the Fox Spirit. Dangerous Su Kinj Ding. Estimated hibernation duration, 2.5 years, or host accumulates 1 billion sticker points in advance. Ding. Host, take care of yourself. Let's meet again in 2.5 years. Bye Nala. No, system. Are you serious? Don't leave. System, don't go away. How can I live without you? Due to the sudden turn of events, Linjuan was dumbfounded on the spot, unable to react. What's happening? The system was fine just a moment ago. How did it suddenly get infected by a virus? And what kind of virus is so powerful? Even the sticker system had to lay low. Could it be that I've changed the plot too much? Is it fate? Destiny? Or some unforeseen force intervening? Linjuan's pupils flashed with confusion, unable to make sense of it all. Or could it be related to Kinj? After all, the time the system got infected seemed to coincide with the recent encounter with Kinj. Thinking of this, Linjuan subconsciously glanced at the girl beside him. She was just at that moment looking at him with a smile in her shimmering carnelian-like big eyes. Those curved beautiful eyes were like the brightest stars in the deep night sky, hiding endless tenderness and shining with unwavering trust and deep affection. With bright eyes and white teeth, she was incredibly beautiful. Faced with such a captivating sight, Linjuan's heartbeat unconsciously accelerated, feeling dry-mouthed, unable to help but lick his lips. Could this be considered the legendary absence makes the heart grow fonder? After a few days apart, Kinj. Why does she seem even more delicious? Realizing that his actions were somewhat inappropriate, Linjuan forced a smile and averted his gaze shyly. At the same time, he completely dismissed any suspicions he had about Su Kinj. Ridiculous! His own daughter-in-law is a pure, kind-hearted, innocent young girl. How could she possibly be the mastermind behind the system crash? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Even if she had such ability, she wouldn't use it to harm him, right? A true love index of 9,999,999,999 plus is no joke. I'm 95% sure this has nothing to do with her. It's probably some kind of butterfly effect. Luckily, the problem isn't big, although the system store is closed. Other skills like sticker heart voice and sticker magnetic field don't seem to be greatly affected. And now that he has cultivation, he doesn't need to exchange for anything at the moment. The impact of the system's hibernation on him is limited. Moreover, as long as he accumulates 1 billion sticker points, the system will naturally return as a king. With the current accumulation speed of 99 points per second, it's just a matter of time. After pondering for a moment, Linjuan felt much more relaxed. Very good, everything is under control. Ding ling ling. Just then, Linjuan's phone suddenly rang. He looked at the screen in surprise, showing the incoming call. Tangjia Sanshao. Hashu, hello. Cousin, there's good news to report. 2.5 minutes ago, the project in the provincial university city was settled, just as you won the great land. My dad got wind of it in advance. I'm sure in a while, this matter will become widely known. Haha. I can't wait to see Huo Kishin's angry and incompetent look. Hey, you have no idea. The idiots of the Huo family sent many survey experts and workers to the E-grade land early in the morning, messing around with measurements. They must think the previous estimates were wrong. Still in the clouds, dreaming of foolish things. I really want to go to the scene and see how the higher-ups of the Huo family react when the provincial construction notice is issued. Whether they will explode on the spot, this time, borrowing so much money, as soon as lightning strikes that piece of land, the Huo group will definitely collapse. Thinking that such a huge force would end up bankrupt because of our calculation. The feeling of strategic skill is really so satisfying. Compared to Tang Xuan's excitement, Lin Zhuan was rather indifferent. These things were within his expectations, nothing to be surprised about. Instead of wasting time on this, it's better to spend more time chatting with his daughter-in-law. Well, I know. Is that all? If there's nothing important, I'll hang up on this. Cousin, you are to calm. With the University City development project coming up, you're going to make a fortune, you know? Oh, and then, I'm not short of money. I'm not interested in money. Silence for 2.5 seconds. Cousin, you are really pretending to be ignorant? Lin Zhuan curled his lips, intending to hang up directly, but unexpectedly Tang Xuan's voice came through again. This time, he finally stated his purpose. It turns out that Han Zhengyang also got wind of the situation and called his father to inquire about the news. Tang Guowen, considering that the truth couldn't be hidden for long, and aware of the nephew's intention to cooperate with the Han family in developing land, truthfully reported the news of the provincial construction of the University City, wanting to act as an intermediary to ask if Lin Zhuan had time now. If so, both parties could meet to discuss immediately. After all, involving a billion-dollar project, Lin Zhuan himself was undoubtedly eager to finalize it as soon as possible. Now all right, I'll finish up here and make time to go over in a while. Understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Lin Zhuan didn't refuse his uncle's good intentions. It won't take much time anyway, and it's best to finalize the cooperation as soon as possible. Faced with huge commercial interests, the Han family will probably make the right choice, this time Han family. Since Lin Zhuan didn't avoid the others, Su Qinj and the others also heard the conversation. Xiaotao subconsciously raised her head, her temples throbbing with surprise and excitement. It's here! The seductress who overestimates her abilities with her enchanting steps is slowly approaching the president. Unfortunately, the presumptuous seductress already has a path to her doom. Sure enough, when Xiaotao stole a glance, her president had already narrowed his beautiful eyes, flashing an extremely dangerous light. Chapter 591. Su Qing's Frustration. Did the returning dart hit himself? Chapter 591. Su Qing's Frustration. Did the returning dart hit himself? Han family. Xiaotao seemed to have said before. Han Xinqiao, that seductive bitch, tried every means to seduce Xuan. Thinking of this, Su Qing's curled eyelashes trembled slightly. His exquisite face, like being suddenly covered by frost, was chilling and intimidating, making people dare not look directly. On the other side, Lin Zhuan, who had not noticed anything unusual about the girl beside him, after hanging up the phone, incessantly talked about the revenge plan against the Huo family earlier. Under the name L, he sent his confidant Ma Yingsh to film that invaluable all-class piece of land. Now the provincial project for the University City is about to come down. He plans to collaborate with the Han family, who is the main real estate industry, to develop together. During this period, he will take advantage of the information asymmetry to take the opportunity to harm the Huo family for the last time. The only purpose is to let the shit-spraying overlord Huo Qichen be isolated from the crowd. That bastard dares to harm Qinj. It's unforgivable. I must make him pay back 100 times over. Hearing these resolute and indignant words, Su Qinj was stunned for a moment, then his face softened from coldness, becoming full of tenderness. He remembered that day. In this ward, Xuan also promised like this, saying he would bring down the Huo family for revenge. Indeed, Xuan cares about me the most. During this time, in order to avenge me, he must have been racked with worrying, stressed out, and might have turned gray. How many times he calculated the Huo family up to this point. And he did all of this, all for me. Thinking of this, a surge of warmth filled Su Qing's heart. If a husband is like this, what else can a wife ask for? She, Su Qinj, must have saved the Milky Way in her previous life, so she can have such a virtuous husband and good father as a companion in this life. Well, you spoil my granddaughter so much, huh? Xiao Shuan, I really didn't misread you. Leave Qinj to you for care. In the future, this old man of mine can completely rest assured. Whatever you want to do, go ahead. My Su family will always be your eternal backing. Su Shengshan beamed with satisfaction and laughed heartily. nodding constantly. Looking into the eyes of his grandson-in-law, there was admiration and relief. At the same time, the long-standing dark cloud looming over his heart finally dissipated, just because he knew. Even if one day he leaves this world, his granddaughter will no longer be alone. Now there is someone who loves her, someone who takes care of her and protects her. Facing the grateful gaze of the two, Lin Juan smiled and felt inexplicably satisfied in his heart. Then, he suggested to strike while the iron is hot. He will go to the Han family now to finalize the details of the cooperation. Hearing this, Su Qinj frowned slightly, feeling unwilling inside, not wanting Xuan to have contact with that seductive bitch. Although she has confidence in Xuan's deeds of a husband, some vixens may use despicable means, and she is unwilling to take any risks. Who made her Xuan so outstanding? Flawless. Those little vixens must be lusting after Xuan's body, too despicable. To be honest, Su Qinj doesn't really care about the fate of the Huo family. She just wants to stay by Xuan's side all the time, never be separated for a moment. Xuan, can I go with you? Sensing someone pulling at his sleeve, Lin Juan turned around in surprise. He met a pair of black and bright eyes looking at him expectantly. But Qinj, you just got back not too long ago, and you've been through a lot on the way here. I think you should rest well first. Don't worry, I won't delay for too long. I'll be back to see you soon. Of course, Lin Juan also wants to have the girl by his side all the time. After a long-awaited reunion, even if it's not for earning points, he also wants to have more private time with Qinj. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. But considering how much hardship Qinj has gone through on the way to get back home, it's best for her to stay in the hospital now. Focus on the recovery, eat well, sleep well, and take good care of herself, rather than going out with him and experiencing fatigue. Lin Juan feels he can't be so selfish, so he shakes his head and refuses King's request to accompany him. Hearing Lin Juan not allowing her to follow him, Su Qinj suddenly felt a bit anxious. Just as she was about to argue on principle, unexpectedly her own grandfather also spoke. Xiaoshu is right. Qinj, the most important thing for you now is to rest well. As for other matters, leave it to Xiaoshu to handle. Your body is weak. After suffering so much hardship during this long journey, how can you bear the wind and sun outside? The sun outside is so strong. Grandpa worries that if you go back and forth, your body won't bear it. Child, you'd better stay here with Grandpa. Let's not cause trouble for Xiaoshu. Otherwise, if you catch a cold from the wind, both Grandpa and Xiaoshu would be heartbroken on the spot, right? Su Shengshan kindly advised his granddaughter to take care of her health and not to worry them. Su Qinj, Grandpa, I advise you not to meddle at this moment. Su Qinj felt a suffocating frustration, a sense of throwing a stone at her own foot, extremely frustrated. Before she could figure out how to refute, Lin Juan had already been influenced by the old man and voiced his agreement. Qinj, Grandpa is right. You are delicate and weak. You've suffered so much these past 2 days. It's better to stay here and recuperate. Don't worry, I can manage it. So just stay here obediently waiting for my return. Don't be rebellious. Think about how you've been dizzy and coughing constantly on the way. Your body is too weak now. I have to take responsibility for your health. Listen to me. Reflecting on the scene not long ago, when Su Qinj, covered in wounds, pitifully collapsed in front of the car, Lin Juan felt heartache and agreed quite a bit with the old man's proposal. As the most affectionate person in the Magic City, regardless of the timing, he always puts his wife first. How could he ignore her health for a bit of closeness? Therefore, he firmly opposed King's request to follow. Su Qinj, on the side, Xiao Tao was sweating profusely. Chapter 592. Lin Juan's divine cooking skills. All members including Su Qinj are completely overwhelmed. Generating power for love. Chapter 592. Lin Juan's divine cooking skills. All members including Su Qinj are completely overwhelmed. Generating power for love. Inside the hospital ward, an old person and a young person looked deeply worried, trying to persuade. As the center of the event, Su Qing's expression was stiff, momentarily speechless. Who could she blame? Reaping what she sowed, it seemed like no one was to blame after all. After all, both Grandpa and Axon were well-intentioned, worrying about her health. Thinking about this, Su Qinj subconsciously turned her head. Her cold, frosty gaze fell lightly on Xiao Tao, making her shudder involuntarily. Oh no, Barbecue. Can she still retract her words now? Sweating profusely. Oh guys, danger. 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 Luckily, Sukinj only glanced at her for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. Soon after, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, gently touching her temple with a whisper. "Esser, what's wrong? Oh, are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Sensing the girl's strangeness, Lin Juan's heart was on high alert, immediately asking her if she was feeling unwell. "Axon, I think I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Sukinj held her head, leaning into Lin Juan's embrace. "Dizzy? Is it anemia? Or did you bump into something, sustaining a hidden injury? How about I massage it for you?" Lin Juan became nervous, carefully embracing the girl and gently pressing on her temple. "Feeling better now?" Axon, whenever you press, I don't feel dizzy." "Axon, can you stay with me today? With you by my side, I feel much better both physically and mentally." On the side, Xiao Tao's mouth twitched incessantly. Lin Juan lowered his head, locking eyes with her bright black eyes, instantly softening his heart. How could he bear to refuse her pitiful request? Thinking about how Kinj must have been through a lot of shocks these past 2 days, lacking a sense of security in her heart. What can he do about it? Only to spoil her. "All right, I will stay with you all day today." Lin Juan nodded with a smile, deciding to talk about business cooperation with the Han family at a later time. Wife is the biggest, everything else can wait. On the hospital bed, Su Shengshan seemed to understand something. Suddenly, he wore a pleased smile, nodding repeatedly. "Seems like his granddaughter finally had some insights, Juan. Since Kinj wants you to spend more time with her, put aside the business matters for now. Get the hospital director over here now. Let him arrange a full-body checkup for Kinj. Then go to the hospital kitchen and cook some home-cooked meals for Kinj, okay? Smack smack, I must say, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Not just for Kinj. Ever since I tasted the food you cooked, my taste buds have been spoiled by you. E=O**. I can't stomach anyone else's cooking." Hearing that Lin Juan will cook for her, Sukinj subconsciously swallowed saliva, the brightness in her beautiful eyes intensifying. Remembering the pig food she had been eating these past 2 days, Sukinj felt so wronged. She nestled into Lin Juan's arms, looking up at his attractive nostrils, full of anticipation. W. "Axon, I want to eat your food." "All right, I'll make some for you after the checkup." Lin Juan affectionately stroked the girl's head. "You must be starving these days. I'll make more later. Eat as much as you want." "Yes, Axon, you're so kind. I'll definitely eat everything up." Sukinj blinked her watery eyes, her lips showing a hint of gleaming desire. At least at this moment, her emotions were genuine, without any pretense, approximately. Can't help it, who can blame Lin Juan's exceptional cooking skills, rarely found on Earth. Ever since she tasted the food Lin Juan made himself, her slight anorexia gradually improved, and the delicacies made by others almost seemed comparable to pig food in her eyes. Lin Juan wiped the corner of the girl's mouth with his index finger, feeling a bit sorry. "You gluttonous little cat, W. Your drool is flowing out. You must have starved these past days." Despite that, watching the girl enjoy his food so much, Lin Juan felt genuinely satisfied. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. The same goes for women. "Ahem, Juan, could you make a bit more food later? Grandpa is also a bit hungry." Recalling the last time he enjoyed the exquisite food, so Grandpa couldn't help but smack his lips, happily savoring. Listening to Lin Juan being asked to cook for her, Sukinj subconsciously frowned, feeling sorry for her man. "Grandpa, Juan's cooking is very tiring. How about this? Grandpa, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll order some delivery for you. There are many options for takeout. Actually quite delicious. Juan's portion is enough for one person. I don't want him to work so hard for me. So Shengshan." Okay, now that there's a man, you forgot about Grandpa. "Granddaughter, are you trying to overindulge me? You're really going to make Grandpa go overboard." Seeing the old man clutching his chest, looking like a pitiful elderly person with a broken heart, Lin Juan couldn't help but suppress his amusement, promising to make more food for the old man. This made the old man crack a smile, radiating a flower-like smile. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated, Oo? Is it really that delicious?" In the corner, Xiao Tao, who had been silent all along, looked puzzled. She could see that her president's expression was not feigned, but genuinely longing for the food cooked by the guy. This left her curious. How delicious must those dishes be to make the usually impassive president yearn for them so much? After half an hour, when Lin Juan served the food he had made with his own hands and carefully handed her a portion to taste, that unprecedented culinary experience directly made Xiao Tao burst into tears. GWW. She felt like she had been living half a life without enjoying such flavors this world. How can there be such delicious food? Eat it! Eat it! Hurry up and eat it! Chapter 593 The last glory of the Huo family. Wife's vacation causes mental exhaustion, recovery, renewal. Just as Lin Juan and a few others were happily enjoying delicious food in the hospital on the other side, the high-level executives of the Huo family were in high spirits, gathered at the E-grade land that cost billions to purchase. At this moment, the area had been sealed off, with sandstorms swirling. A large number of roaring construction vehicles, workers wearing helmets, and surveyors were busy back and forth, creating a bustling scene. In a hastily built structure, the top executives of the Huo family looked disdainful, each with their heads held high, nostrils flaring, exuding an aura of dominance. They were pointing and commanding arrogantly, belittling and humiliating the managers of the survey department in front of them. Listen up, you bunch of useless trash. This land can't possibly be worthless. Humph! It was definitely your incompetence that turned a valuable piece of land into wasteland. That's right. We are giving you another chance now. If you still can't turn waste into treasure, then pack up and get lost. A group of useless things. You're always deceitful and cunning. Even with such crucial survey data, you still make mistakes. You simply have no brains. What are you still standing around for? Get out and work now. This time, the entire survey department must contribute. If you can't redeem yourselves and turn waste into treasure, there will be consequences. Don't blame the Huo family for being merciless. You will hear the echoes of your family's ruin. Facing the scolding from the Huo family members, unable to refute, the faces of the survey department managers were ugly, feeling extremely aggrieved. Clearly, through their professional assessment earlier, this land was indeed of little value, a wasteland. But now, facing the higher-ups in the Huo family, who were clueless, they didn't know where they went wrong. Purchasing the wasteland at an exorbitant price, they were immediately dragged in, not given a chance to argue, and were subjected to verbal abuse without justification. Gross, a plant, oh. However, seeing the resolute expressions of Huo Tingfeng and others, a few subordinates frowned, secretly murmuring. Could it be that they had made a mistake in judgment before? For the miserable salary they received each month, these professional personnel filled with frustration and doubts had to quickly get back to work, bringing their survey equipment back to the construction site. After all the employees had gone out, the top executives of the Huo family continued to grumble loudly, trying to alleviate their inner unease. This gamble this time almost staked the future of the Huo family. If they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. These useless people almost delayed the rise to prominence of the Huo family. After this matter is resolved, just fire them all. That's right, a bunch of people who only care about money and don't do their jobs. What use are they? If they don't want to work, there are plenty of capable people willing to take their place. Elder, when will the official announcement about the University City project be made? The group's cash flow has already been cut off. Plus we borrowed so much money, we can't afford it at all. Stop rushing it. This is not something the elder can decide. However, according to the underground news, the matter should be settled today. Hooray! Great! May heaven bless the Huo family. Hehe, now many forces in the Magic City are waiting to see jokes about our Huo family. When the true value of this land is revealed to the world, I will see who dares to be an enemy of the Huo family. Okay. The famous media reporters from the Magic City are almost all here now. Let's each prepare, and if there are no problems, let's go out to receive them. The current debt issue of the Huo family has already become widely known to the public. Many former partners have doubts about our spending billions to buy a piece of wasteland, seriously affecting the company's normal business cooperation. We must use this opportunity, with the help of the media, to announce to the public. The land we purchased is not a piece of wasteland, but a priceless treasure worth billions. Even if we have countless debts, so what? When the University City project is realized, everyone will witness the rise of the Huo family. Exactly, the University City site cannot be a wasteland. It must be those useless things with inadequate technology causing errors in the survey data. Once the latest survey data is available, it will prove the potential of this land. At least for the short term, we don't have to worry about being pressured for debt repayment or other troublesome issues. At this point, Huo Tingfeng and others all looked smug, as if they could already see the success of the Huo family, soaring to new heights and dominating the world. Of course, at this moment, the people of the Huo family still did not know. Soon, they would experience a sense of despair called the fall from heaven to hell outside. At this moment, those who were still unaware of the situation had many speculations about the abnormal behavior of the Huo family. After all, spending billions to buy a piece of wasteland was truly unbelievable. A first-class family like the Huo family couldn't possibly bankrupt themselves without reason to engage in such self-destructive behavior. The only reason is that this piece of land holds a hidden value, some kind of huge commercial value unknown to the public. Some well-informed individuals connected this with rumors spread from the province, which made them deeply concerned. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Can it be? If it were true, wouldn't the Huo family be on the verge of a meteoric rise? At the construction site, reporters from major media outlets in the Magic City, carrying their equipment, arrived one after another. They watched as a large number of workers worked hard, and the bustling atmosphere at the scene couldn't help but marvel. What exactly is the Huo family up to? How did they suddenly make such a big fuss on a piece of wasteland? At this point, do you still think this is a piece of wasteland? What wasteland is worth billions? But so many professional surveyors estimated it before. Could they have made a mistake? One family making a mistake can be excused, but if many forces all made errors together, how slim of a chance is that? Who knows? But since the Huo family dares to take the risk of losing everything, it illustrates that there is a commercial value to this land that we don't know about. Could it be that some amazing treasure is buried underground, such as the tomb of an ancient emperor? Otherwise, I can't think of any reason for the Huo family to behave so outrageously. Just be careful. If the Huo family's century-old foundation collapses overnight, becoming a laughingstock in the real estate industry. A classic case of failure, leaving a bad mark behind. Stop guessing. Anyway, the Huo family definitely wouldn't make a losing deal today. The Huo family has gathered us here for a reason. Surely our confusion will be resolved shortly. The media reporters were full of curiosity, whispering to each other, each with their own opinions. The Huo family was currently in great danger, on thin ice. The reason why they had not been stabbed in the back by other forces yet was mainly due to fear. After all, spending billions to buy a piece of wasteland was unimaginable in the eyes of the public. No one believed that such a prominent family like the Huo family were fools. Since they had done it, it was 95% likely that they had special reasons. Until the true nature of what the Huo family was scheming was uncovered, everyone was reluctant to be the first to come forward and become the target of criticism. Everyone was waiting for the Huo family to reveal their true intentions. Look, the Huo family members are coming out. Just then, someone excitedly shouted, attracting the gaze of countless people at the scene. Chapter 594. The fall of the Huo family from heaven to hell. For 1,000 words quick. Look, the top members of the Huo family are coming out. When Huo Tingfeng led his clan out, journalists from major media outlets hurriedly spread the news. In no time, they were surrounded by reporters carrying all sorts of equipment, and camera flashes never stopped. Click, click. Chairman Huo, may I ask why you spent billions to purchase a well-known wasteland? Mr. Huo, today you dispatched so many professionals to resurvey the land. Could it be that you felt there was a deviation in the previous estimate of this land? Is there something fishy going on? Chairman Huo, we heard that the reason the Huo family chose to gamble everything and make such a bizarre decision, is it true that it was instigated by your son, Huo Dashao? Is there some hidden agenda? There are rumors that Master Huo Qichen is now a fully paralyzed invalid, needing assistance for everything from eating and drinking to basic needs. Facing this situation, will the Huo family persist in choosing Huo Dashao as the heir? Please respond directly. Chairman Huo. According to sources, the province is preparing a major project to boost consumption in the city. May I ask if this is related to the business investment of the Huo group this time? Faced with a series of sharp questions from the journalists, Huo Tingfeng remained calm, with a hint of a smile on his lips. He raised both hands in the air to signal everyone to quiet down. This gesture carried a sense of calm control, showing his true nature as the leader. After some thought, he decided to first clear his son's name. After all, Huo Qichen was his flesh and blood, representing his reputation. Additionally, he had made a great contribution to the family this time, securing his position as the heir. Therefore, the Huo family needed to show the expected protective attitude towards their children to deter outsiders. The Huo family motto: anyone who insults the young master of the Huo family, even from afar, will be punished severely. Dear journalists, thank you for your concern towards the Huo family. I promise to address all your confusions. Please be patient. First of all, the heir of the Huo family has never changed from the beginning to the end, and he is my son, Qichen. I won't hide the truth. My son Qichen has the riches of a tycoon. And he is not actually sick, but experiencing a throwback phenomenon, blessed by the ancestors of the Huo family. Throwback. Blessed by the ancestors of the Huo family. Which ancestor would bless their descendants by making them a bedridden invalid? That's quite a stretch. Listening to Huo Tingfeng's bizarre explanation, the journalists present had strange expressions on their faces, even questioning whether the head of the Huo family had gone crazy due to the pressure. However, this kind of bizarre and sensational news was exactly what the public craved. Therefore, no one interrupted Huo Tingfeng's statement. They allowed him to exaggerate and talk grandly. As you all know, our ancestor of the Huo family, Huo Jin. Although born with disabilities, he achieved extraordinary feats through sheer determination, establishing the eternal dominance of our Huo family. Today, my son Qichen, blessed by our forefathers' spirits, informed us that this land is not worthless, but rather a future treasure worth billions. This is the wealth that the ancestors have given to our descendants. The Huo family naturally must spare no effort to take it over. As the saying goes, the great phoenix rises with the same wind, soaring 9,000 miles. The days of hiding our strength and biding our time in the Huo family have been too long. With my son as the true dragon, the time has come to rule the world. In the future, the name of the Huo family will resound throughout the land. How, eh? Really? Is the Huo family that bold? Even talking about ancestor dreams and ruling the world. Listening to Huo Tingfeng's arrogant words, those present were shocked and amazed. After all, if these words were to spread, the resulting shockwave would be extraordinary. Had the Huo family completely exposed their ambitions? Who gave them the courage? Is it Liang Jingru? Is that wasteland really so extraordinary, giving the Huo family such overwhelming confidence? But the ancestors communicating through dreams, isn't that too far-fetched? Despite the confusion and whispers among the people, the members of the Huo family exchanged knowing looks, silently beginning to support their young master. With Qichen's incurable illness, he would likely spend his life in a wheelchair. The future leader of the Huo family was a person who couldn't take care of himself. If this matter were to be revealed, it would tarnish the Huo family's century-long reputation. Therefore, they decided to elevate their young master to the status of a legend. To inform the public that Qichen's disability was not a misfortune, but a proof of ancestral protection, a great honor. By shrouding their young master in a mysterious aura, they could intimidate those who were inclined to believe the fantastical. Especially after the upcoming University City project, news of Qichen's prophetic miracles would spread. When these stories circulated, who would dare to provoke the Huo family to speak disrespectfully to their divine child? This was the Huo family's deification plan, conceived through much pondering. Muahahaha, that's right, our young master is a dragon among men. Recently, I occasionally felt it, dreaming of our Huo family ancestor Huo Jin. We found out that this land has auspicious signs in the sky above, and buying it will secure the prosperity of the Huo family for generations to come, a rise to power. Our Huo family has put everything into this, and soon our Huo family will soar to new heights. Ha ha ha, all thanks to our young master. He truly is the chosen one. Those who follow our young master will prosper. Those who go against him will perish. The sun and moon will remain forever, and the Huo family's prosperity will be eternal. A dozen or so Huo family members were smiling exuberantly, praising Qichen proudly. In their eyes, everything was in place, just waiting for the opportune moment. Everything was already settled. When the official announcement of the University City project arrives, the young master's clairvoyance will be confirmed. The rumors about the Huo family's destiny and ancestral blessings will spread. Any other powers thinking of opposing the Huo family will have to carefully consider their actions faced with the Huo family's arrogant attitude of dictating terms. Many powers present, and those watching in the shadows were momentarily silenced. These high-ranking members of the Huo family appeared confident, undoubtedly having significant backing behind them. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare be so pompous. Some who had heard about the University City project wind were now looking pensive. It wasn't surprising that the Huo family would dare to act like this, could it be? But wasn't this land already deemed worthless? How could it be transformed into a treasure in an instant? Did the young prince of the Huo family truly get possessed by an ancestor and foresee the future? Countless perplexities arose in people's minds. However, those who understood the situation were the wise ones. Hearing that the province would soon take significant action would surely reveal what hidden card the Huo family held. Mr. Huo, what are your plans for future business projects? Please reveal a bit. Have you ever considered the consequences of trusting Kishin's judgment so blindly? What happens if the judgment fails? Chairman Huo, if this land is truly invaluable, how do you plan to develop it? Residential areas or commercial squares? In pursuit of exclusive information, the journalists were relentless in their questioning, like cats sniffing out prey. Meanwhile, Huo Tingfeng, from start to finish, remained composed, with a smile on his face, answering gracefully, displaying remarkable business acumen. His calm and composed demeanor, undisturbed even when faced with imminent challenges, made various forces observing in the shadows hesitant to take impulsive actions. At that moment, the Huo family was shining brightly, on top of the world, in an apparent state of great success. Half an hour later, when Huo Tingfeng and the others were in high spirits, warmly thanking the journalists for their presence and announcing the end of the interview, watching as the journalists left one by one. Not far away, the managers who had been sent out to re-evaluate the land's value came sprinting towards them, holding the freshly printed test reports, joyously heading their way. Seeing this, the Huo family members' eyes lit up, their smiles uncontrollable. Finally it's here, right? Seeing them so happy, there must be a remarkable discovery. All right, I knew it. How could the land selected for the University City construction possibly be a wasteland? The Huo family's journey to the top begins now. Thinking of this, Huo Tingfeng and the others were instantly in a triumphant state. Their pleased expression seemed to indicate that they were already standing at the peak of the Huo family's glorious future, overlooking all. Certainly, at such a pivotal moment in the family's destiny, there had to be witnesses to record it all. Watching the journalists turn to leave, Huo Tingfeng suddenly raised his voice. His voice resounded like a bell, vibrating through the air. Please stay, everyone. Don't rush to leave. The Huo family has earth-shattering news to announce. Huh? Could there be more hidden surprises? The multitude of journalists seemed to sense blood in the water, instantly alert and swiftly turning back. Their eyes were sharp, focusing once again on Huo Tingfeng. For a moment, microphones were abundant, cameras sparkling like stars. Everyone was eager, anticipating the unveiling of the heavy news, as if it were a secret hidden within Pandora's magical box that could overturn the world. Everyone, you must all know that I had people resurvey this land. Now, the latest results are out. How much is the value of this land, whether it's a dragon or a worm? Will all be revealed soon? With a smile on his face that never wavered, Huo Tingfeng's expression was like a blooming flower, radiant with a touch of arrogance. Suddenly, he enthusiastically waved his arms towards a few of the breathless survey managers running towards him. The gleam in his eyes was like that of a treasure hunter about to touch an invaluable relic, filled with eager anticipation. Boss, what we said before. The department managers were out of breath, their voices intermittent, like weary old cattle. Before they could fully recover, Huo Tingfeng eagerly reached for the test report. At the same time, he boldly proclaimed to those around him, "Everyone, today is the moment when the Huo family rises to fame. My son's foresight is no empty talk. This land is a blessed place given to the Huo family for eternal prosperity. Let me explain everything to you all, step by step." However, when Huo Tingfeng's gaze fell on the content of the report, his expression suddenly froze. What was once a brilliant smile like sunshine seemed to be frozen by a chilling wind, instantly frozen on his face. His eyes widened abruptly, resembling someone who was witnessing doomsday, filled with shock and disbelief. His lips trembled violently, as if two leaves shivering in a fierce wind. His throat seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand, unable to utter a single word for a long time. "Chairman, what's wrong?" Seeing this situation, other high-ranking members of the Huo family felt an icy chill rising in their hearts. An ominous premonition spread like dark clouds over their minds. They rushed forward to check, their urgent actions reminiscent of drowning people trying to grab onto a final straw of hope. And when they saw the contents of the report, each person stood frozen in place, stunned as if struck by a bolt of lightning on clear day. The conclusion drawn through meticulous and professional surveying was that this land was unequivocally a useless wasteland. No Huo Ting-Feng and the clan members fell to the ground, despairing and crying loudly, Snowflakes fluttering, wind whispering, heaven and earth vast and boundless. Chapter 595 University City Project finally announced. The Lin family soars. The Huo family decline, seeking for gifts. Boss, our previous conclusion was correct. You have wrongly accused us. This piece of land, it only deserves an E-grade potential. Our previous assessment was correct. Look, beneath this land, there's a large expanse of marshland resembling the mouth of a demon. The soft soil, like a devouring black hole, simply cannot support the heavy body of a high-rise building. Furthermore, this location is remote, like a corner forgotten by the world. The surrounding traffic routes are complex and difficult to traverse. The supporting facilities are unreachable, like an illusionary bubble. Such a piece of land completely lacks any commercial development value. It is simply a nightmare land for commercial development. At this moment, several department managers who were unclear about the situation finally felt relieved and joyful. As for what they were celebrating, needless to say, clearing our grievances and proving ourselves innocent, isn't that something to be happy about? As for the mood of the bosses, what do we care about them? Humph, who let them dare to doubt our professional integrity? Spreading such rumors, is it not ruining our livelihoods? In any case, the Huo family is almost finished, so there's no need to fear offending these capitalists. Gives. On the other side, with the forceful words of the employees spreading, the scene suddenly seemed to be muted, in complete silence. Wasteland. The Huo family, who had confidently spent billions on the land, now finds that it has no value. Upon hearing this news, the reporters began to show strange expressions, not knowing how to react. Suddenly, the scene fell into an eerie silence. However, this silence only lasted for a moment, as if the calm before a storm was shattered. The emotions of the Huo family members, like a bursting floodgate, erupted instantly. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! I don't believe it! Huo Ting-Feng was the first to regain his senses from his stupor, roaring in anger like a desperate beast. The roar echoed across this land that was once full of hope. Exhausted, he held tightly to the test report, the force so great as if wanting to crush the thin paper and assimilate it into his own blood and bones. His face distorted with extreme pain and despair. The calm demeanor he had earlier was long gone, with only flames of anger and resentment remaining. The clan chief is right. There must have been a mistake somewhere. Definitely a surveying error. Oh, I know. It must be you bunch of sellouts, colluding with outsiders, betraying our Huo family, attempting to shake the morale of our Huo family with this fake report. You lot, you deserve death. A well-dressed Huo clan relative who had been spirited not long ago. At this moment, his face was red, eyes bloodshot, on the verge of going mad. He charged forward like a mad bull, grabbing one of the department managers by the collar and shaking forcefully. The manager in his hands was like a fragile leaf swaying in the strong wind. You bunch of rubbish, did you make a mistake? This land cannot be wasteland. It's clear that your skills are lacking, unable to identify a true treasure land. What use are you? Test it again for me. Test it carefully again, quickly. In the shouting of the man in a suit, with a hint of madness, as if testing it again could change this cruel reality. On the other hand, the rest of the panicked Huo family executives also shared the same sentiment, accusing several employees in unison. They absolutely could not believe that a piece of land targeted for government development could turn out to be a worthless wasteland. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! There's a 95% chance that this is what happened. Facing the fierce expressions of the capitalists, they started shifting blame. The manager, who was grabbed by the collar, had turned pale, his lips trembling like a sieve. Yet, summoning the remaining courage, he stuttered in self-defense, Huo, Chief, you can hit me, scold me, but do not insult our noble characters with baseless accusations. We have repeatedly surveyed multiple times using various advanced instruments, and the result, the data we obtained through testing, is like this. Absolutely true, without any falsehood. Beside this flustered manager, a colleague with a temper exploded, deciding not to hold back any longer. He kicked the man in a suit to the ground. He scolded loudly, "Damn it! I've tolerated you for so long. It's you brainless idiots who have made the wrong decisions. Now you dare to throw mud everywhere at us. Please don't use your amateur hobby to challenge our professional expertise. This is just wasteland, whether you believe it or not. Even if you say it's a treasure, it's just a piece of wasteland. You've thrown away your billions in vain." Real Treasure Land is the site selected by the City Planning Bureau 2.5 minutes ago, officially announced on the website for the University City project. I've suggested to you before to bid for that grade land, but you just wouldn't listen. I don't know what's gotten into you, must insist on bidding for this barren piece of land. And now, what? Still those two words, serves you right? What? The site for the University City project isn't here. Weren't we absolutely certain? Wasn't there double insurance taken care of? With information provided by the Tang family's third son and the Tang family's daughter. How could there be a mistake? Huo Tingfeng and the others hadn't even started to get mad when their subordinates' mutiny stunned them. Quickly, all the members of the Huo family present, including the reporters, swiftly took out their phones and accessed the official website. 2.5 seconds later, exclamations erupted continuously. Oh my God! Is this actually real? The University City project has been rumored for years, but I didn't expect it to be confirmed today. This site, my God! It's actually the Lin Group. How lucky can they get? The Lin Group is really going to take off now. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Since Lin Jianjun was replaced and the song god, L, took over, the development prospects of the Lin Group have been rising steadily. Haha, I suddenly remembered something. Could it be that the Huo family bet on the wrong thing? After obtaining early insider information, they mistook this wasteland for the site of the University City project. The possibility is quite high. This could explain why they went bankrupt spending billions on a barren land. Turns out they treated trash as treasure. If the site for the University City project is actually here, then the Huo family actually bet correctly. Unfortunately, they made the wrong bet, which means they have lost everything. Gives. Not just losing everything, the Huo family is completely finished. Once the group's financial chain breaks, when those creditors come knocking, that's when the nightmare really begins. Let's not talk about it. Look at the dazed look of these Huo family members. It feels like the next second they won't be able to handle the pressure and have to go to the roof for some fresh air. Who cares? They were so arrogant just now. This contrast, TSK. It's quite satisfying to watch. Joke's on you. At this moment, unlike the gleeful reporters, Huo Tingfeng and the others present were all in torment. Watching the bright announcement on the website, each person's face was filled with despair, completely devoid of the earlier sense of triumphant certainty. Huo Tingfeng found himself sitting on the ground, his eyes no longer sparkling with the last flicker of hope. Those lights went dim like a candle in the wind, eventually extinguishing. His hands, like eagle claws, tightly held onto the iPhone, his knuckles turning white from exertion. His body trembled uncontrollably, muttering to himself incessantly, "This must be a dream. Yes, this must be a nightmare. Wake up, it'll be all right. Wake up. I must still be the all-powerful chief of the Huo family. The Huo family will soar and rule the world because of this great opportunity." Zi Tingfeng, disheveled, appeared dazed. He could not accept the reality unfolding before his eyes. Just a short while ago, he was dreaming big dreams, envisioning leading the Huo family to break free from the shackles of the city, penetrate the empire, conquer the world, and dominate the universe. Yet in a blink of an eye, everything shattered like bubbles before his eyes. This heavy blow, like a sharp blade, deeply pierced his heart, causing unbearable pain. And the other Huo family executives weren't faring much better, each of them moving as though they were soulless zombies. Some sat on the ground, hugging their heads, as if that could distance them from this cruel reality. Their mouths kept repeating, "It's over, completely over." The 100-year reputation of the Huo family, our glorious future, have all plunged into an endless abyss along with this wasteland. Some had wide eyes, red-rimmed, letting out a long howl to the sky. The sound was like that of a wounded lone wolf, howling in the moonlight, filled with despair and pain. In this atmosphere charged with mockery, the extremes of joy and sorrow in the world were displayed on the faces of the Huo family members, one after the other. The reporters present, who were aware of the Huo family's current state, were taken aback. The sudden decline of the Huo family, from a position of pride and confidence to utter collapse. The Huo clan, who were just boasting and making confident promises a moment ago, now found themselves in a state of complete disarray. However, the reporters present were after a big story. They had no time to empathize with the Huo family and certainly did not want to miss out on this rare opportunity for sensational news. Don't just stand there, take the shots. That's right. Quick, snap away. Nowadays, the audience hates the rich. The most satisfying thing is news of rich people going bankrupt. Click, click. In a short while, the cameras flashed like lightning, clicking continuously. The shutter sounds echoed like a dense rainfall. Everyone wanted to capture the Huo family members in their moment of absolute despair and collapse, documenting them fairly to become the headline news shocking the public today. Stop them! Get the security guards over here! Where are the security guards? Security! Get these bastards out of here! Huo Tingfeng, enduring the pain in his heart, grit his teeth and yelled, knowing he couldn't afford to fall now, or everything would truly be lost. As the chief of the Huo family, he had to rally himself and find a way out of this crisis. Tap-tap. With the arrival of numerous security personnel, friction arose with the reporters unwilling to leave. The scene descended into chaos, filled with angry shouts, screams, cries, and panic. To the various powerful forces watching from the shadows, this scene, filled with utter chaos, seemed quite comical. Many real estate peers, aware of the situation, burst into laughter and openly mocked. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I told you the Huo family was delusional, even having ancestors come in dreams. This is a good one, they have nothing left, damn. I was actually fooled earlier. The Huo family, these clowns, will surely become a perennial joke in the city from now on. What a sight! Spending billions on a piece of wasteland, and still acting all pleased and arrogant. At first, I thought they were hiding some aces up their sleeves. Just this. Look at their dumbfounded faces, it's really laughable to the extreme. I thought they had some hidden card up their sleeves. But is this all? See those foolish looks, it's really hilarious. How will the Huo family establish themselves in the business world in the future? How dare they be so arrogant, truly overestimating their capabilities? Establish themselves. The Huo family is finished. Planning to establish themselves. With so much debt, even finishing unscathed is impossible this time. As the dust settled, many forces who had grievances against the Huo family began to reveal their true intentions, as the Huo family was now nothing but a hollow paper tiger. In the eyes of these forces, who knew about the Huo family's downfall, the time to shed disguises and show their true colors had come. However, at this moment, the Huo family members present had no time to consider the mockery and sneers of outsiders. They were trapped in the abyss of despair they had woven themselves, enveloped tightly by the dark vortex, unable to see even a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Their grand and majestic make-God plan had now become the biggest joke in the world. The glory and future of the Huo family vanished along with the survey report, like fragile sand sculptures in the wind, shattered and dissipated by the raging winds, leaving only desolation and melancholy. Purchased a sand sculpture headpiece. Do you think if I wear it and go for a walk in the middle of the night, will my attractiveness skyrocket? There should be many girls stealing glances at me, trying to add me on WeChat, right? Chapter 596, Seeking Cooperation with the Lin Group. Huo Qichen, who was brutally beaten. The Huo family. In a splendid room. Huo Qichen sat paralyzed in a wheelchair, staring intently at the Lolita maid who was helping him wash his body, his gaze lecherous. As the saying goes, joy lifts the spirits. Ever since he believed he successfully secured the site for the University City project, Huo Kishin's mood had greatly improved. Mind and body in harmony. With a good mood, Huo Kichen suddenly noticed that his physical condition seemed to have improved as well. His mouth no longer twisted. His face no longer tilted. His speech became much clearer, no longer stuttering incessantly as before. Everything around him seemed to be slowly moving towards a brighter side. This made him even more convinced that he was the chosen one, his dominance fully displayed. Secretly proud in his heart, those who can't defeat me will only make me more domineering. Woman, kneel down for me. I am very angry now. Help me put it out. Huo Kichen spread his legs, attempting to use an unquestionable domineering manner to force the little Lolita maid in front of him to submit. This. Facing Huo Kishin's domineering words, the complexion of the Lolita maid turned pale. Just as she was about to refuse the command to clear his throat for him due to her bad breath. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open with a loud noise. Huo Kichen was shocked by this unexpected door-kicking sound. Instantly, his lecherous expression was replaced by anger. He turned his head to angrily face the person at the door, ready to rebuke. What he saw was a disheveled Huo Tingfeng, his face full of anger, like an enraged male lion, striding into the room with great momentum. Behind him, all the senior members of the Huo family were also disheveled, their faces grim. Their eyes were burning with flames of anger, glaring fiercely at Huo Kichen as if they wanted to devour him alive. Seeing this, Huo Kishin's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen his usually steady father so furious. However, he pretended to remain calm, trying to maintain his past dignity, sternly shouting, "Dad, as well as all uncles, what are you doing here? Why did you rudely barge into my room?" Rudely. Huo Tingfeng was so angry that he couldn't contain himself, walking straight up to Huo Kichen and delivering a resounding slap across his face. "You, disobedient son! How dare you mention rudeness to me? Do you know what you have done? You've ruined the Huo family. Do you know that we are on the brink of bankruptcy because of you?" Huo Tingfeng roared, his voice hoarse with anger. "What? I ruined the Huo family?" Huo Kichen widened his narrow eyes, looking at his father in disbelief. "Dad, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? I secured that piece of land for the family. This is clearly a great achievement. How could it harm the Huo family?" Trying to justify himself, Huo Kishin's voice carried a barely noticeable tremble, and his inner sense of unease grew stronger. The calm and composed demeanor he once had, the sense of control over everything, was long gone. Smack! Great achievement! You fool! Huo Tingfeng couldn't contain his anger and delivered another heavy slap across Huo Kishin's face. That piece of land is a worthless piece of wasteland. After precise surveying, it was found to have soft marshland underneath, making it impossible to build tall buildings. There is absolutely no value for development. But Huo family, because of your misinformation, has emptied all its resources and is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Do you understand? You stupid child! How did you guarantee it in the first place? Wasn't this supposed to be foolproof? And what about your so-called double insurance? The announcements on the official website have all come down. The site for the University City project is not that wasteland, but the great land that was taken by the Lin Group. My Huo family's century-old foundation has been ruined by you in an instant. You're the family's culprit. I should have shot you in the face right there, and then, instead of the womb. Huo Tingfeng looked ferocious, hating to strangle his son. Because of his son's stupidity, he, the once prestigious CEO of the group, might end up begging for food on the streets in the future. How could he not be full of hatred? On the other hand, upon learning the truth, Huo Kichen suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning. His expression of disbelief turned into panic and chaos in an instant. No, it can't be. How could this happen? I clearly received information that it had double insurance. Even if there were issues on Tang Chuan's side, how could Tangro, that woman? Where did it go wrong? Who betrayed me? Dad, I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. It's fake. Could it be that I'm still dreaming? Everything in front of me is fake. Dad, today is April Fool's Day. Are you joking with me? This is all fake. Huo Kichen refused to accept the truth, muttering incoherently. Subconsciously, he kept telling himself that everything he had just heard was an illusion, as if he could escape reality this way. His hands tried to struggle, but due to paralysis, they could only tremble unconsciously. The wheelchair's armrests creaked as he grabbed them violently, his knuckles turning white. You fool! How dare you try to talk your way out of this? The Huo family is on the brink of destruction because of you. You quickly come up with a solution for me, otherwise I'll beat the shit out of you right now. Seeing Huo Qichen deluding himself, Huo Tingfeng, furious and thunderous, didn't even want to hear his son's explanations. The flames of anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, unstoppable. He grabbed Huo Qichen's collar with both hands, forcibly lifting him from the wheelchair. Then, like a rain of fists, punches rained down on the lifeless Huo Qichen. Bang! Pain! Too much pain. Whether physical or mental, Huo Qichen felt an unbearable agony at that moment. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, begging his frenzied father for mercy while seeking help from the senior members of the Huo family. Unfortunately, those relatives and uncles who had once bowed and fawned over Huo Qichen were now looking at him with eyes full of resentment and disgust, wishing to tear him apart, drink his blood, pull his tendons, and crush his bones. This incompetent, this family's criminal. Why doesn't he just die already? Well done. Kill this family's pest. Huo Qichen, you traitor. We were blind to believe you in the first place. At this point, do you still have the face to beg for mercy? Give it to the old man to enjoy. A gray-haired senior Huo family member, his face red with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, shouted furiously and then kicked fiercely at Huo Qichen's groin. Huo Qichen widened his eyes in shock, letting out a sharp cry. As his body curled up like a shrimp, unable to move, he had to silently endure the beating, his face contorted with pain and despair. Exactly. It's all your fault, leading the Huo family into such a plight. How are you going to compensate? How can we face our ancestor Huo Jin now? Why don't you just die? Living is a waste of air. Go and die now. Do you still think you are the lofty young master of the Huo family? Now you're the eternal sinner of the Huo family. Another middle-aged senior member rushed forward, raised his fist, and struck Huo Qichen's back with every punchful of deep resentment. Bang! 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 Men, women, young, old, near, and far, a group of Huo family members repressed with raging anger, surrounded Huo Qichen with punches and kicks. Each blow was forceful, with no mercy shown. As Huo Qichen could not resist, he could only endure the beating helplessly. His heart was filled with fear and despair. He couldn't accept the present reality. The bright future he once thought he had turned into a complete nightmare of utter regret and despair. Huo Qichen was in tears, collapsing, and begging for mercy. He tried to raise his hands to defend himself, but, due to his paralysis, he could only watch as the fists landed, each blow feeling like a hit on his shattered heart. No, please stop. Please, stop, You can't treat me like this. Huo Qichen's weak plea for mercy was drowned out by the furious cursing of the senior Huo family members. They continued to not only beat and scold him, but also threatened him fiercely. The calamity that has befallen the Huo family this time is all because of you and your father. If it weren't for blindly believing your father and you, how could the Huo family have fallen to this point? So no matter what means you use, you must come up with a way to help the family through this crisis. The Huo family absolutely cannot fall here. If you and your father can't give the family an explanation, we won't let you off. Helpless, Huo Qichen collapsed to the ground, looking at the faces of the once kindly uncles and relatives, but all he could see was anger and disgust. In that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness, unable to find a glimmer of redemption. His mind was in a state of confusion, continuously asking himself, why? Why did all of this happen? Despite his seemingly foolproof plans, how did he end up in this situation? Once glorious and limitless, but now subject to such humiliation and bullying. Zi Tingfeng knew deep down that it was all over. All the pride and dreams had turned into a void of regret and despair that spread in his heart. But no matter how despondent he felt, the rest of the Huo family couldn't care less. They only thought about pressuring him to come up with a solution. Especially Huo Tingfeng. Seeing himself implicated because of his son, becoming the target of the uncle's anger, the family's culprit, facing criticism and fingers pointing at him, and with some even eyeing him with malicious intent, ready to attack with sticks. Huo Tingfeng's shock turned into anger. He even began to act more vigorously towards his eldest son. "You beast, look at what you've done to me. You quickly come up with a solution. Quick! Can you think of one? Have you thought of one?" Faced with the continuous onslaught of blows and harsh words from his father, Huo Qichen finally began to waver. He felt that if he didn't stop these madman's behavior, he might actually be beaten to death. As the saying goes, it's better to be alive than dead. Even though he was at his wit's end, a strong will to survive made Huo Qichen unwilling to give up easily. Finally, as a punch hit the back of his head, Huo Qichen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted, "I have a way." "Stop it! I have a way. The University City project has just been announced. We can contact the Lin Group to cooperate and invest before they start construction, and we will surely get a share. The Huo family won't go bankrupt. Are you sure the Lin Group will cooperate?" A senior member frowned, skeptically questioning. "Besides, the Lin Group seems to be close with the Su family, while we have a strained relationship with them. How could the Lin Group care about us?" Huo Qichen, eloquent as ever, immediately retorted, "It's definite. The Lin and Su families are both in the pharmaceutical industry. What do they know about real estate? They're like chalk and cheese. They will definitely have a hard time then. And we, the Huo family, have been in this industry for many years, with top-notch connections and resources in the top tier of Shanghai. The Lin Group has no reason to refuse us. This is beneficial to both sides. As for that insignificant little conflict, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Merchants talk profits. At worst, we'll offer them more money when the time comes, and the Lin Group won't pick a fight with us over that, right?" Listening to Huo Qichen's forceful words, everyone present was stunned, frowning, and thinking. It did make some sense, after all. Who wouldn't like more money? With a way to save the situation, Huo Tingfeng and the others finally calmed down and began to discuss the possibility of collaborating with the Lin Group. 2.5 minutes later, the Huo family members, who felt a glimmer of hope, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well, let's have someone contact the Lin Group now. Also, since this matter was caused by you and your father, it's up to you two to handle it. HMPH. I hope you father and son don't disappoint the family anymore. Otherwise, don't blame us for inviting the ancestors to enforce family rules." After giving their orders with one word from each of them, they left one by one, leaving behind the father and son of the Huo family with unpleasant expressions. Chapter 597. Lin Zhuan avenges his wife and prepares the ending of life for Ba Zong. Tang family. In a pink bedroom, Tang Ru's face was pale as she stared at the announcement on the official website. How could this happen? Why is the location chosen for the University City project different from the information I gave to the Huo family? It shouldn't be like this. That night, I double-checked several times. There shouldn't be a possibility of making a mistake in the dark. Could it be Tang Wowen was actually already guarding against me? Is he using me? Setting a trap for the Huo family? Tang Ru's eyes flickered. Countless chaotic thoughts flashed through her mind in that instant. But she didn't want to believe it, her face getting paler as she sat restlessly. In fact, she could clearly feel that her family members had been treating her with indifference these past few days. Whether it was Tang Dad, Tang Mom, they were all different from usual, only caring about Tang Ling, that little wench. They said with feigned concern, "Ling has suffered so much over the years, we should pay more attention to her now." Even in the WeChat group chat, 7 siblings of Candy Gourd, the attitudes of the other brothers and sisters had become somewhat ambiguous. In the past, when she, the youngest 7th child, felt wronged, as long as she spoke up in the group, the other 6 siblings would console her and support her. But now, no one paid her any attention. If they did respond, it was with a casual "oh" or a shallow smile, almost making her explode on the spot. Tang Ro was furious. The obvious change in attitudes before and after. Tang Ro was not a fool. She could naturally sense a hint of danger. But she couldn't figure out what the reason was that led to things deteriorating into the current situation. Not long ago, everyone was fawning over her. But at some point, as if waking up from a dream, everything around her had changed. Everything that used to belong to her family's affection was all taken away by Tang Ling, that little wench. I need to leave myself a way out and plan for the future. Tang Ro kept trying to take deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. She had a feeling, perhaps not long from now, she might be kicked out of the Tang family, so she needed to plan ahead, such as having enough money for her future expenses. Fortunately, over the years, she had secretly saved a lot of money. Even if she left the Tang family now, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a short period of time. Ding ling ling, just as Tang Ro furrowed her brows, thinking about how to make money and run away. Her iPhone rang in her palm. Looking at the phone screen, she saw Ba Zong's name displayed on it. Huo Qichen? Perfect timing. I need to find a way to get back the 100 million hard-earned fee he promised me before, and ask about the land. They say, some are happy while others are worried. In the midst of the varying thoughts of the Huo family and Tang Ro, on the other side, First People's Hospital of the Magic City. In the VIP room, Lin Zhuan and others, who were full and content, were chatting happily. Most of the conversation revolved around the Huo family. At this moment, the hottest searches on major news websites were all filled with reporters capturing scenes of the Huo family members crying and in disarray at the construction site. The Huo family's reckless gambling fails. The family's fate plunges into the abyss. The mystery of the Huo family's investment pit, who will bear the consequences of this failure. People love gossip and enjoy watching the rise and fall of wealthy families. The former real estate tycoon was now facing bankruptcy risk. Such explosive news instantly captured the attention of the entire internet, with high traffic remaining constant. In order to divert attention from the crazy person incident, the authorities spared no effort in promoting the news, trying to shift public attention. Therefore, in no time, each hot search criticizing the Huo family had over 100,000 views, and the number of comments had all exceeded 9,999. I love seeing the collapse of wealthy families from riches to ruins. That Huo Qichen, always acting like an all-powerful overbearing CEO. Now what? The Huo family has been ruined by him. He's nothing but a complete fool. The Huo family is really unlucky, getting involved with such an unreliable heir. This family's reputation is completely ruined. How are they going to survive in the business world? It's just a big joke. I thought Huo Qichen would lead the Huo family to the peak, but instead, they've descended into madness. This decision-making error is ridiculous. It's so funny. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In the past, the Huo family's domineering actions made few people dare to openly criticize them due to their family's power. But now that the tree has fallen, it was a case of every man for himself, with many people coming out to revel in their misfortune. Of course, Lin Zhuan didn't care too much. Everything was within his control, developing in the direction he had predicted. He glanced at the hot search on Weibo with a disdainful smile, then put down his phone again. Huo Qichen, oh Huo Qichen, do you think your nightmare will end just like this? How could that be possible? Betrayed by everyone, living a life of despair. This is the ending I have prepared for you. Chapter 598, Lin Zhuan Shock. Oh. The old man who wants to devote himself 8 o'clock at night. Bright moonlight. First People's Hospital of Demon City. VIP ward. Upon hearing the news that the Huo family is about to meet their end, Su Shenshin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at Lin Zhuan, his eyes were filled with satisfaction and pride. All right. The damn Huo family deserved this fate. Zizhuan, you really have skills. You surprised everyone. The business world is like a battlefield. With your business talent, I can rest assured with the company in your hands. I can be at ease knowing Kinj can stay at home and take care of the family without the need to work so hard outside. My only wish now is to see my precious great-grandchild before I die. Zizhuan, you have to work harder. I have high hopes for you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, even Lin Zhuan, with his thick skin, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. As for Su Kinj beside him, her cheeks flushed even more, like a ripe apple freshly picked off a tree, exuding charm and allure. Grandpa, what are you saying? You will definitely live a long life. Besides, I don't want to stay at home every day as a housewife. It's too boring. It's better if the husband is internal and the wife is external. Zhuan, I will take care of you in the future. I'll earn money to support the family, And you can be handsome like Kun. Sukinj smiled and playfully punched Lin Juan. Her beautiful eyes radiated a "if you don't agree, you're in trouble" look. Upon hearing this, Lin Juan couldn't help but smile indulgently and playfully pinched the girl's cheek. "All right. I don't have a good stomach. The doctor says I should eat soft food for the rest of my life, and I think it makes sense. Kinj, if you're willing to take care of me, I couldn't ask for more." "Oh no, getting handsy in front of others, how inappropriate is that? Oh asterisk Q." An irritated Sukinj rolled her eyes at the man in front of her and swatted away his hand that was pinching her cheek. Little did she know, Lin Juan would playfully twist her wrist, treating her like a puppy, rubbing her dog's head. He even made sounds like "choo choo choo, good dog. Listen," as if he was really teasing a puppy. Chapter 599 Lin Su's Kiss. After sending away Zidao, who dedicated herself to Lin Su, Sukinj hesitated for 2.5 seconds at the door of the hospital room. Blushing, she clenched her teeth and entered the room. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Juan lying on the soft bed, staring at her with a mischievous look. Then, he patted the space next to him and impatiently said, "Kinj, you've been working so hard for so long. Come and rest. These past 2 days without you sleeping beside me, I've been sleepless every day." With the man's urging, Sukinj slowly moved to the edge of the bed and lay down beside the man. Her cheeks were now red. Under the moonlight outside the window, she looked even more delicate and alluring, her mind unable to focus. "Lin Juan, will he touch me tonight? Before, he always cared for his own body and never did that to me. But now that I'm visibly recovered, will he? But if he sees the horrible scars on my chest, will he dislike me? How do I explain to Lin Juan?" Sukinj's worries grew, making her a bit flustered. The thing she feared the most in life was that this man beside her would dislike her and leave. Though they were husband and wife, she didn't reject the idea of giving herself to Lin Juan, even secretly longing for this day. However, her heart was plagued with thoughts, and a large crimson lump appeared on her chest due to the curse planted in her heart. It looked horrifying and pulsated with her heartbeat. Sukinj didn't know how to explain it to Lin Juan and was extremely worried about his disgusted expression upon seeing it. If she could choose, she truly wished to remove the curse and present herself to the man she loved with a flawless body. If Lin Juan truly desires me, if I reject him, will he think I loathe him? He would definitely be upset. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Should I discuss with him? Find another way to satisfy him? Like using hands, feet, or a mouth? But no, that's not. No way. It seemed she stumbled upon something she couldn't bear to speak of. Sukinj's cheeks flushed, her body weakened, and her breath quickened suddenly. On the other side, seeing Sukinj lying down on the bed, tensing up and remaining silent, Lin Juan turned to look at her. Under the gentle moonlight, he saw the girl with rosy cheeks, appearing like a blooming and bashful rose. The tempting sight captivated him, and unable to resist, he reached out. In the moment when Sukinj's beautiful eyes met his in surprise, taking a deep breath, he grabbed her wrist and pressed her tender body beneath him. "Ah, what? What's happening?" Sukinj subconsciously exclaimed, like a startled little white rabbit, unable to meet Lin Juan's burning gaze. Thump thump thump, the sound of heartbeats. It was finally happening. Sukinj blushed all over, and as she thought about it, Lin Juan's sudden action surprised her, her eyes widening in shock and confusion. "Ooh." When she realized, Lin Juan's hot lips had pressed against hers. Her own pink, glossy lips were softly sealed by something tender. In that moment, Sukinj felt weak all over, emitting soft moans involuntarily. Her mind went blank, and time seemed to freeze. Only the warm and dominating touch on her lips was vivid. After a moment, Sukinj, devoid of any resistance, slowly closed her eyes and made up her mind. Since things had come to this, with her anticipations, she decided to completely give herself to him tonight. She began responding to Lin Juan's kiss, tender yet filled with deep emotions, causing the temperature in the air to rise. However, just as Sukinj was preparing to throw herself into it completely, Lin Juan suddenly stopped. He lowered his head, gazing at Sukinj, who was slightly panting due to passion, her eyes blurred and inviting. Though his desire was strong, rationality took over at that moment. Lin Juan knew Sukinj was delicate and had been through numerous hardships recently, physically and emotionally exhausted. What Sukinj needed most at that moment was proper rest and care. How could he, for gratifying his desires, ignore her physical and mental well-being? Additionally, they were in a hospital, permeated with the smell of disinfectants and with night shift nurses passing by. This environment was too crude and unsuitable. Lin Juan didn't want their unforgettable first night to happen in such a lackluster setting. This wasn't just about him, but also disrespecting Sukinj. Besides, while matters between a man and woman were important, there was no need to rush. Lin Juan, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Sukinj lay on the bed, looking up at the man. Her beautiful eyes carried a mist of confusion, shyness mixed with a hint of surprise and incomprehension. With big doubts in her small head, they say, apart from eunuchs, men are not supposed to stop at such moments, right? Could it be I'm not attractive enough? Unable to arouse Lin Juan's interest? Thinking this, Sukinj felt a bit emo. Luckily, it seemed that Lin Juan perceived her lack of confidence. He smiled, lowered his head, and gently kissed her forehead. With a gentle yet firm voice, he explained, Kinj, you're tired these days. Rest well tonight. Don't overthink it. I could almost devour you right now. But I can't be that selfish. There are some things are not urgent. Your mission tonight is to sleep early. Good night, my little princess. Lin Juan gently helped the girl up, tucked her in, and Sukinj remained silent throughout, letting him take care of her. She clearly understood Lin Juan's intentions in his words, feeling a bit lost, but also a bit relieved. But more importantly, an unmatched sense of gratitude and affection enveloped her. This man cherished and cared for her deeply. He cared about her feelings, rather than being self-centered and focused solely on satisfying his desires. Lin Juan, it's so nice to have you. Sukinj lay on the man's chest, listening to the strong heartbeat, surrounded by overwhelming happiness. After that, she slowly closed her eyes. With Lin Juan softly humming along, she gradually drifted into the realm of dreams. In her dreams, it was their beautiful future, devoid of pain and troubles, only endless happiness and sweetness. The night was truly beautiful tonight. Chapter 600. The sweet yet torturous morning time of Sukinj. Time flies like an arrow, and days and months pass like shuttles. Time is like a young girl's first kiss. Once you brush your lips against it, it's gone. This night, for Sukinj, felt like being in the most serene and peaceful harbor. It was the most peaceful and comfortable sleep she had ever had in her life. There was no more past anxieties, no more exhaustion and anxiety from running around. There was just the familiar and comforting presence of the person beside her, like the warmest swaddle, enveloping her tightly. She nestled by his side, as if hearing destiny whispering in her ear, telling her the reward after hardship is sweet. Happiness bloomed in her heart like spring flowers, radiating sweetness with every petal. Ooh, Kunming. The next morning, with the rise of the golden sun, the gentle morning light seeped through the window curtains, casting soft golden rays. Oh. In this hazy light, Sukinj, who had rested peacefully all night, slowly woke up. As her consciousness was still hazy, she keenly realized she was lying on Lin Juan's body. Their bodies were closely pressed together. Sukinj blushed instinctively, instantly waking up. She slowly opened her eyes, with a gentle gaze falling on Lin Juan's handsome sleeping face. A few golden sunbeams playfully passed through the curtains, outlining the alternating light and shadow on the man's face. His long and thick eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his eyelids. His high nose bridge stood out like a mountain peak amid the light and shadows. His beautifully lined lips curved slightly upwards, carrying a gentle smile even in his dreams. Every inch of his skin exuded a healthy and charming glow. Every organ seemed like a meticulously crafted piece of art. He was breathtaking. Sukinj's hazy gaze lingered on Lin Juan's features, her heart fluttering with boundless joy and love. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat, resounding loudly in the quiet hospital room, as if celebrating this precious moment. Sukinj lifted her head slightly, and her nose inadvertently brushed against Lin Juan's cheek. The warm touch made her heart tremble. Her breathing quickened, her ears filled with her own erratic breath, and her cheeks quickly blushed. She tried to calm herself down, gazing at Lin Juan again, feeling grateful and fortunate, thankful for the gears of fate that entwined them tightly, allowing her to have such pure and beautiful moments in this complex world. She wished time could freeze in this second forever, engraving this scene in the river of time, never fading. At that moment, Su Kinj, who once appeared cold and ruthless to others, was like a different person. The confusion and resentment of the past had been replaced by an unparalleled sense of happiness. And she knew deep down that everything was because of the man before her. Just as Su Kinj gazed at Lin Juan with a satisfied smile, unable to look away, she keenly noticed a slight movement in Lin Juan's eyelids, as if a butterfly was gently fluttering its wings, signaling his awakening from his slumber. Su Kinj's heart subconsciously tightened, a wave of panic surged through her. Like a child caught stealing candy, she hurriedly and clumsily closed her eyes again, pretending to be still asleep. Oh my goodness! If Juan finds out I've been peeping on him early in the morning, how embarrassing would that be? Would he think that I'm not modest at aloe asterisk? Q. Su Kinj's cheeks burned hotly, as if igniting the air, embodying the innate shyness of a young girl overflowing in her heart. She who had never lost her composure even in the midst of carnage and chaos, was now entirely lacking in her usual calmness in the face of her lover waking up. Su Kinj tried to regulate her breathing, attempting to make it steady and even, but her heart raced uncontrollably, like dense drumbeats echoing in her chest. She could feel her eyelashes trembling slightly, betraying her inner nervousness, and her hands unconsciously clutching a corner of the blanket. She silently prayed in her heart, hoping Lin Juan wouldn't notice her unusual behavior, so she could maintain this pretense of sleeping and somewhat calm the tumultuous feeling of a deer dancing in her heart. On one hand, she was reveling in the bliss of intimate closeness, cherishing Lin Juan's warmth and presence. On the other hand, due to the modesty of a young girl, she found it difficult to face it openly. This contradictory psychology clashed fiercely within her, trapping her in a sweet yet tormenting dilemma in this beautiful morning time. Chapter 601. Su Kinj pretends to sleep. Lin Juan wakes the sleeping beauty with a kiss, _. Yawning with the beauty by his side, Lin Juan sleeps very comfortably. After waking up beautifully from his dream, he subconsciously wants to stretch, but stops abruptly halfway, instantly waking up. He realizes that Su Kinj is still resting and cannot wake her up, so he immediately restrains his movements. His originally stretched body slowly returns to a very gentle posture, and even the bed makes no sound. On the other side, Su Kinj, with keen senses, naturally notices this small detail. Her heart is filled with emotion, as if a warm current is slowly flowing through her heart, nourishing the softest corner deep within her. She silently thinks to herself that Xuan is always so thoughtful, even considering such small details for her. To be cared for by him like this is truly a blessing in this life. With a husband like this, what else could a wife ask for? Meanwhile, Lin Juan turns to the girl beside him, then lies down next to her, his gaze exploring the beauty of her face, as if he were an explorer, searching for the most precious treasure in the world, admiring every detail of the girl's sleeping beauty. From Su Kinj's fan-like eyelashes to her slightly raised nose, then to her lips as pink as cherry blossoms. He observes every detail carefully, as if wanting to deeply imprint the girl's cute sleeping face in his heart, never to be erased. However, during this process, he notices something strange. The girl in front of him blushes, breathing quickly, her chest rising and falling rapidly. This appearance doesn't seem like that of someone deeply asleep. Is Su Kinj pretending to sleep? At this moment, Su Kinj, naturally aware of Lin Juan peeping at her, is filled with various shy thoughts flooding her mind. What is Xuan looking at? So shy. I just woke up and haven't dressed up. Will I look ugly? Don't look. Please don't look. I beg you not to look. The little person in Su Kinj's heart is jumping up and down, crawling in the darkness, but she continues to pretend to keep her eyes closed. Because if she were to be discovered by Lin Juan pretending to sleep, how embarrassing would that be? Just thinking about it makes her scalp tingle. Endure. This little girl, gives still doesn't want to wake up. Realizing that Su Kinj is pretending to sleep, Lin Juan's playful nature arises, wanting to tease her. He intentionally leans in by the girl's ear and gently blows air. As the gentle breath passes by, a tickling sensation instantly spreads. Su Kinj feels a tingling sensation from her earlobe straight to her heart. Yet she grits her teeth and endures it, maintaining a stoic expression, with her earlobes turning red due to her effort to endure, like ripe cherries, alluring and dripping with sweetness. Upon seeing this, Lin Juan mischievously reaches out and lightly massages the girl's face. The touch is soft and elastic, like the finest silk. For a moment, Su Qing's shyness surges like a tide, with her mental activity increasing rapidly, her heartbeat racing even faster. Yet she keeps holding back, pretending to be deeply asleep. DRIZZLE. Just then, Lin Juan suddenly whispers softly in her ear, letting her know that he knows she is pretending to sleep, asking her not to pretend anymore. Gives. Did I just reveal a flaw? It's impossible. I'm 95% sure. It's definitely not possible. Upon hearing this, Su Qing is first surprised. Then she quickly realizes that Lin Juan is deliberately trying to deceive her to make her reveal a flaw. There is a saying, you can never wake up someone pretending to sleep. So, Su Qing continues to sleep without moving an inch. Seeing her like this, Lin Juan's playful side grows even stronger as he pinches the girl's delicate nose, intending to make her unable to resist exposing herself. But little does he know that Su Qing has practiced the art of tortoise holding breath, able to endure without gasping for air for a long time, so this little trick doesn't faze her at all. Therefore, she continues to lie there motionless like a corpse. Qing, it seems like you're lacking oxygen. I'll give you some air. Seeing the girl's red cheeks, Lin Juan, unaware of the situation, thinks it's due to lack of oxygen. He smirks, jokingly saying that the girl needs artificial respiration. Startled, Su Qing hasn't had time to react yet when Lin Juan, with the warmth of early morning and his unique scent, leans down. His lips gently touch Su Qing's. The sensation is like soft flower petals touching each other, delicate and gentle. Sweet, soft, tender. Lin Juan pauses for a moment, seemingly savoring this wonderful moment and giving Su Qing a moment of cushioning. Then, he slightly increases the pressure, gently caressing. His lips trace along Su Qing's lip line, as if a painter carefully sketching the most perfect picture. Su Qing feels an electric current from her lips that instantly spreads throughout her body, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Subconsciously, her hands grip the blanket tightly, feelings of shyness and sweetness intertwining in her mind, leaving her with a blank mind, with only the face and lips of the person in front of her and the intoxicating sensation. As Lin Juan gently encircles her waist and pulls her slightly closer, their bodies become even closer. His tongue tentatively explores, gently licking Su Qing's lower lip. The warm and moist sensation makes Su Qing's heart tremble suddenly. Her breath quickens, and despite her efforts to control herself, she can't help but let out a faint moan. This moan, in the quiet hospital room, sounds particularly clear, adding to the atmosphere of romance. After a while, Lin Juan gently releases the girl from his embrace. He watches her with a shy yet slightly blurred gaze and softly laughs, saying, "Little lazy bug, are you still pretending to sleep?" Su Qing playfully scolds him with a small voice like a mosquito. I knew you were the worst. I'm ignoring you. However, there is no trace of blame in Su Qing's eyes, only full of love and happiness. After a 2.5 second standoff, Lin Juan and Su Qing suddenly share a knowing smile. Their smiles are full of deep affection for each other. In this early morning hospital room, the sweet scent permeates like a fragrance, lingering around them, never dissipating.